Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 24. Hard Days Ahead. Despite an entire week passing since Akeno had broken up with Issei, nothing had improved. Naruto had offered his support where he could, but really, it wasn't like he could do much. He didn't have experience with breakups. The only relationships he'd been in was with Rias, and before that, with Shien, and his relationship with Shien had been completely unconventional. Naruto still remembered how he'd met Shien. He'd been sent on a mission to the land of demons where Shien, a priestess who could predict the deaths of her followers with 100% accuracy, had been under attack by minions of a great demon named Morio. Journeying through the land with her, he and Shien eventually defeated Morio and broke the curse that had bound her life as a priestess. Afterward, Naruto had promised to help her create the next priestess. From that moment, their relationship had changed. Shien had taken great pains to keep in touch, and Naruto, eager to remain friends, had constantly written back. When the day had come that Shien needed to create a new priestess, Naruto had been sent back to the land of demons, where an eager Shien had been waiting for him. He hadn't realized what creating a priestess entailed until that moment. Perhaps he should have. But Naruto had always assumed that creating a new priestess involved some kind of ritual in which Shien gave her powers to another person. In a way, that was how it went. The difference was that Shien wasn't giving her powers away so much as they left of their own volition. Naruto still remembered how embarrassed he'd been that first night, when Shien had taken him to her room and began stripping off her clothes. He'd panicked and tried to escape because he hadn't realized what she was doing. It took a stubborn Shien nearly 2 hours to outstubborn him. By that point in time, they'd both been exhausted and gone to sleep without creating a new priestess. It hadn't been until the second night that she and Naruto consummated their relationship. He would admit that he still thought about Shien a lot. He'd often wonder if she was okay, if she was safe, if she was happy, if their child was growing up well. There were times when he felt guilty. As someone who'd grown up alone, he understood how much it sucked not having your parents there. His only consolation was that his child wasn't alone, though he also disliked the idea of not being there to raise her with Shien. Of course, his relationship with Shien was nothing like Issei's relationship with Akeno. He and Shien hadn't broken up. Forces beyond his control had thrown him into another world, and with no viable way back, there simply wasn't a method of returning. Akeno had dumped Issei for reasons that he couldn't discern. It seemed almost random, as if she'd dated him, trained him, and then dumped him when she'd gotten bored. Akeno was something of a mystery to Naruto. He didn't spend any time with her outside of club activities, or rather, outside of their devil duties. She had a decent wit and was kind of fun to talk to, but she'd never been what he would consider his type, so he never bothered trying to get closer to her. Looking around the occult clubroom, the new division had never been more clear to him. While he sat with Ravel, Kaneko, and Irina on one couch, Issei and Asia sat on another. Both of them were quiet, too quiet. Normally, they would have been merrily chatting with each other while Akeno teased them both. Now, they barely spoke at all. At least the red rims around Asia's eyes, no doubt spent from hours of crying, were gone. Even though he wasn't that close to her, it still hurt to see such a kind girl look so heartbroken. Standing several meters away was Akeno. She remained apart from everyone, separated by an invisible boundary. Even Kiba, who leaned against the couch that Issei and Asia were sitting on, had never appeared that unapproachable. Before now, Akeno had always stood by Rias, acting in her capacity as queen. These days, there seemed to be a line separating even those two. Naruto sometimes wondered if that was his fault. It had been his relationship with Rias that caused the redhead to spend more time with him than her best friend. It's taken a lot longer than we thought it would to get this far, but I have some news for all of you, Rias began. In 1 week's time, the Grimoire and Shitri groups will be traveling to the underworld to participate in the 3 factions raiding game. Is this what Sirzex has been working on? Kiba asked. Rias nodded. It is. With the help of Beelzebub, the angels now have a method of resurrecting humans like we devils do. It's called the Brave Saints system. Irina was actually the first human to have been resurrected through this method. Everyone looked over at Irina, who, realizing that she was the center of attention, turned cherry red. I didn't know that you had been resurrected as an angel, Naruto said. Ah, that's just because it never came up in our conversations, Irina admitted. I'm sorry for not telling you. It's fine. I'm not upset, just surprised. Naruto paused. Was your friend offered the same opportunity? She was, but, Irina, smiling sadly, shrugged. As you know, she didn't take it. Irina had a friend, Xenovia, who'd been her partner during the incident with Kokobile. Naruto didn't know much about her friend, other than that Xenovia had gotten into an argument with the church and stormed out on them. There had been no word on what she was doing now. For the longest time, Irina had kept this information to herself, but last week, she had confided in Naruto about how worried she was for her friend. He wished he could help her. Part of him had thought about going on a journey to search for Xenovia, but the greater part realized that finding a single person in this world was probably impossible. Besides, his place was by Rias's side. What of the fallen? Asked Ravel. As far as I'm aware, they do not have a system like our evil peace or the angels' brave saints. How are they going to participate? Azazel has worked something out, Rias answered. I have no idea what he's done, but supposedly, he's created something that will work in a similar manner to the evil peace system. I don't know much about it, but my brother told me that it's just a method of creating peerages and can't resurrect humans into fallen angels. Is the rating game the reason why Metatron hasn't been around lately? Naruto asked. Probably, Rias said. Metatron is the voice of God, so he's an important member of the Seraphim. I believe he's helping Michael with something. Naruto nodded noncommittally and turned to Irina. She saw his look and shook her head. I don't know anything about why Lord Metatron hasn't been home, though it wouldn't surprise me if he is helping out Lord Michael. Ah, Lord Metatron, your devotion to heaven is an inspiration to us all. Irina clasped her hands together as if she was praying, her eyes sparkling like stars on a night sky. Naruto stared at her for several seconds longer, and then turned away. He liked Irina, but she was kind of weird. Anyway, Rias clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. It's going to be a busy week. There are a lot of things that we need to do to get ready, and I believe it's time to finally introduce all of you to the last member of our family. So, we're introducing them to Gasper, Kiba murmured. Are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, Gaster is. It will be fine, Rias assured him. Actually, it was my brother who suggested it. Pardon me. Naruto raised his hand like a child sitting in a classroom. Who's Gasper? Gasper is a member of our peerage, Rias answered. I'll introduce him to all you today. Devil Ninja. Rias had led them to a basement located within the old school building. I had no idea that we had a basement, Naruto muttered as they walked along wooden tiles. How come I haven't heard of this until now? My brother was the one who sealed this place, Rias told him. There was actually a barrier around the basement, though it was destroyed during the peace conference. It was never restored because I wanted to come down and visit. However, before that, it was blocked off so no one could enter. This was the first time Naruto was hearing about this, though that didn't necessarily surprise him. While he and Rias did a lot together, it wasn't like they didn't have a life outside of each other. Naruto spent a lot of time with Kaneko, Ravel, Irina, and Ophis. He'd also been sparring regularly with Kiba. He used to spar with Issei, too, but Issei was spending more time at home these days. And Rias had her work. As a king and the sister of a Mao, she had a lot of responsibilities. Ever since the peace conference, she'd been attending meetings, helping schedule events, and aiding the angels and fallen who wanted to take up residence in Kuo. With such full schedules, Naruto supposed it was only natural that they wouldn't know everything about each other. Still, he was surprised that this was the first time he'd heard about Rias having another person within her peerage. He wondered why no one had ever mentioned Gasper before now. Reaching the end of the hallway, they came upon a large door, which had dozens of locks, chains, caution tape, and a powerful barrier sealing it off. Naruto could feel the sweat trickling down his neck as he stared at the numerous locking mechanisms designed to keep people out. Isn't all that going a little overboard? Irina asked. No, Kaneko said. If you knew Gasper, you'd realize that all of this is necessary. Naruto and Irina looked at each other, their thoughts mirrored in the other's expression. Was Gasper really so dangerous that they needed to lock him away? Rias began the laborious process of removing the caution tape, chains, locks, and barrier. Naruto really had to wonder, did Rias do this every time she visited Gasper? It seemed like such a hassle. When the last barrier had finally been removed, Rias opened the door and stepped in. The room was dark. It took several seconds for Naruto's eyes to adjust, but when they did, he realized that the interior space was quite large. There also wasn't much in the way of furniture. A desk with a computer sat in one corner of the room. There were a few boxes scattered about here and there, along with plastic snack bags, and a coffin, of all things, sat against the wall farthest from the door. Amidst all this, a single figure was present. Gasper, Rias greeted with a gentle smile. Come here and let me introduce you to everyone. NNNNOOOOOOOOO. There's too many people. Revel and Irina stumbled back as the figure shrieked. Naruto caught them both in his arms. While he let go of Irina, whose flushed cheeks made him think she was uncomfortable being in close proximity with him, he kept an arm wrapped around Revel. Rias flinched. Gasper, please come out. I want to introduce you to the rest of my peerage. NNNOOOOOO. I want to STTAAAAYYY here. Shut the door and leave me alone. I don't want to be near all these PPPEOOPPPLLEEE. Squinting his eyes, Naruto could barely make out Gasper within the darkness. She wore the standard Kuo Academy uniform, a red skirt, white-collared shirt, and a dark shoulder cape that was attached to a brazier-like article, which flared out over the skirt. Porcelain-skinned and red-eyed, she looked quite young, probably about 14 or so, Naruto guessed. So, this is Gasper. Naruto pondered out loud. Yep, Kaneko said. Huh, Issei, holding hands with Asia, spoke for the first time in several hours. Isn't Gasper kind of an odd name for a girl? Gasper isn't a girl, Rias told him. Oh, Issei pounded his left fist into his right palm. I see, Gasper isn't a, wait. What? Naruto pointed at Issei with his free hand. I'm with eyes. What? Rias knelt down next to Gasper and held out her arms. Like a young child seeking comfort from a mother, Gasper buried herself, or rather, himself, into Rias's arms and bosoms. Naruto felt a moment of envy. Since Akeno had dumped Issei, Rias had been so busy that they hadn't spent much time together. It had been nearly a week since he'd buried his face into her breasts. He shook the jealousy off with a sigh. Now wasn't the time for that. Gasper is my bishop. He's a half-vampire with an extremely powerful sacred gear. However, because I wasn't strong enough to help him control his power, Gasper was sealed away. I like it in here, Gasper said, his voice muffled by Rias's breasts. Naruto twitched. It's nice and dark and there are no people in here. But Gasper, don't you want to go into the outside world? Rias asked. NNNOOOOOO. Gasper screamed. I want to stay in HEERRREE. Don't make me go OUTSIIIIIDDEEE. Devil Ninja. The group left Gasper Vladdy, who refused to go outside, despite Rias's attempts to convince him. A disheartened Rias had left several minutes ago for another meeting. Akeno had gone with her, though she'd looked quite reluctant. Naruto wondered if Rias had been talking to Akeno about what happened with Issei. The clear division between the two seemed to indicate tension, at least to him. Asia and Issei had gone home. Naruto didn't blame them. Kiba was still there, though he looked like a fifth wheel, sitting alone on the opposite couch while he, Irina, Kaneko, and Revel all sat on the same couch. So, that was Gasper, Naruto said as he tenderly stroked Kaneko's ears. Have you two met him before now? Yeep, Kaneko murmured with a purr. She seemed quite content to sit on his lap and be pampered. Revel looked annoyed. I've only met him once before, Kiba admitted. I'm sure you've noticed, but Gasper is a hikikomori. Hikikomori was a Japanese term. It was basically used to describe a person who was reclusive and didn't like social interactions in real life. Naruto wasn't very familiar with the term, but he'd learned about it thanks to the boatloads of anime that Rias had made him watch. He did seem pretty frightened of everyone, Irina added. Gasper is a half-vampire, Kaneko said. Half-vampires have a history of being discriminated against by humans and other vampires. Discrimination. It seemed like no matter which world or dimension that he found himself in, there were always people who hated others for issues that were beyond their control. It made Naruto wonder if he would ever find a place where problems like this didn't exist. Could he truly build a world where everyone understood each other when crap like this was going on? Try not to get disheartened, brat. If you lose confidence now, the world that you and your sensei strive to create will never be anything more than a pipe dream. I know. Naruto stopped petting Kaneko. Before she could get angry at him, he pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and setting his chin on her head. Her chakra quickly calmed down, as if she had sensed his need for comfort. Her cheeks puffing up, a red-faced Ravel quickly scooted over and leaned against him. When everyone's head turned to her, the redness on her cheeks became even more red. What are you people looking at? Naruto-sama is he and I are together, so it's only natural that I would offer him comfort when he needs it. Yakitori is really Tsunere. You shut up. Back to Gasper, Irina said. Is there anything we can do to get him outside? I mean, doesn't Rias kind of need him for when we go to the underworld? Kiba seemed to think about that. Well, she doesn't necessarily need him, per se, but since we're going to be playing in a series of rating games, having Gasper's power would be beneficial. What sort of power does he have? Asked Ravel. It's called Forbidden Blur View, Kaneko explained. It's a sacred gear that allows him to temporarily stop time. Sounds like a powerful ability, Ravel said. I can see why Rias-sama would want him to come with her. A power like that is a game changer in rating games. Off the top of my head, I can think of at least 10 different ways this power can be used to defeat opponents that are more powerful than the user. Right, Kaneko nodded. However, because it's so powerful, Gaspy doesn't have full control over it. I don't know how long he can stop time, but I do know it's not very long. Training can fix that, Naruto said. Anyway, let's not worry about this right now. I'm hungry and I want ramen. Kaneko stared up at him. You always want ramen. There's nothing wrong with wanting to eat ramen, Naruto defended. Ramen is the food of the gods. Would you like me to make some ramen for you when we get home? Ravel asked. Would you? If Naruto-sama wants me to. Thanks, Ravel. You're the best. I love you. Poof. Fire burst from Ravel's head as she toppled to the floor. Now look at what you've done, Kaneko said. You've made her faint. Oh, crap, Ravel. Wake up, Ravel. As the scene devolved into chaos, with Naruto attempting to revive an unconscious Ravel and Kaneko poking her with a stick that she'd found, Kiba looked at Irina. Does this happen often? He asked. All the time, Irina said with a fond smile. Devil Ninja. Issei returned home with Asia. Home felt empty without Akeno there. She'd been such a strong presence for him, someone that he both loved and looked up to, that her absence had left a hole within him. I can't think like that, I need to be strong. As expected, Asia had taken Akeno's leaving just as hard. The first 2 nights, she had cried herself to sleep. He remembered holding her in his arms as her tears soaked his clothes and skin. He needed to be strong for her. He couldn't allow himself to fall into despair. We're home, Issei said as he and Asian took off their shoes. His mother stepped into the hallway, wearing a plain black apron. Oh, Aiz-kun, Asia-chan, lunch will be ready in just a minute. Why don't you two come in and sit down? Issei took Asia by the hand and entered the dining room, which was connected to a massive kitchen that looked like something from a 4-star resort. He and Asia both blinked upon finding Rainier, sitting on the kitchen floor, her face, hair, and apron covered in a sticky white substance. What are you two looking at? Rainier asked with a snarl. I'm just hoping that stuff on you isn't what I think it is, Issei admitted. For your information, this is mayonnaise. Rainier scowled as she stood up. You Rainier-san, Asia started timidly, may I ask why, why? While Asia couldn't quite finish her sentence, likely because of the vicious expression that Rainier was wearing, the fallen angel seemed to have no trouble figuring out what she wanted to ask. Issei thought he saw Rainier blush for a second, but it must have been his imagination. I was trying to make lunch, she stated imperiously. They stared at her. Rainier looked away. I've never made lunch before. So I see, Asia mumbled. Oh, dear, Issei's mom swept into the room. Did you have some trouble, Rainier dear? No, Rainier mumbled as she tried to wipe off the mayonnaise. It was that stupid jar's fault. Issei looked at the stupid jar. Sweat broke out on his neck. It wasn't just the mayonnaise that had caused a problem. The kitchen beyond the counter was a wreck. Plates were smashed, jars were opened and spilled over. What Issei guessed were sandwiches. Guessed because they looked nothing like sandwiches, looked like they'd been mutilated by a rabid animal. There was lettuce, bread, cheese, and various vegetables strewn all over the counter and floor. It looks like a tornado went through here. What happened here? Like I said, this is my first time trying to make anything, Rainier defended. Even if that was the case, there shouldn't be this big of a mess with Mom helping you. Oh, I didn't help her at all. Rainier-chan said that she could do it herself. And you believed her. I'll help Rainier-san clean up. Asia rushed into the kitchen and put on an apron. Rainier-san, if you want, I can show you how to make sandwiches after we clean this up. Rainier huffed and crossed her arms. I don't really care about making sandwiches, but I won't stop you if you really want to do it. For the first time since Akeno had left them, Asia smiled. Then let's please work together, Rainier-san. Whatever. Aiz-kun, his mother said, why don't you take a seat in the living room while these two cute girls prepare you lunch? Okay. Issei's mother had her memory of Akeno-sama, Akeno, erased. He didn't know when it happened, but Akeno must have had done it before breaking up with him. The thought depressed him, though he didn't let anyone see it. As he sat down on the couch, his cell phone started to ring. He answered it. Hello. Issei. Naruto greeted. Are you free tomorrow? I'm not doing anything. Why? I was wondering if you'd like to help me with our hikikomoro problem, Naruto said. Issei could practically feel the grin in his voice. Devil Ninja. The next day, Naruto, Kiba, and Issei met up at the occult clubroom. So, what is it that you wanted help with? Kiba asked, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Yeah, Issei added, you mentioned something about helping with our hikikomori problem. Naruto grinned. As you two know, Gasper won't come out of his room. But with the ratings games coming up next week, we'll need every advantage possible, and Gasper is an important member of our peerage. Not only will having an extra bishop give us a big advantage, but he shouldn't be locking himself away like this. Kiba rubbed his jaw. So, basically, what you want to do is convince him to come out from his room. Yep, how are we supposed to help with that? Asked Issei. I was thinking about that yesterday, Naruto said, crossing his arms and adopting what he hoped was a sage-like appearance. I believe that the three of us are the only ones who can help him overcome his problems, and that is because we are men. Kiba and Issei looked nonplussed. What? Issei asked. Think about it. What bond is stronger than a bond of brothers? Naruto asked rhetorically. If we can form a strong bond with him, then he'd want to come out and spend time with us, right? Everyone wants to spend time with their family and friends. While Kiba looked somewhat thoughtful, Issei didn't look convinced. I'm not sure that's going to work. In case you didn't realize it, he was dressed up as a she. So, Naruto countered, he's still a boy. I think he just needs strong male role models, and we fit that bill easily. We've got the pretty boy. I assume you're talking about me, said an amused Kiba. The pervert. Hey, Issei shouted. And me, the invincible and perfect Naruto-sama, Naruto finished. I think we can do it. I think you have an overinflated opinion of yourself, Kiba shot back. I agree, Issei added. Naruto didn't mind their jab and simply looked at them. So, are you two in? He stuck out his hand. Kiba and Issei looked at each other, and then placed their hands on top of his. We're in, they said. Devil Ninja. Naruto had asked Rias to leave the door to Gasper's room unsealed, so entering was an easy matter. NNNOOOOOOO. Getting Gasper out of his damn box was another matter entirely. Come on, Gasper, Naruto said. Let's spruce this place up a bit. It's a complete mess. Even I'm not this bad. I like my room the way it is. What, you mean you enjoy having all this garbage everywhere? Yeesss. From the moment they had entered his room, Gasper had hidden himself inside of his cardboard box. Naruto had thought about dragging him out. However, he decided against it after a little bit of thinking. Gasper probably wouldn't be very receptive to building brotherly bonds if Naruto bullied him. But, don't you wanna come out and spend time with us? Issei asked. NNNOOOO. I just want to stay in my BOOOOXXXX. Naruto frowned. This was going to be a lot more difficult than he thought it would be. The door opened again and Kaneko strolled into the room with Ravel. She was carrying something behind her back. I heard about what you're trying to do, Kaneko said. I can help get Gaspy out of that box. You can? Naruto asked. How? Watch and learn. Kaneko walked up to Gasper, who was still huddled in his box. She smiled. Gaspy, I have a present for you. And then she dumped 2 handfuls of garlic in his box. NNOOOOOO. Kaneko, you know I hate garlic. Gasper leapt out of the box. Naruto was surprised when Kaneko didn't grab him, but he easily rushed over to the half-vampire and grabbed him by the shirt. He lifted Gasper into the air and sighed. Just where are you trying to run to? There was a prolonged pause. What? Gasper looked befuddled. What do you mean what? You were trying to run away, weren't you? That's not what I meant. How are you? You should be frozen. Frozen. Gasper's words confused Naruto. Why would he be frozen? It wasn't until he looked at his comrades that Naruto realized that, indeed, everyone else was frozen solid. It didn't take long for him to reach a conclusion. I see. This is Forbidden Beler view, isn't it? That's right, Gasper said. He wasn't shouting anymore. Naruto wondered if he was too shocked to shout. I see. Naruto set Gasper down and studied the other people. Suddenly, he grinned. Say, Gasper, Naruto started, how would you like to play a prank on everybody here? Gasper hesitated. A prank. A very fun prank, Naruto added, his grin widening. Devil Ninja. Naruto and Gasper were hiding within Gasper's coffin when Forbidden Beler view's time-stopping effects wore off. Hey, where did Gasper go? Issei asked. Naruto-sama is gone, too. Ravel exclaimed. Fit. Oi, what are you laughing at, pretty boy? I'm sorry, eyes, but, your face. My face. What's wrong with my face? There's a dildo on it, Kaneko said, her voice bland, though Naruto detected the humor in it. What happened? Why is this thing on my face? I don't know, but it looks like you're not the only one who has something on their face, Kiba said, humming. Well, at least mine isn't a dildo, though I'm not very fond of eyeshadow. What happened to my face? Ravel shrieked. It's covered in white stuff. Maybe someone shot cum all over you, Kaneko suggested. Wah, shut up. I don't wanna hear that from someone who has, pet the pussy, written all over their face. I think we've been pranked, Kaneko said. This has Naruto written all over it. Why would Naruto-sama? Because he thought it was funny. I vote for finding Naruto and paying him back, Issei said. Agreed, Kiba added. Naruto and Gasper listened as the group continued to talk. Their footsteps receded, and then the doors closed. Naruto waited several seconds more before lifting the coffin's lid and stepping outside. That was fun, he chuckled. It's been so long since I've played a good prank. I still don't understand, Gasper said, his eyes wide. How are you able to move when I freeze time? I suspect it's because of how your powers work. Naruto cupped his chin and adopted a thoughtful pose. I'm guessing that Forbidden Beler view only works on opponents with a certain level of power. Basically, I'm simply so much more powerful than you that your sacred gear doesn't work on me. Oh, right, so now you don't have to be afraid of freezing me. Kneeling down until he was eye level with Gasper, Naruto offered the boy a grin. So how about it? Wanna go outside with me now? I don't know. Gasper hesitated. I don't like going outside. The outside is scary. You know, I heard about how half-vampires are discriminated against, Naruto said. I understand how you feel. When I was younger, everyone in my old home hated me because of something that happened to me when I was a baby. Thanks, Fuzzball. Love ya, brat. Really? Yep. However, I never let that get me down. Even though I was hated, I kept working hard and eventually gained the acceptance of everyone. If you work hard, too, I'm sure that you can make something of yourself. Naruto stood up and held out his hand. So how about it? Wanna become something awesome? Gasper hesitated a second longer, and then he took Naruto's hand. This was easier than I thought it would be, Naruto thought to himself. Devil Ninja, no, I was wrong. The outside is scary. Come back, Gaspy. You told us that you wanted to be stronger. Eating these will make you stronger. Leave me alone, Konekoo. You know I hate garlic. Naruto sat on the couch in the occult clubroom as Kaneko tortured Gasper by trying to feed him garlic. Sitting by his side, Ravel leaned against him, her face a blushing mess as he kept his arm wrapped loosely around her waist. He wondered if she was embarrassed because of the proximity, or because he was stroking her thigh. Aren't you going to stop Kaneko? Kiba asked. Naruto shook his head. No, I think this will be a good experience for him. Gasper must learn how to overcome his fears. Besides, Kaneko just wants to help out. Come back and eat your veggies, Gaspy. No, leave me alone. I wanna go back in my box. Yep, Naruto continued, I'm sure Kaneko is just trying to be helpful. Not to disagree with you, Naruto-sama, but I think she's just being mean, Ravel said. Before Naruto could respond, the doors swung open and Azazel walked into the room. He was wearing a wide grin as he observed the chase between Kaneko and Gasper. It looks like something fun is happening in here. Why wasn't I invited to this party? Because you're supposed to be busy helping plan the raiding game, Naruto said. Do you need something? Not particularly, Azazel admitted. I just came to see the Red Dragon Emperor and the holder of Forbidden Valor view. Kaneko stopped chasing Gasper, allowing the poor half-vampire to collapse to the floor. Azazel glanced at the exhausted Hikikomori, and then looked at Issei. He reached into his sleeve and tossed something to Issei, then repeated his action but tossed it to Naruto instead. Catching the object with his free hand, Naruto glanced at what appeared to be a golden band. It didn't look like anything particularly special. What's this? Those wristbands are an invention that I've made. I've heard that the holder of Forbidden Valor view doesn't have full control over his powers, and that the Red Dragon Emperor can only use his balance breaker for several minutes. That wristband will extend the time that you can use your powers and give you complete control. Sounds nifty, Naruto said. Kaneko, after poking the tired Gasper, walked over to Naruto and sat down on his other side. It is very nifty, Azazel agreed. Azazel, Rias said, frowning as she entered the room. What are you doing here, Gasper? Rushing over to Gasper, Rias knelt down and fretted over the lump of exhausted flesh that had once been known as Gasper. Are you all right? Speak to me, Gasper. So, tired, Gasper mumbled. Devil Ninja. Naruto had purloined Kaneko's aid in helping Gasper train in using Forbidden Valor view. Ravel was also present, but she stood off to the side. Naruto was sure that the only reason she'd stuck around was because, with Rias busy, he and Kaneko were the people she felt comfortable around. Come on, Gaspy. You need to stop the ball. NNOOOOOO. This involved Kaneko using her strength as a rook to lob dodge balls at Gasper, whose job was to use Forbidden Valor view to stop only the time of the ball and nothing else. More often than not, he would usually stop everything except for Naruto. That being said, he was getting better. Kaneko blinked when, after throwing the ball, her entire arm froze. She frowned. Looking at the arm, she tried to move it, her muscles straining, but it was to no avail. The arm was frozen solid. UWA. Unfortunately, the ball wasn't. It smacked Gasper in the face, knocking him to the ground, where he began to bawl his eyes out. I don't want to do this anymore. Stop being such a wimp, Kaneko said. Naruto sighed. I think you're being a little harsh on him. I think I agree with Naruto-sama, Ravel admitted. You're both wimps. As Ravel and Kaneko argued, Naruto knelt down beside Gasper and placed a hand against the boy's face. Gasper flinched, but only until the healing spell that Naruto had cast took effect. Better? Naruto asked. Gasper sniffled a bit. Yes. Glad to hear it. Naruto frowned as the spell wavered. He'd decided to learn devil healing magic because he couldn't use healing jutsu, but while healing magic was easier, he still wasn't very good at it. Small injuries were about all he could fix. You've improved a lot in the past few hours. You can now freeze just the ball once out of every 20 times. I think we can stop here. Ah, that's too bad, Kaneko said, tossing a dodgeball up and down. I wanted to play with Gaspy some more. Gasper squealed. Devil Ninja. This had been the most stressful week of Rias's life. It was even more stressful than the time where she and her peerage had nearly been killed during the missing Excalibur's fiasco. That had been bad, as had the week after it, yet that time hadn't given her the amount of stress that she'd felt now. First among her problems was all of the extra work that had been loaded onto her. Being the daughter of the Grimoire family, the younger sister of Searsex, someone who'd taken part in the fight against Kokobile, and a person who'd helped defend the peace conference, the powers that be had decided to give her more responsibilities. For the past month, she'd been helping Searsex and the other leaders negotiate the peace treaty. This was on top of helping devils, angels, and fallen angels wishing to move here find living arrangements. She also still had her duties as the overseer of Kuo, which gave her hours of paperwork on its own. All this combined meant she was rarely home. I miss being able to cuddle with Naruto and watch anime. She also missed having sex, but that was another matter entirely. Of course, her biggest issue was none of these. It was. I brought you some tea, Rias, Akeno said as she set the tray of tea on the desk. Thank you, Akeno. She still hadn't spoken to Akeno about Issei. Even though she wanted to help the two reconcile, she didn't want to be seen as an annoyance who was trying to butt into their relationship. Because of this, she'd kept her distance so she wouldn't blurt out something she'd regret later. However, she also knew that things couldn't go on like this. It could affect their unity as a peerage. Akeno, I know what you're going to ask, Rias, Akeno interrupted. You want to know why I broke up with Aiz-kun? Yes. Has anyone ever told you that you're nosy? Rias frowned. Considering you're a member of my peerage and, more importantly, someone I've loved as a sister for years, I think it's my right to be nosy. I guess. Chuckling, Akeno offered her a self-deprecating smile before she turned around. Walking over to the window, she placed a hand on the glass and stared at the world beyond. When I first started dating Aiz-kun, my idea was to turn him into perfect boyfriend material. Unlike Naruto, Issei was malleable. He didn't have your boyfriend's stubbornness, which appealed to me. I thought to myself, if I can make him mine now, then I can have someone who will stay with me when you grow distant. You mean when I got with Naruto, don't you? Still looking out of the window, Akeno nodded. Everyone could see it coming. You two connected on a fundamental level from the very moment you met. We all knew that it would only be a matter of time before you two started dating. I've spent almost 6 years serving you, being the person who is closest to you. However, I knew that when you and Naruto became a couple, my position would be usurped. Rias would have liked to deny what Akeno said, but she couldn't. Ever since Naruto had become her boyfriend, her priorities had shifted. She'd begun spending more time with Naruto, and Akeno had all but disappeared from her life except during club activities and training. Thinking on it, it was no wonder that Akeno had decided to make Issei her boyfriend. Akeno continued talking. Of course, I knew that Aiz-kun and Asia-chan had feelings for each other, but I also knew that it wouldn't be a problem. Aiz-kun wanted a harem, and Asia-chan just wanted to be with Aiz-kun. Besides, I don't mind a little lesbian action, and Asia-chan is really fun to tease. Why did you break it off? Rias asked. It sounds like you had a really good thing going, and I know that Asia and Aiz love you. Is it because of Rainier? Shaking her head, Akeno turned back to Rias. No, Rainier was just a convenient excuse. In truth, I think it was my own guilt that caused me to break up with Aiz-kun. I'm not sure I understand, Rias confessed. No, Akeno said softly, I guess you wouldn't. Devil Ninja. The week passed by in relative obscurity. With Rias so busy, Naruto rarely ever saw her. She didn't come home until it was really late, and sometimes she didn't come home at all. The few times that he'd gone to see her, she had bags under her eyes, showing how little sleep she'd gotten. He tried to help out where he could, dealing with paperwork, helping the 3 faction members find apartments, and trying to be there for her. However, Rias was a stubborn girl who liked to take everything onto herself. She'd been reluctant to accept any help, and she had only given in after collapsing from exhaustion. Issei and Asia's mood had improved a little, though that wasn't to say they'd recovered. They acted fine whenever they were out doing devil activities, namely, accepting contracts, but when Akeno appeared before them, an aura of depression seemed to radiate from all three of them. Naruto wanted to smack some sense into those three. He didn't, but that was only because he had no business interfering in their personal lives. Whatever problems they had needed to be solved by them, or any resolution they came to would be meaningless. Rainier had been showing up more and more often. She seemed to linger around Issei and Asia, and she would occasionally help them with stuff like homework while simultaneously spewing insults at them. Her actions were always contradictory. She'd make them bento lunches, telling them that she hoped they'd choke on her food and die. Yet whenever Asia or Issei ate her food, she'd eagerly ask for their opinion. On a side note, Rainier was a terrible cook. The first time she'd made a bento lunch, Issei really had almost died. Despite what she'd said about hoping he would choke, Rainier had panicked and stayed by his side while he recovered in the nurse's office. Naruto wondered if she had a crush on Issei, but even if she did, it wasn't any of his business. Kiba also seemed to have picked up a few new admirers. Naruto had noticed several new girls in school who had been watching the pretty boy from a distance. They didn't seem to like Naruto very much, and they'd even confronted him once after he'd defeated Kiba in a spar. Naruto had learned that those girls were actually a mixture of angels, devils, and fallen angels who had decided to create a Kiba fan club in honor of Kuo's prince. As always, Kiba himself was oblivious. Because of how busy the week had been, Naruto wasn't able to take Revel or Kaneko on any real dates, but he had taken them out to eat on a number of occasions. Irina had also spent more time with him. She'd asked him about his past before coming to this world, which was interesting, because she hadn't actually believed that he was from another world until he'd introduced her to Kurama through a mind link. That had been an interesting first meeting. Ophis had become a shut-in. Naruto didn't know what was going on with the little immortal dragon, but she rarely left her room these days. He'd gone to visit her several times. However, at least half of those times he'd been kicked out of her room. She was apparently doing something that she didn't want anyone to know about. I wonder if she's picked up an embarrassing hobby. Are you feeling okay, Naruto-sama? Currently, he and Revel were walking home from another day out. They'd gone to grab some lunch, and then went grocery shopping. He'd invited Kaneko, but she had declined, stating that she had something to do. Yeah, I'm fine. Naruto smiled at Revel. I was just lost in thought. Were you thinking about Rias-sama? Partially, but I was mostly thinking about everything that's happened in the last few days. Oh, Revel looked off into the distance, her gaze thoughtful and concerned. I've been thinking a lot about Rias-sama. She's been really busy. Yeah, she has. I want to help her. Her words warmed Naruto's heart. Revel had become a lot more honest with her feelings recently. He wondered if it's because they were now dating, but he didn't delude himself into thinking that he was the sole reason for her happiness. I think she would appreciate knowing that, Naruto said. Though she won't have to work so hard for much longer. We're leaving for the underworld tomorrow. Yeah, do you have everything packed? I'm almost done. I just need to pack a few more things that I plan on bringing back home. Naruto nodded. For Revel, going to the underworld meant returning home. From his understanding, while she would be spending some of her time with the Grimoire group, she was also going to spend time with her family. You must be excited to see your family again. Revel's smile, soft and gentle, made Naruto's chest feel kind of fluttery. I am. Actually, I was, She looked away. It's nothing. Naruto frowned. Was she still holding out on him? They arrived home minutes later and made their way into the kitchen. No one else was home, or so it seemed. Irina was probably wandering around here somewhere, and Ophis was likely still in her room. He didn't know where Kaneko was. After they put away the groceries, Revel said, "Would you like me to make you some cupcakes, Naruto-sama?" Revel's squeak was loud enough to echo through the kitchen. Naruto trapped her in an embrace. She squeaked again when he tightened his own. Naruto-sama, when we were walking home, you wanted to ask me something. Oh, It's nothing important. By this point in time, Naruto felt like he knew Revel well enough to tell when she wanted to ask something, but was too embarrassed. If it wasn't important, you wouldn't have said anything. Revel squirmed in his arms. He was behind her, but peering over her shoulder let him see how red her face was becoming. She looked like she might combust if she turned any redder. You know that my parents live in the underworld, Revel began. Yes, Naruto wondered where she was going with this. The trip to the underworld will last the entire spring break. I'm going to be spending at least 2 days with my family, so I was wondering if you would mind spending one of those days with me. Naruto needed a moment to puzzle that out. You want me to meet your family? Why you don't have to if you don't want to, Revel said quickly. I mean, it's a pretty stupid idea, so, kya. She squeaked when Naruto buried his face into the back of her neck. I'm really happy. I'm happy that you want me to spend time with you and your family, but I'm also kind of embarrassed, Naruto admitted. He'd actually met Revel's parents before, but back then, he and Revel hadn't been dating. He'd also been more worried about impressing Rias's parents. This time, he wasn't meeting Revel's family as someone who'd demolished their son in a raiding game, but as their daughter's boyfriend. He already felt the pressure. Then, do you want to? I'd love to see your family again, Naruto said. Revel trembled in his arms. Revel, it's nothing. I'm just really happy. Naruto turned Revel around to face him. Her cheeks were red, but her blush had receded and no longer covered her entire face. She looked up at him, but then tilted her head down. Naruto placed a hand underneath her chin and tilted her head back up. Revel barely had time to open her mouth before he pressed his lips against hers. He and Revel had shared a number of kisses this week. Revel was a very tentative kisser. It was like she was so afraid of being a bad kisser that she hesitated when kissing. She gasped when Naruto, taking the lead, tilted her head back further and licked her teeth. Revel hesitated, but then she opened her mouth. Naruto felt her tongue shyly press against his. He pulled back, allowing her to enter his mouth. Revel moaned in surprise when Naruto closed his mouth around her tongue and sucked on it. She grabbed onto the back of his shirt as her legs gave out. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist and lowered them both to the floor. He sat against the cabinet, placing Revel sideways on his lap. Letting go of her tongue, he allowed her to pull back, but that was only so he could push his tongue into her mouth. Revel's moans as their tongues became entwined made him grow hard. Naruto-sama, a blushing and breathless Revel mumbled. You're poking me. Sorry, Naruto apologized. Don't apologize. Revel looked away. It's not like I mind. I mean, how do you say it? It means you find me attractive, right? That makes me, happy, so. Placing a hand against her cheek, Naruto rubbed circles on her skin with his thumb and gave her his brightest grin. Of course I find you attractive. You're one of the most beautiful girls I know. That's why you shouldn't say that so easily. Revel, I can't. That's too. Poof. Steam burst from Revel's ears, her eyes rolled up into the back of her head, and she went limp in his grasp. Oh, crap, Naruto shouted as shook Revel, as if that would wake her up. Come on, Revel, don't faint on me like that. Revel. Sitting on the kitchen floor, with a beautiful blonde girl on his lap, Naruto wondered if Revel would ever become used to intimacy, at least to the point where they could go further than this without her passing out. He was going to suffer from blue balls every time they made out if this kept up. Devil Ninja. After putting Revel to bed, Naruto wandered the mansion and eventually found Kaneko training outside near the back. She was using senjutsu. Her cat ears twitched and her tail writhed. She launched energy projectiles from her hands, which were coated in ethereal blue flames. As the projectiles flew through the air, Kaneko made hand motions as she twirled around, controlling their trajectories like they were puppets on a string. It made him think of a beautiful dance. Kaneko ended her dance by forcing the projectiles to collide, which caused a cascade of energy sparks to fall around her like fireworks. Naruto clapped. You've really improved, he complimented. Naruto. Kaneko wiped some sweat from her brow as he walked up. I thought you were with Revel. She fainted on me. Kaneko shook her head in dismay. Typical Yakitori. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Revel did have a bad habit of passing out whenever things became too hot between them. He wondered if it was because of what he said, or because she wasn't used to so much stimulation. I wouldn't pass out if you did that to me. Naruto froze. He and Kaneko hadn't gone very far in their relationship. Actually, Naruto had been getting the feeling that Kaneko had steadily moved away from him so Revel could solidify her relationship. Then, why don't I take you out on a date when we go to the underworld? Naruto suggested. When? After we get settled in, Naruto offered. Kaneko thought about it, then slowly nodded. It's a date. Devil Ninja. It was late by the time Rias returned home. Tomorrow, she and her peerage would be traveling to the underworld, but she hadn't even had time to pack. She'd been so busy with all of her new work that it had been 2 days since she'd even been home. Rias missed everyone. She missed watching the play arguments between Revel and Kaneko. She missed talking to Irina about her ideologies and learning more about the bubbly girl. She even missed listening to Metatron put Naruto on a pedestal, along with the subsequent hilarity that ensued. Most of all, she missed Naruto. How long had it been since she'd last been held by Naruto? How long had it been since they'd gone out and had fun? The last thing they'd done together was go to the anime convention. Her work had more or less kept her from going on any dates after that. The living room was dark when Rias entered, though the television was still on, allowing her eyesight to adjust more easily. Naruto was sitting on the couch. Kaneko was lying with her head on his lap, and he was tenderly stroking her ears as he watched TV. It looked like he was watching a K-drama of some kind. She frowned. He should have been watching anime. Welcome home, Rias, Naruto said, turning from the TV and smiling at her. Rias felt her heart warmed by that smile. Naruto, what are you still doing up? I thought that would be obvious. It was obvious. Naruto had clearly been waiting for her to return. Thank you, she whispered. You're welcome, Naruto said. I haven't been sleeping well without you anyway. Rias smiled as Naruto created a clone, which scooped Kaneko into its arms and wandered out of the room. Naruto stood up and walked over to her. She didn't resist as he pulled her into a hug and kissed her forehead. You look tired. She sighed into his neck. I'm exhausted. Then we should get some sleep. Rias shook her head. Can't. I still have to pack for tomorrow's trip. I've already packed everything for you. Tension eased from her shoulders. She was surprised by how grateful she felt at his thoughtfulness. It was such a small thing, a simple gesture of kindness, yet it meant so much to her, and it lifted a huge weight that she hadn't realized existed. Perhaps it was exhaustion, or maybe that last weight being lifted had caused her to lose the battle that she had been fighting, but her legs gave out. She was thankful that Naruto was there. He scooped her into his arms and carried her to their room. Rias almost fell asleep as he entered their bedroom and set her on the bed. The bed shifted as Naruto crawled onto it, pulling the covers over them as she turned on her side. Seconds later, his front was pressed against her back, spooning her as he slid his arm over her waist. Rias sought out his hand, lacing her fingers through it. His hand was so warm. Thank you for being so patient with me, she said softly. Anytime. I'll always be here for you. A pair of lips pressed against her neck. On any other occasion, such an action would have sent fire coursing through her veins, but right now, she was too tired to get horny. All she felt was a sedate contentment at the feelings that Naruto's continued support inspired in her. Hey, Naruto. I love you. She felt Naruto's lips smile against her neck. I love you, too. Finally, her exhaustion overwhelmed her, and Rias fell asleep in the arms of the man she loved. Devil Ninja. Rizvam Levon Lucifer knelt before his lord, the being who had accelerated his plans more than should have been possible. In any other circumstance, if this had been anyone else, he would not have shown such deference, not even to Ophis. However, this was the entity that would make his dreams come true. The being before him radiated a power that was unlike anything Rizvam had ever felt. It rolled off of the entity in waves that overlapped him like surging tides. Hatred and malice filled this power, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. It was frightening to think about, but even he, an ultimate class devil, felt the undeniable urge to run away. His instincts were screaming at him. They told him that the thing before him was dangerous. But Rizvam didn't run. Judging from how giddy you are, I'm guessing you bring good news. Yes, my lord, I have just discovered that the three factions plan to hold a joint raiding game in the underworld. I believe they are hoping to foster strong bonds by showing each other what each faction has to offer. No doubt. Tell me, what is Naruto Uzumaki doing? He doesn't appear to be doing anything. He's just loafing around, playing with girls and going on dates. Really? Now that is a surprise. He's never been what you might call a ladies' man. If you say so, my lord. Rizvam didn't know why his master was so interested in Naruto Uzumaki. Sure, the boy was undeniably powerful, and Rizvam wouldn't mind capturing him to experiment on. However, aside from his incredible power, the boy didn't have much. He was just too naive. What should we do? We will not do anything, the entity said. Instead, we'll let someone else sow chaos for us. Get in contact with Loki. Tell him that we're giving him an opportunity to bring the world one step closer to Ragnarok. Yes, my lord. Rizvam stood up, bowed one more time, and then left the chamber. Behind him, the chamber doors slowly closed. The last thing he saw of his master was the entity in question sitting on a gilded throne, their entire body cloaked in darkness. Chapter 25. Taking a trip to the underworld. It was the day they would leave, and Naruto and Kaneko were practicing their senjutsu early that morning. Because of how different their methods were, their senjutsu looked and acted nothing alike. Naruto's senjutsu enhanced his overall physical abilities, granted his normal jutsu an intense boost in power, and allowed him to extend the range of his punches. Kaneko's, on the other hand, gave her increased control over illusions and the ability to shoot energy balls from her fists. Naruto also had the orange pigmentation and barred, golden eyes that came from using Toad-style senjutsu. The only difference with Kaneko's features was that she had her ears and tail out. If Naruto had been asked which one he thought was better, he would have said his senjutsu, though he had his reasons. As interesting as the abilities that Kaneko now had were, they didn't really hold a candle to the incredible boost in power that he received. His method of senjutsu was also more versatile. Of course, he wasn't saying that Kaneko's senjutsu was bad, or that it was weak. It was anything but. Kaneko also knew how to use her powers to her advantage. She was definitely turning into a little badass. Even now, as Naruto sat on the ground and gathered the natural energy around him, he watched Kaneko as she danced across the yard. Spheres of energy surrounded her. They danced around her as if she was a planet and they were celestial bodies caught within her center of gravity. They swirled and moved and intersected paths as she twirled with a grace that would have been the envy of dancers everywhere. It was beyond beautiful. The dance was over all too soon. Kaneko stopped moving, the spheres dispersed, and she wandered over to Naruto. "You're very pretty when you practice like that," Naruto said as Kaneko sat down next to him. "Thank you," she said, blushing as he handed her a water bottle. She took a drink from it, and then sighed as she set it between her legs. Leaning back, she placed her hands behind her to act as support for her body. Her face looked content, though hints of red still remained. Naruto let the natural energy that he'd been holding leave him. It was getting easier to control. Even the voices, which told him to kill everyone in sight, were becoming easier and easier to ignore. "Hey, Naruto, Kaneko fiddled with the water bottle. "Have I become stronger?" Naruto was about to say, "Of course you've become stronger." But he paused after seeing the expression on her face. She was being serious. That meant she deserved a serious response. "I think you have grown a lot stronger since you and I first met," Naruto said slowly, carefully choosing his words. He wasn't used to thinking before speaking. "However, you still have a long way to go before you can fight any of the tougher opponents." "You mean like Kuroka-ne-san?" "Right, like Kuroka." Naruto nodded. "She's a pretty tough cat. She's also reached full maturity, which means she has access to all of her power." "You know about our maturity?" "I know that a Nekomata doesn't reach full maturity until their tail splits," Naruto admitted with a shrug. "I know that yours hasn't split yet, and it won't for several more years. Once that happens, you'll have full access to your power, right?" Nekomata were a species whose power was locked until they reached a certain stage of maturity, namely, when their tail split in half to make it look like they had two. The time it took for them to reach maturity was different for every Nekomata. Some reached that stage early, while others were late bloomers. Kaneko was only 15 years old. The youngest record of a Nekomata gaining full maturity was 18, so she still had a ways to go. Until then, her body would remain tiny, which was how all Nekomata were. I hadn't realized you knew so much about us, Kaneko said. Well, I know a bit more than most. The truth was that Naruto had been speaking with Kuroka on this matter. Ever since he'd returned, in fact, it was only a matter of time before he and Kaneko took that next step in their relationship, so he wanted to be ready for when that time came. Do you know about our, mating season? Yeah, I know about that, too, Naruto admitted. Oh, Kaneko trailed off. Naruto imagined she must have been feeling awkward now. She couldn't seem to look him in the face, and when she was caught staring at him from the corner of her eye, she'd turn away with a blush. Maybe I should use more tact. You don't have tact. It's never been my strong point. Well, I think we've been out here for a bit too long. Naruto stood up and dusted off his pants. Let's head inside and get cleaned up. We've got a big day today. Right, it was the beginning of summer vacation, and today was the day that he and the rest of Rias's peerage would be going to the underworld. There, they would take part in a series of competitions between the three factions. The event was supposed to be huge, which made sense. This was the first time that all three factions would be gathered like this. Of course, they had gathered for the peace conference, but that had only been with the leaders. Naruto had been informed by Rias that this event was going to play host to the regular citizens from every one faction. That meant it was as much a social event for the people as it was a political one for the three factions. After taking a shower, Naruto went back into his room to get dressed. Rias was already awake. She was already fully dressed. Unlike most days, where she wore her school uniform, today she had elected to wear jeans and a t-shirt that wrapped around her bust like it was elastic. Sandals adorned her feet, and a necklace that Naruto had given her rested against her chest. Oh, good morning, Naruto. She greeted him with a smile. Rias, morning. Naruto walked up behind Rias and slid his arms around her waist. He enjoyed the feeling of his front pressing against her back. On any other occasion, he probably would have ground his crotch against her butt cheeks to elicit a response. It was too bad they didn't have time this morning. Turning around in his arms, Rias gave him a kiss before sliding out of his grip. Smiling, she took his hand and said, "Revel is cooking breakfast right now." I know. I could smell it when I was wandering the hall. Let's not keep her waiting, then. Hurry up and get dressed. Right. Revel was, indeed, cooking breakfast when they entered the kitchen. Humming a small tune to herself, she was making what appeared to be pancakes. Given that sweets were her specialty, it made sense that she would make something sweet for breakfast. That morning, Revel wore a simple pink gown, which swished around her ankles as she moved. It looked a lot like her normal outfit, except it didn't have the same level of ostentatiousness as the other one. This gown was more austere. It had less decorations and frills. She was currently barefoot, her feet padding lightly along the floor, and an apron had been thrown over her dress. Good morning, Naruto-sama, Rias-sama, Revel greeted. Please sit down. Breakfast is almost ready. Kaneko and Irina were already sitting at the table. They were talking about something, though Naruto didn't know what. It looked like Irina had been giggling at something that Kaneko said. However, when he and Rias entered the room, they both clammed up. I wonder what they were talking about. You, maybe. While Rias went over to a chair, Naruto wandered up to Revel. The girl had turned her back to them again. It looked like she was putting the finishing touches on breakfast. Grinning, Naruto wrapped the blonde girl in a hug from behind. Revel squeaked and nearly dropped the pan, but he grabbed it before she could get herself burnt. Naruto-sama. Morning, Revel. Naruto nuzzled his nose against Revel's hair. He paused as a familiar scent hit him. Is that my shampoo? Ah, I was all out, Revel stuttered. Is that a problem? Nah, I like it. Makes me feel like I've marked you somehow. That's not something you should be saying. Revel squawked. Naruto just laughed as he leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. I'm just teasing. Ravel's cheeks looked like they'd caught fire. That's not very nice. Giggling interrupted them. Naruto turned to look at Rias, Irina, and Kaneko. They appeared to have been talking about something, though they ceased talking when they noticed him looking at them. He frowned. They were totally talking about me, weren't they? That is a reasonable assumption. What time are we leaving for the underworld? Irina asked as Naruto unwrapped his arms from around Ravel and sat down in the seat next to Kaneko. We need to be at the station in an hour, Rias said. Do you have everything packed? Irina gave her a nervous smile. Yes, everything's ready. You seem nervous. Ah. Irina's cheeks colored. This is my first time going to the underworld, so. Rias placed a reassuring hand on Irina's, which rested on the table. Don't worry too much. To be honest, the underworld isn't all that different from the human world, except, well, only devils and fallen angels live there. Right. Irina didn't look very reassured. Ravel came over with everyone's breakfast and they began to eat. Naruto noticed that Office wasn't with them, sighed, and then stood up. I'll be right back, he said. I'm just going to get Office. Rias frowned at the mention of Office, but then she nodded. All right, we'll keep a plate warm for you. Thanks, Naruto said as he wandered out of the kitchen. Really, what could that Office be up to? Devil ninja. Office frowned as she stood in front of a large mirror that was about 2 times taller than her. Scattered across her bed were several magazines that she had bought. Most of them were on human fashion and makeup, but a number of them were porn mags. She'd been doing a lot of research into human relationships, mostly because she lived with Naruto, who seemed to epitomize these things called bonds. Office didn't understand them. Thus, she sought to figure out what it was about relationships, about bonds, that made them so desirable. From what she had seen by watching Naruto interact with the other members of this house, relationships seemed to revolve around 3 things: petting, kissing, and sex, not necessarily in that order. Granted, Naruto did other things with everyone. He regularly sparred with Kaneko, Irina, Ravel, and Rias. He also went on dates with everyone but Irina. He helped out around the house. He also liked to spend nights cuddling with everyone in front of the television. However, when it came right down to it, every other activity usually ended with one of those 3 things happening. As a regular recipient to Naruto's head petting, Office understood the pleasure that came from it. She didn't understand why it felt so good. She only knew that it did. However, Office wanted to gain a deeper understanding of Naruto and relationships in general. All of the dating magazines that she had read so far mentioned the pleasures of being intimate with a lover. Apparently, dating, being in love, and having sex were things that healthy people like Naruto did. Office wanted to experience that for herself. Maybe if she understood what made it so desirable, she would understand why she liked Naruto's head petting so much. It would also help her understand Naruto, who intrigued her to no end. That was why, while everyone else sat down for breakfast, she remained holed up in her room, where she had been for the past several weeks. Office looked at her reflection in the full-body mirror. She was small, barely standing at 4 feet. Her long hair, blacker than raven feathers, trailed down her back. Flat-chested, thin arms and legs, she looked like a little girl in grade school. As she studied herself, Office recalled why she had chosen to take on this form. Small bodies were easier to travel in. People also seemed less inclined to impede her when she looked like a child, and girls garnered more sympathy than boys, though there were some people who had tried to kidnap her once or twice. They were dealt with easily enough. According to her magazines, when dating a person, it was important to have the type of body they enjoyed. Some people liked girls with lithe figures, while others liked busty girls. Her current figure was apparently called lowly, which some people seemed to really like. Naruto didn't seem to have a preferred type. Kaneko was a lowly, Rias was tall and busty, and Ravel was somewhere in between. Office didn't know what that meant. Did Naruto not have a type like the magazines had said? Had the magazines lied to her? Office studied her reflection. She was small, a lot smaller than Kaneko, who, despite being small, still looked her age. Frowning, Office made herself a little taller, stopping until she was exactly 20 centimeters taller than Kaneko. She frowned some more. This made her look like a really skinny teenager with long hair. It needs to be curvier. Nodding at her own thoughts, Ophis went about changing her body some more. First, she gave herself breasts. She thought about making them the same size as Rias's, but those didn't look comfortable, and she wanted to have more freedom to move. Big boobs would get in the way. She settled for a chest size that was similar to Irina's. Next she made her hips wider while keeping her waist the same size, giving her what magazines called an hourglass figure. Ophis cupped her breasts and hefted them up. They were heavy. She wondered what people saw in these. Was there some appeal to large breasts that she didn't understand? Letting her hands fall back to her sides, Ophis turned around and studied herself from behind. Her butt hadn't changed much. It was still round and small. She'd read that it was called a bubble butt, though she didn't know what that meant. Her butt didn't look like a bubble. Still, this was supposedly the ideal butt shape. All of the women that Naruto is dating have a butt like this. It was the one constant. Kaneko, Ravel, Rias, they all had a firm, tight backside that was shaped similarly, variations in size notwithstanding. She didn't know if that meant anything, but that was why she was experimenting. Suddenly, the door to her room opened and Naruto walked in. "Hey, Ophis, you about ready to, eh?" Ophis stared at Naruto, who stared back with slowly widening eyes. "I'm sorry," Naruto shouted as he rushed out of the room and slammed the door closed. Within the once more silent room, Ophis's frown became even more prominent. Does he not approve of my new appearance? She wondered, silently cupping her breasts again. Devil ninja. After that embarrassing interlude with Ophis, Naruto had convinced the girl to come downstairs and eat. He'd gotten over his mortification easily enough. However, now he couldn't help but wonder about the little dragon god. Why had she been staring at herself in front of the mirror? Why had she been taller? Why did she have boobs? These were questions without answers. He thought about asking her, but then he thought better of it. Part of him was sure that he'd regret asking. Ophis had changed back into her small form for breakfast. They'd gone into the kitchen and finished eating. Then Naruto and his group grabbed their belongings for the trip and met up with Asia, Issei, and Rainier, and then traveled to the train station. Akano and Kiba were already there when they arrived. Of course, they would have been there sooner, but it took them nearly 20 minutes to convince Gasper to come out of his box. The Hikikomori vampire had been quite adamant on not leaving. It had taken Kaneko having a moment of genius to make Gasper leave. On a side note, Gasper was now wearing a brown paper bag over his head. It had been another one of Kaneko's ideas. According to her, if no one could see his face, he wouldn't be afraid. Her idea, while sounding stupid, appeared to work marvelously. Gasper didn't even seem to realize when he was surrounded by other people on the bus that took them to the station. The train station, as Rias called it, wasn't what Naruto would have called a station. Stations were places where hundreds of thousands of people walked through every day. They were busy, crowded, and filled with no's. In comparison, the station that Rias took them to was practically empty and only had a single train. Also, and this was another thing that had Naruto shaking his head, both the station and the train looked more expensive than most mansions. Nearly 2 times larger and 3 times longer than any train that Naruto had ever seen, the beautifully crafted steam engine was the epitome of opulence. Red and gold swirled together in a choreography of colors. The train shimmered in the light, the surface polished to a shine. Naruto could actually see his reflection on the glittering steel surface, even though he was standing several meters away. Standing in front of the train were 2 familiar figures. Like night and day, the pair couldn't have been more dissimilar. It wasn't just that one of them had wings of a purest white and the others were blacker than a night sky. Azazel looked the same as always. Decked out in a long trench coat and grinning his fool's grin, he seemed to be saying something to a disgruntled and mortified Metatron. Naruto didn't know what they were saying. However, from the redness staining Metatron's cheeks, he guessed it was sexual in nature. Metatron might have been a ninja-obsessed idiot, but he was about as pure as they came. Upon seeing them, Azazel unwrapped his arm from Metatron's shoulder and grinned at the Grimoire group. "Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to see you're all on time. Let's hop on board and get going. It takes a while to reach the underworld, and I want to get there as quickly as we can." "Someone's excited," Naruto mumbled into Rias's ear. Maybe a little too excited, Rias agreed. Ophis, Azazel cried out as if just now seeing the little dragon god. It's lovely to see you again, and in such a cute form, too. This is a vast improvement from the old man you were the last time we met. Ophis regarded Azazel with an expression so blank that Naruto was reminded of someone who'd been slapped in the face with a dead fish. Who are you? She asked after a silent moment of staring. Azazel promptly fell flat on his face. Everyone boarded the train, which was even more extravagant on the inside than the outside. Naruto's feet sank into the plush red carpet as he stepped in, gazing at the dark red walls and the ribbed ceiling. Rather than having several chairs lining the sides like a normal train, there were numerous couches centered around tables. All of them were posh and elegant, the kind he'd expect to see in a ritzy five-star hotel. This place reminded Naruto more of a lounge than the compartment of a train. They split up into their own little groups. Issei and Asia sat together. Rainier dithered behind the two. Occasionally, she would glance at them, bite her lip, and then she'd look away with a huff. Akeno sat as far from Issei as possible. Naruto had the distinct impression that she was trying to avoid even looking in their direction. Naruto sat in the center with Rias, Revel, Kaneko, and Ophis. Irina had wandered over to Issei and Asia, probably to engage her childhood friend in conversation. Rainer's scowl grew more fierce when she saw this. Kiba and Gasper sat with Naruto and his group. As the train took off, Naruto looked at Rias. So, how is this thing going to take us to the underworld? I thought the underworld was in another dimension or something. The train crosses the barrier between the human world and the underworld, Rias explained. There's a gateway that this train passes through, and that gateway is where we've placed a checkpoint that will open the barrier for us to reach the underworld. Huh, neat. Rias raised an eyebrow. You don't sound very excited. Grinning sheepishly, Naruto scratched the back of his head. It's not that. I just thought there might have been a more, interesting explanation. Not everything is going to be exciting, Naruto-sama, Revel chided him as if he were a child. She was sitting next to Kaneko, who, for once, was not using his lap as a chair. He guessed it was because the two girls had been talking about something before he'd asked about the train. Since they had been whispering, he didn't know what their conversation was about. He hoped they weren't talking about him, or if they were, that they were only saying good things. I guess not, he admitted, looking around. This place looked like it could fit over 100 people. This train is kinda big, isn't it? Do we really need this much space? This train belongs to the Grimoire family, Rias said. I'm sure you've noticed by now, but we devils enjoy flaunting our wealth. Devil families are constantly competing with each other, Revel added. We're always trying to one-up one another in displays of strength and prestige. That's one of the reasons raiding games are so popular. It allows us to display our strength to other devils, which increases our prestige in return. Rias nodded. The Grimoire family is also one of the 72 pillars. We're elite, so we like to show that to everyone. That reminded him of the nobles that he'd known in the elemental nations. The daimyos, in particular, seemed intent on displaying how wealthy they were to each other. It was like bragging rights. Naruto didn't get it. I don't understand the need for such things, Ophis said, her bland eyes staring at the opulent interior. If you wanted to travel to the underworld, I can just rip a hole through this dimension. I'd prefer to not have someone I don't fully trust tearing holes through time and space, Rias said dryly. Ophis looked like she wanted to pout. The hours passed idly spent chatting or playing games. Irina, Issei, and Asia eventually joined them in a game of cards. Rainier looked like she wanted to join but was too proud to say so out loud. Akeno stared at the group longingly, as if fighting the urge to come over with them, but then she would look away again. After playing a few games of cards, several members of the group fell asleep. The trip to the underworld apparently took several hours. Naruto didn't know why it took so long, but he also didn't ask. Kaneko and Revel lay side by side on the couch, looking adorable as they slept together. Issei and Asia were leaning against each other on another couch. Rainier had also finally sat down next to them. She would occasionally look at Issei's lap, as if she was contemplating using it as a pillow, and then look away. Gasper had also fallen asleep after Kaneko had chased him all over the carriage. Naruto, Rias, Irina, Ophis, and Kiba found another place to sit, away from the others and by the window. Ophis was sitting on Naruto's lap, having demanded that he pet her. They had already passed through the barrier, which meant that, instead of a vast colorless void, Naruto was staring at a massive plot of land that looked, honestly, not that much different from the human world. There were mountains and plains and cities. The only difference that he could see was the purple sky that spread out over their heads. Naruto had been told that, originally, both day and night had the same sky, but the Four Mouths had changed it so the underworld had a night. This was done because the vast majority of devils were reincarnated humans, and the lack of night messed with their ability to function. We should be arriving at one of the cities in Grimori territory soon, Rias informed Naruto. She was leaning against him, resting her head on his shoulders. A while ago, she and Irina had been speaking animatedly about what the exorcist should expect while in the underworld. Now Irina was staring at the passing scenery like he was. Have you been to the Grimori estate, Kiba? Naruto asked. The last time he'd been to the underworld, he'd not visited the estate but one of the Grimori family's other mansions. He remembered, during that time he'd taken Ravel out into a nearby city and found a nice ramen shop. A few times, Kiba said. We usually travel to the underworld at least once a year, so I've gone every year since I've become a devil. I'm still kind of nervous, Irina admitted, her voice soft. Don't get me wrong, I don't dislike devils, but I'm so used to us being enemies that traveling to the underworld with them is nerve-wracking. I guess that's understandable, Rias said. But you shouldn't think of it like that. If you did, then wouldn't the fact that you've been living with devils for the past few months be even more nerve-wracking? The expression on Irina's face was that of a child who'd just been told the secrets to life. I never thought of it like that. I think it's time we all started thinking like that, Rias said. Irina nodded and went into a thoughtful silence. I wonder where Azazel and Metatron are, Naruto said after a time. I haven't seen them since they greeted us. I expected Azazel, at least, to come in and bother us. They're not on the train, Ophis said with certainty. I think they went on ahead. Rias shifted, moving a little closer and holding his arm. There are other ways to enter the underworld, and I believe that as high-ranking members of their respective societies, they're likely busy dealing with political matters. Makes sense. Naruto nodded. The train eventually pulled into a station and slowed to a stop. A glance out the window revealed dozens, no, hundreds of people standing outside. All of them were staring at the train. Their eyes contained a frightening intensity, a maniacal gleam that made Naruto wonder about their sanity. He would have backed away, but Rias was on his other side. Why are there so many people? Irina asked the question that he wanted to know himself. They're here to see Rias, Kiba said, lips twisting into a sardonic smile. You probably don't know this, but Rias is a popular figure in the underworld. Not only that, but we're in her family's territory. Everyone here is under the protection of the Grimori family, so they know her very well. Huh, so Rias is something of a celebrity, then. Naruto glanced at his blushing girlfriend, whose cheeks reminded him of Fire Hydrant. Not something of a celebrity, Kiba corrected. She is a celebrity. Oh, Naruto, Kiba said, his voice suddenly serious. Yes, be prepared for a lot of hate. Fue. Naruto had absolutely no idea what Kiba meant by that. However, after waking up the others and exiting the train, he soon realized exactly what Kiba was talking about. The moment they exited the train, a great roar went up. Applause echoed across the station like thunder striking the ground. People cheered and whistled. They were going wild. Naruto even saw signs being held aloft, all of which said, "Welcome home, Rias Grimori." In big, bold print. Men wolf whistled and women squealed. Everyone looked at her like she was the second coming of Satan. Naruto walked next to Rias as they stepped down from the station. There was a staircase that was clear of onlookers, and a path was being kept open by several armed devils in armor, which lead to a chariot. Rias-sama, look over here, Rias-sama. You're so beautiful. We love you. People cried out as Rias walked past them. It seemed like everyone had a terrible case of hero worship, or perhaps even an obsession, for his girlfriend. Rias seemed to be more loved than what he believed was natural. Even the Hokage hadn't been this loved. Who is that person standing with her? I don't know, but he does look kinda familiar. I know who he is. He's the one who beat Riser to a pulp. So, he's Riza-sama's new peerage member. They're standing awfully close together, don't you think? Damn bastard. I already want to kill him for standing so close to Riza-sama. Great. These people are jealous and they don't even know who I am. Imagine how much they'll love you once they discover that you and Rias are sharing a bed. Naruto shuddered at Kurama's words. I hope they don't find out for a while. That said, if they try anything, I'll kick their asses. The group entered the chariot that would take them to the Grimoire estate. Sitting with Rias on one side, Revel on the other, Kaneko on his lap, and Ophis glaring at Kaneko from the opposite seat, Naruto consigned himself to a long ride. Devil Ninja. The Grimoire grounds surrounding the estate covered 265 square kilometers of land. It wasn't just a single type of terrain either. The chariot they rode in moved past mountains, plains, forests, and hills. Naruto was impressed, but at the same time, he wondered what they did with all this land. Surely, there had to be some purpose to it. Right. More impressive than the surroundings was the house. As they pulled up to the entrance and exited the chariot, Naruto couldn't help but gawk at the massive mansion, which looked more like a castle to him. Towers jutted into the sky like the spires of a mountain. Grand columns and flying buttresses were the decor of the day. Even the door, which appeared to have been made from an expensive wood that glistened with a polished sheen, looked more costly than an entire pantheon of high-end sports cars. Is this seriously where Rias and her family live? Issei squawked. I mean, I know they're loaded with more money than I've got sperm cells, but this is ridiculous. What are they? Royalty. Yes, Kaneko answered. Rias's family is one of the 72 pillars. That's essentially royalty right there. Didn't you know that? I didn't, Issei confessed. Kaneko deadpanned. Idiot. As two servants held the doors to the estate open, Naruto and the others proceeded inside. Welcome home, Ojo-sama. A choir of maids and butlers chorused. Naruto wanted to rub his eyes. Standing in two single-file lines on either side of a red carpet were several dozen butlers and maids. White and black, frills and slacks, corsets and penguin suits. They stood with their heads bowed in reverence. Their expression, incapable of being hidden, were filled with joy. Yet somehow, each one remained refined, even in their gaiety, as if they could do nothing but show off their pride as servants to the House of Grimoire. Standing in front of them, before the stairs, was none other than Graphia Luciphage, Seer's ex-wife and maid. Rias-sama and her peerage. Graphia bowed to the group. I am pleased to see that you have arrived safely. If you'd follow me, I will show you to your rooms. Graphia didn't give them a chance to respond. She turned on her heel and walked up the stairs, forcing the others to follow, lest they lose sight of her. Naruto and Rias caught up to her first. Unlike the others, who hung back, they walked by her side. Are Mom and Dad home? Rias asked. They currently are not, Graphia answered. They were held up at a meeting with the other leaders of the three-faction alliance. She paused. I believe they are discussing the upcoming event, working out the last details and determining what sort of security will be put in place. That must have been the meeting that Azazel and Metatron were at. Despite one of them being a perverted idiot and the other a ninja-obsessed idiot, both were leaders of their factions. Metatron was an archangel, the voice of God, and Azazel was the leader of the Grigori. Naruto wondered what sort of meeting they were holding. Rooms were split up into 4 groups. Kiba and Gasper were placed in a room together. Akeno and Irina received their own rooms. Issei and Asia were given a room together. Meanwhile, I'm sleeping with Naruto. I also want to sleep with Naruto-sama. Graphia stared at Revel and Kaneko. While Kaneko returned the maid's stare with a bland one of her own, Revel blushed bright red under the cool woman's unwavering gaze. Her head had also caught fire. Naruto thought of using a water jutsu to put it out, but since Revel was a phoenix, he thought better of it. I'm also going to sleep in the same room as Naruto, Ophis announced. The staring switched from Revel and Kaneko to Ophis. Graphia met the infinite dragon god's stare for several seconds, and then blanched. Naruto wondered if she had figured out who Ophis was, or if she merely felt the power that rolled off the little dragon in resonating waves. Naruto said nothing, but that was mostly because he wasn't sure what to say. He was also pretty sure that anything he did say would have somehow made the situation worse. So, even you can learn. That's a harsh thing to say. Rias-sama, Grafia questioned, looking between the three girls, her eyes staring deeply into theirs as if she was contemplating something. Rias eventually sighed and nodded. They can sleep with us. You're the best, Bucho. Thank you very much, Rias-sama. Ophis said nothing, but from the expression on her face, which was lit in a half-smile, Naruto could tell that she was satisfied. Rias merely replied with a wan smile. Devil Ninja. Naruto wasn't sure what to think about their sleeping arrangements, but that was why he left it up to Rias. If she thought that Kaneko, Revel, and Ophis sleeping with them was okay, then it was fine. That said, he wasn't sure how this would work. True, Rias's bed was quite large, stupidly so, but still, was it really all right for all five of them to share a bed? Wouldn't that be awkward? It's fine, Rias said as everyone put away their belongings. Kaneko and I have slept together before. She, myself, and Akino used to have sleepovers all the time. We'd sleep in the same bed back then, too. Were you naked during those times too? Of course I was. You know I hate sleeping with clothes on. Despite trying to stop himself, Naruto ended up picturing a younger Rias and Kaneko sleeping naked together. It wasn't that stimulating. Actually, it was pretty gross. He blanched. Rias looked at his face and snorted as if she knew what he was thinking. A little ways behind them, Kaneko and Revel were chatting as they put their clothes away. Well, it was more like Kaneko was teasing Revel, whose luminescent blush could have been seen, even from far away. Naruto could actually feel the heat from her blush. As for what they were talking about, do you think a threesome or an orgy would be better? What the heck are you saying? I'm just asking how you'd like your first time to be. Don't say things like that. And I wouldn't want my first time to be either of those. Naruto rubbed his face. Maybe it was just him, but Kaneko had been getting a bit more lewd. Her jokes were becoming more crass as time went on. He wondered if something was up. He was tempted to ask. However, he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Someone grabbing at his sleeve made him look down. Ophis, who'd been unobtrusively walking beside him, was staring at him with a bland expression. White hair is talking about sex, right? Kaneko stopped arguing with Revel to stare at Ophis. Who are you calling white hair? Naruto didn't know how to respond to Ophis's question, but since he was sure she already knew what sex was, he guessed it was best to be honest. Yes, she is. I see. Ophis went silent. Naruto waited for a moment to see if she would say more. When she didn't, Naruto looked up at Rias, who spotted his questioning glance and shrugged. She didn't know what was up either, apparently. After they had packed everything away, Grafia returned and asked them to follow her. It seemed Rias's family had returned from the meeting and wished to have tea with them. They met up with the others and were then led into a large room that, like all of the other rooms, held an appearance that was beyond exorbitant. It was about the same size as his old apartment. The soft carpet was like a pillow under their feet as they walked across the room. Walls decorated with expensive artwork, stained glass windows, and bookshelves filled with tomes made the place feel like an extremely rich snob's library. There were two people sitting at a small table with 4 chairs. Naruto recognized them from the dinner after their raiding game with Riser Phoenix. One of them was a man with red hair like Rias, a trimmed goatee, and a refined aura. The other, a beautiful woman who could have been Rias's older sister, sat with a calming yet somehow mischievous aura. Rias, the man greeted, standing up and giving Rias a hug. It's been a long time since we've seen you. Ah, I've missed you so much. Dad. A flustered Rias squirmed in her father's grip. Not in front of my peerage. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. They can give me a hug, too. Dad. While Rias's old man laughed, her mother stood up and graced Naruto with a smile. Naruto. Venelana greeted. It has been a long time since we've last seen each other. You're looking well. Naruto, for the first time in a while, wasn't sure what to do. It seemed as if he was being singled out for some reason. Was it because he was dating Rias? That had to be it. He hoped she wasn't upset with him. Thank you. Grimori-sama. Venelana's lips twitched. Was she grinning? Why are you being so formal? I would much prefer it if you called me Mom. Mother. Venelana gave them a beatific smile. After having their fun at their daughter's expense, Rias's parents bade her and Naruto to sit down. It wasn't until this moment that Naruto realized what he thought this was. He sort of hoped it wasn't that, though. The last thing he needed was her parents butting into his and Rias's relationship. Of course, they are her parents, so maybe they're just worried. They're devils, Naruto. Do you really think they'd be worried like normal parents? Well, I guess not. Still, I can hope, right? To be young and delusional. We're very glad that you could come all this way, Rias, dear, Venelana said. Especially because we have so much to discuss. Indeed. Rias's father, who introduced himself as Zeodicus Grimori, nodded. In particular, your mother and I wanted to discuss your plans for the future. Sitting beside Naruto, Rias twitched. My plans for the future? You mean you want to know whether or not Naruto and I plan on getting married, don't you? That's what this is really about, isn't it? Venelana and Zeodicus looked at each other, and Naruto felt like he could see the chakra churning through their bodies. He wanted to groan. Did they really think they could get away with this and not expect Rias to figure out what they were doing? Their act was so blatantly obvious that even he knew what they were doing, and he was about as dense as people came when it involved matters like this. I'll second that. Shush you. We weren't thinking about that at all, Zeodicus said. Venelana gave her daughter a charming smile. Though now that you've mentioned it, how are the two of you getting along? Rias glared at the two. We are getting along just fine. We also don't need you butting in. I sense a catfight. So do I. Rias, dear, there's no need to get upset. We're merely asking our daughter about her relationship with the man that she is seeing. Surely, there is nothing wrong with that. Naruto could already see how this would go down. Venelana and Zeodicus were going to double-team Rias until she grew tired, frustrated, or flustered, and then they would turn their attention on him. He was sure they'd try and do something stupid like ask when he planned to propose. From his understanding, marriage, or rather, the union between a man and a woman that would create a strong devil child, was an important component to their society. It was well documented that devils did not produce children easily. Indeed, the ratio between the number of devil children being produced over human children was about 10,000 to 1. Of course, this was for pureblood devils. Half-breeds, or rather, children born from reincarnated devils, were more common. Knowing that this was about marriage and children, Naruto sought to head it off. If our family were any other family, and you two regular parents, there would not be a problem. But I know how you two are, and I know what you're trying to achieve. Naruto and I will advance our relationship at our own pace, Rias said before Naruto could even open his mouth. A stare-down took place between Rias and her two parents, though it seemed as if Rias was the only one taking it seriously. Venelana and Zeodicus seemed more amused than confrontational. The rest of Rias's peerage shifted behind them. Naruto imagined they were all uncomfortable being present for this conversation. He did have to wonder why they'd moved into such a heavy topic so soon. Were they attempting to catch Rias off guard? Perhaps you should calm down, Rias, Zeodicus said. I am perfectly calm. Rias scowled. Venelana frowned at her daughter. Do not take that tone right now, Rias Grimori. You might not realize it, but thanks to what happened with Riser Phoenix, our standing in the underworld has taken a nosedive. What? Rias leaned back as if struck. Venelana, Zeodicus said, a tone of warning in his voice. The tone went unheeded. While no one has been able to say anything against you, since you did win the rating game, the truth is that many people are questioning our decision to let you have your way. My husband and I no longer have the clout that we used to thanks to the other pillar's loss of confidence in us. Even your brother has taken hits lately. Sirzex has. I know that you wish to control who, how, and when you marry. However, the fact is that we're now in a precarious position. You have to understand, Rias, we're on your side. We want what is best for you. We want you to be happy. At the same time, politics are forcing you to take a proactive approach in your daughter's relationship, Rias finished. Yes. Venelana nodded. Rias's shoulders slumped. Her face took on an exhausted appearance, as if she'd been run ragged for several months. I understand. I'm sorry for snapping at you. While Zeodicus looked stunned, as if he'd not expected his headstrong daughter to apologize, Venelana nodded in what seemed like satisfaction. So long as you understand. Now then, why don't you tell us how you and Naruto are getting along? Conversation became a lot more relaxed after Rias calmed down. Naruto still felt awkward, however, as he was just quietly sitting there while Rias spoke. He wanted to say something as well. To add, his problem was that he really didn't know what to say. His girlfriend also seemed much more adept at explaining the situation than he was. Behind him, Naruto finally heard Issei speak up. So, can anyone tell me what that was all about? Ah, good old Issei, asking the question that I wanted to ask. Surprisingly, it was Akeno who answered him. A union between two households is a powerful political tool. It's a common practice for two pureblood devils of a powerful household to get married, such as the union between Lord and Lady Grimori. It's even more of a powerful tool when a child is conceived as a result. Oh, Issei seemed unsure of what to say. Naruto didn't blame him. The poor guy must have been conflicted speaking to his ex. Consequently, because Naruto-san is a reincarnated devil, there are even more issues. Of course, most of these have been swept aside thanks to how he utterly destroyed Riser Phoenix. I wouldn't say he destroyed my brother, Revel mumbled. Akeno ignored her. Unfortunately, if Lord and Lady Grimori wish to be seen as strong leaders among their kind, then they need to be seen as taking a more active hand in Rias's nuptials, especially since they were the ones who originally arranged the marriage between Riser and Rias. I'm not sure I understand, Asia said softly enough that Naruto almost missed her speaking. She means that it needs to seem as if Lord and Lady Grimori were the ones who got Naruto-sama and Rias-sama together. It will make it seem as if that was their plan all along. This will make their standing within Devil Society rise again, Revel explained. That sounds really complicated. Naruto didn't say anything, because he was still sitting quietly and trying his best not to squirm, but he totally agreed with Issei's assessment. Life is complicated, Kaneko added, mirroring Naruto's thoughts perfectly. Devil Ninja. After having tea with Rias's parents, the group had gone to take a dip in the Grimori family's hot springs. Like the rest of the mansion, the hot springs were designed to showcase the family's wealth. Built like a Greek bathhouse, the space was filled with Corinthian columns and floral designs along the wall. Naturally, the men and women's sides were separated. There were two people already in the men's side of the hot spring when Naruto and the others arrived. They sat slightly apart, one of them relaxing with a saucer of sake in one hand and the other frowning moodily at the sake drinking one. Azazel-sensei, Issei gawked. Metatron, Naruto sighed. Ah, Ninja-sama. Metatron's demeanor brightened as he greeted Naruto with a reverent smile. Come in. Let us partake in the act of skinship. Please don't say something that could be so easily misleading, Naruto mumbled as he nonetheless waded into the water. I'm guessing your meeting is over. Yep, Azazel said as Kiba, Issei, and Gasper also sat down. Naruto noted with wry amusement that Gasper was still wearing a bag over his head. The meeting ended about an hour ago. We returned with Zeodicus and Searzex. Searzex is here, Kiba asked. Azazel shook his head. Searzex had to leave immediately after because he got an important call from Beelzebub. Anyway, after everyone is done in the hot springs, I can tell you what the plan is going onwards. You mean for the three factions competition? Naruto asked. That, too, but also what we're going to be doing. Ninja-sama, Ninja-sama. Naruto sighed. Yes, Metatron, what is it? Let me scrub your back, Metatron said seriously. As he gave the ninja-obsessed angel a flat stare, Naruto realized something important that day. Metatron was a complete idiot. Devil Ninja. Once everyone had their fill of the hot springs, they adjourned to one of the many sitting rooms. Naruto sat with Kaneko, Revel, and Rias on a large couch. Issei and Asia had taken the other couch with Kiba and Gasper sitting on either end. Irina didn't seem to know where she should sit, so she had opted to stand. Rainier had, for a time, looked at the spot right next to Issei, but then she huffed and moved to stand behind the couch. Meanwhile, Akeno sat on a chair further away from the others. Azazel and Metatron stood apart from each other, but it was clear that both of them were going to offer up their opinions. Ophis had gone missing. Naruto didn't know where she was, but he wasn't worried. She was too powerful for something to happen to her. I'm sure you all know by now that the original plan for this trip was going to be a gathering of young devils, Azazel began. That's been changed since the three-faction alliance has decided to make this an event that brings all of us closer together. Instead of being a gathering of young devils, it's become a gathering of the brightest and most promising members from all three factions. Metatron picked up where Azazel left off. Tomorrow, all of you will be traveling to Lilith, the capital city here in the underworld. There, you'll be introduced to the leaders of the three factions and the people who are going to become your peers. The idea here is to foster and promote friendship between the three factions, particularly the youngest members, who lack the inborn hatred for each other that many of the older generation has. It was a good idea. Getting rid of the hatred between the three factions wasn't as simple as deciding to form an alliance. Old hatreds didn't die that easily. Enmity could never truly be erased after such a long and bitter struggle. Therefore, the easiest way to bridge the gap, so to speak, was for the young people, those who hadn't lived through the bitter wars that led to the current state of affairs, to come together and form alliances and friendships. It was politicking at its finest. Rias was nodding along with their words, and Naruto realized that she already knew what was going on. This must have been part of what she had been planning. Knowing her, she had probably been staying up late every night trying to find the most efficient method of fostering friendships between the factions. She's doing her best to help her brother achieve his dream. Naruto hadn't spoken with Sirzex in a while, but he knew that the Mao's biggest goal was to finally end the hatred between the angels, devils, and the fallen. It was the goal that he'd been working toward for the past 50 years or so. Even though she complained, Rias always worked hard to help her brother further his goals. "Who is going to be at this gathering?" asked Issei. "There are numerous people from all three factions who will be there," Azazel answered. "On the devil's side, there's Diodora Astaroth, Seekvera Agaras, Saraorg Baal, Zephyr Glacia Labelas, and Sona Citri." "That's a ridiculous name," Naruto muttered. "Who the hell would want such a long name?" "Shush," Rias hushed him, tapping on his thigh. "The angels only have 3 people participating in the competition," Metatron admitted. "Angelus, Israel, and Rule. They're currently the only new generation of angels who have a full set of brave saints. Unlike the devils, who'd been capable of reincarnating humans for centuries thanks to Beelzebub, and the fallen, who regained their ranks every time an angel fell from grace, the angels were the only faction that had been losing members. This was because angels didn't have reincarnation, and without God's power and grace, it was impossible to create new angels. Every time an angel fell, they lost another member. Every time an angel died, they were unable to be replaced. Until Beelzebub helped them create the Brave Saint system, which could be used to reincarnate humans as angels, the angel faction had been steadily losing ground. If things had continued as they had, the angels would have been the first of the 3 factions to go extinct. "What about the fallen side?" asked Ravel. "Who's coming?" "We have 4 fallen angels coming with their legions," Azazel told them. "Buer, Gomeri, Lix Tetrax, and Mastma. Most of them are good kids. The only one you'll really need to worry about is Mastma. He's a bit of a hothead, that one." It looked like there were a lot of people attending. Naruto imagined that with 12 different peerages showing up, this was going to be a fairly large event, especially if most of the people attending had a full peerage. Evil Pieces had a total of 16 peerage members. Brave Saints had 13. Azazel hadn't named his system yet, but it apparently also had 13 members to it. This meant that if everyone minus Rias's peerage, which only had 8 members, had a full peerage, they would have 142 people with just them. That wasn't including the leaders who would show up, the nobles who'd come to politic, or the citizens who would arrive to partake in whatever festivities were to be had. "What can you tell us about the people from the Angel and Fallen faction?" asked Rias. "We actually can't tell you anything other than what we've already told you," Azazel said. "Part of our goal in all this is to foster friendships. We're hoping that by going in blind, everyone will be on equal footing. This will be important since the people we want you to make friends with are going to be young and prideful." Metatron-sama, none of the angels you mentioned sound familiar to me," Irina said. "That's because they're relatively new to this world," Metatron told her. All of them are 15 or 16 years old, like you. I thought new angels couldn't be born, Rias said. Metatron shook his head. New angels cannot be made. God is the only one who can create angels. However, thanks to Michael Sama, it is possible for angels to give birth to children via natural reproduction. I thought sex was a sin, Naruto muttered. That is not quite true, Ninja Sama. Metatron raised his pointer finger as if emphasizing his point. Lust is a sin. However, sex in and of itself is not. The problem is that birthing an angel requires both parties to be at complete peace while the process is happening. If they are not, if they feel lust, then not only will both angels become fallen, but their child will be born a fallen as well. Huh. Naruto thought about that for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Yeah, I can see how that would work, I think. Sounds like a pain, though. It is quite difficult, Metatron agreed. That is at least half of the reason we angels do not have many children. The 3 who are going to the gathering are the first 3 children we've had in over 200 years because angels kept falling during the process. That was a long time, like, a really long time. Naruto couldn't even imagine 200 years. Hearing that a group of individuals hadn't been able to produce kids in that long sounded ridiculous. Azazel clapped his hands. Anyway, now that you know what the plan is, you're all free to do whatever you want for the rest of the day. Just be sure to get a good night's sleep. We'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon. Devil Ninja. Everyone woke up early the next morning and, after getting dressed and eating a light breakfast, they were taken to the chariot that would drive them to the train station. Fortunately, there were no fans to greet them this time. Once they had boarded the train, Naruto, who was tenderly scratching Kaniko's cat ears while she sat with her head in his lap, asked Rias a question that had been bugging him since they entered the underworld. Why the hell do devils use trains so much? Rias shifted in her seat. Sitting next to her, Ravel peered at Kaniko with envious eyes. Ophis, who appeared to be reading a magazine he didn't know what it was about, glanced up before she went back to her reading. It's because they're convenient, mostly, Rias admitted. Of course, we do have the ability to warp from place to place, but warping into another person's home, or to a political function, is considered bad manners. So it's frowned upon. Yes, but there are also more practical reasons. Rias paused. Trains are easy to maintain and they don't cost much to build. It's also much easier to build railways than it is to build roadways. This is especially true for traveling through the entire underworld. We do have other modes of transportation, Ravel added, tearing her eyes away from the purring Kaniko. But all of them are only city-wide. For example, we have subways similar to the ones in Japan, and we also have light rails that travel through most parts of our cities. Most people also can't afford something like a car, Rias continued. The underworld doesn't have the same resources that the human world has. In fact, one of the reasons for the continued fighting between devils and the fallen was because of the underworld's distinct lack of natural resources. Huh, Naruto mumbled as Ravel huffed, stood up, and walked up to them. I didn't realize natural resources were a problem. They're always a problem, Rias said. Even in the human world. Naruto didn't dispute that. Humans people were always fighting over resources, even when they didn't necessarily need them. Greed was a well-known human trait. Hey, scoot your head over, Ravel said to Kaniko. Kaniko looked up, and then immediately placed her head back on Naruto's lap. Don't wanna. Ravel's face turned red. I want to sit, I want to do that too. Then you should have gotten here first. Ravel seemed moments away from erupting. Naruto wondered if he should do something, like, try to find a compromise or whatever. Fortunately or unfortunately Ophis chose that moment to close her magazine, which disappeared into a distortion within the air. She then stood up and, without ceremony, shoved Kaniko off of his lap and sat down. Pet me, she demanded. From the petulant expression on her face, she seemed to be stewing over something. Naruto might have said something, but Kaniko and Ravel chose that moment to talk over him. What do you think you're doing? Ravel screamed. Get off Naruto, lap stealer, Kaniko said with accusing eyes. No, Ophis was quite decisive. Thus came the argument. Get off Naruto-sama right now. No, I'm gonna shove your head in a toilet. I'll warp you to the void. I'll fry you. Naruto was petting me. I don't care. As the argument swiftly devolved into one that appeared minutes away from becoming a fist fight, Naruto, feeling quite helpless, looked at Rias for advice. Her smirk told him all he needed to know. You brought this on yourself, she said, causing his shoulders to slump. Life was so unfair sometimes. Devil Ninja, Lilith, the capital of the underworld, was a metropolis that could have rivaled the greatest cities in the human world. Skyscrapers towered over the land. Highways with trains and monorail systems flowed between buildings. At ground level, smaller buildings that were no less impressive in how modern they appeared dotted the landscape. If Naruto hadn't known any better, he would have said this place was just another human city. Of course, human cities did not have people flying through the air on black wings. After getting off the train, they were taken the rest of the way in a carriage that had been waiting for them, though it wasn't actually a carriage, but an expensive limousine. For some reason, the devils just called it a carriage. He guessed it was because they were an old-fashioned bunch. They must use limos for important functions like this. Probably. It's most likely the Grimoire family's personal limo. I bet they're letting us use it as a means of showing off. That wouldn't surprise me. The place where they were being taken to was a massive skyscraper in the city's epicenter. It was easily the largest building there, a gleaming tower of steel and glass, which rose so high it looked like it could pierce the sky. Naruto was reminded of the skyscrapers in the human world. This had such a modern look that he almost couldn't believe it had been built in the underworld. Then again, I wasn't really sure what I should have expected from the underworld. Their limousine drove them to a small garage, which had an elevator that all of them stepped into. Naruto noted with no small amount of shock that even elevators here were massive. The doors to the elevator opened, revealing an expansive hallway with soft carpet and cream walls. Columns lined the wall at even intervals, and between those columns was a work of art. Naruto was amused to notice that all of the art looked like demonic replicas of human artwork. One of them even looked like the Mona Lisa, except she had horns and black wings. At the end of the hallway was a set of double doors, which were being guarded by one devil, and one guards opened the doors for Rias and her group. Naruto, standing at the front, his arm linked with Rias, walked past the guards and strolled inside. An expansive room opened up before them. It wasn't just large, it was gargantuan. Naruto couldn't begin to guess its size, but he judged the room to be at least several times larger than any room in his Japanese-style mansion back home. White marble tiles lined the floor. Intricate designs swirled inside of the tiles. A mosaic decorated the roof, colorful swirls and patterns that had little rhyme or reason to them but were nonetheless aesthetically appealing. There were already a lot of people present, some angels, some devils, and some fallen. It was a mixed group, that was for sure. Of course, calling it mixed was a misnomer as well, for it implied that the three factions were mixing, which they were not. There was a clear division between the three. It seemed no one was willing to bridge the gap, despite their leaders agreeing to form an alliance. Naruto leaned over to whisper into Rias's ear. It seems kind of tense in here, doesn't it? That's to be expected, Rias whispered back. We may have agreed to become allies, but just because we decided to form alliance doesn't automatically make us friends. It's going to take a lot more work for that to happen. Even though Rias said this as if it was to be expected, Naruto sensed the disappointment in her tone. Rias had been spending over a month preparing for this. She'd been working every night to help her brother with this alliance. It must have been disappointing to see that, in spite of all the work she'd put into helping her brother, the devil, angel, and fallen factions weren't willing to extend each other an olive branch. In that case, perhaps we should make a few rounds, Naruto suggested. The smile that Rias gave him told Naruto that he'd said the right thing. I was thinking the exact same thing. Naruto and Rias turned to the others. I'd like all of you to go out and mingle, Rias said. If possible, please try and make the fallen and angel factions feel at ease. I guess we don't much choice, Kiba said, smiling. I'll do what I can to smooth things over on the fallen side. I can speak to some of the angels, Irina said. I'll tell them that devils aren't bad people. Issei, Rias said, since you're closer to Azazel than the rest of us, why don't you and Asia go with Kiba? Rainier can go with you. Don't treat me like an afterthought, Rainier snapped. I'm going with you too, Kaneko said, to which Rias merely shrugged and agreed. I would also like to go with Naruto-sama and Rias-sama. I can help you too, Revel said. I'm going to get some food, Ophis determined as she walked off. Naruto noticed, with mixed emotions, that the magazine she'd been reading on the train was now tucked underneath her arm. Well, Rias started, shall we go? Wait. Revel stopped them. Naruto and Rias looked at her. Blushing, Revel walked up to his other side and linked her arm with his free arm. Oh okay, now we can go. Right. Naruto took a deep breath. Let's go. With Rias acting as their guide, and Revel providing whispered commentary to him, Naruto began learning the ins and outs of who was who in the devil world. There were quite a few noble families, although few of those families belonged to the 72 pillars, which were the pinnacle of devil nobility. That said, many of these devils were influential. One thing that Naruto found awkward was how many of these devils wanted to speak with him. They would jabber on and on about this or that, asking for his opinion on matters and issues that Naruto knew nothing about. Most of them seemed to believe that he was a political savant of some kind. They certainly acted like it, or maybe they were trying to trip him up. That was also a possibility. It's because you defeated my brother, Revel said quietly while Rias spoke with an older devil couple, who'd been introduced as Marquis Duvant and his wife. I don't want to brag, but Riser was in the top 10 percentile in rating games. He was a strong contender with one of the best peerages. He's also a Phoenix, which means he's stronger than most. The fact that you defeated him is huge. Is that so? I hadn't realized it was such a big deal. It wouldn't be if you were a well-known devil, Revel admitted. The reason it's so huge is because you're a complete unknown. Nobody even knows who you are, yet you suddenly came sweeping into the rating game, a newly reincarnated devil, and devastated my brother and his peerage like they were nothing. I think the reason everyone wants to talk to me is because I have such a pretty girl on my arm, Naruto admitted. Chew. Revel's face burst into flames. Naruto would have laughed, but at that moment, loud shouts disrupted the festivities. How dare you! You lousy fallen prick! You've made me spill my drink. It's not my fault you're a klutz. You should stop bumping into people. Bumping into people? You're the one who bumped into me. Two people were arguing, a devil and a fallen angel. The devil had dark tan skin and spiky green hair. Tattoo designs swirled around his face, and it looked like they extended past his neck. His black and yellow shirt matched his pants, which had ornaments on it that jingled as he moved. The fallen angel that the devil was arguing with had all black clothes, wore a trench coat with a high collar, and had long black hair and equally black eyes. Both of them looked like delinquents. This is why I hate you fallen fucks. You're all a bunch of cowards who won't take responsibility for their actions. Ha, that's rich coming from devil scum like you. You want a fucking piece of me? Bring it on, you little devil bitch. Excuse me, a lilting yet petrified voice said, stopping the argument in its tracks. A girl had appeared before them. Her long blonde hair was curly and reminded Naruto of honey. Blue eyes that were like the sky peered timidly from beneath several bangs. She wore all white. Her robes were pristine, as if to emphasize this girl's purity. What do you want? The devil asked, his tone rude and his sneer ugly. I suggest you get lost, angel trash, the fallen one snarled. The poor angel girl cowed as she was put down by the two. Naruto scowled. He'd met a lot of rude people, but these two were the kind of douche-nozzles that deserved an ass-kicking. The devil is Zephyr Glacia Labelas, Rias informed Naruto before he could ask. I see, and I'm guessing that the fallen he's arguing with is Masma. He certainly sounds like the hot-headed firebrand that Azazel made him out to be. The angel, I think she must be Angelus. Should we step in? Asked Kaneko. It was the first time she'd spoken in a while. Naruto turned and noticed that, sometime while he'd been talking with nobles, she'd grabbed something to eat dango, it looked like. There's no need, Rias said. Someone is already about to intervene. A handsome man with black hair and violet eyes had stepped up to the group, placing a comforting hand on Angelus's shoulder. Saraord Bale. He stared at the two arguing teens. One thing that stood out the most to Naruto was his build. He was incredibly muscular, but it wasn't the hereditary type of muscles that most devils had. Naruto could tell from the way they flexed as he moved that this guy had undergone intense physical training. Maybe he had a trainer like Maida Guy. If that was the case, he'd be wearing green spandex. Naruto grinned as Kurama snorted with laughter, and then turned his attention back to the confrontation. I don't know the reason you two are fighting, Saraorg said, his voice calm and measured. However, don't you think you two are acting a little childish, quibbling like this during an important political event? Childish, Zephyr scowled. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm just another attendee at this function, like you, Saraorg said. But unlike you, I don't want my chance to meet new people ruined. If you two have a dispute to settle, that's fine, but settle it after this party is over. Zephyr and Masma looked like they were going to argue, but at that exact moment, the air suddenly became dense. Even from a distance, Naruto could feel it. The air around Saraorg was warping, distorting. Sweat poured from the two who'd been arguing. Oddly enough, Angelus seemed unaffected. Whatever, Masma glowered. This isn't over yet, but I'm not gonna be a jerk off like this idiot. I should be the one saying that. Zephyr snapped. The two separated and wandered off. Saraorg stared at them, as if making sure they wouldn't pick up their argument again, and then addressed the female angel, Angelus. Are you all right? Oh, yes, I am fine. Angelus beamed at Saraorg. Thank you for that. I wanted to make them stop, but I'm not sure how to stop a dispute between fallen and devils. Saraorg blushed and laughed at the same time. You just gotta be firm with them is all. Show them that they can't push you around and they'll back down. Yes, I'll take that to heart, Angelus said. Angelus-sama. 13 people ran up to Angelus. Their expressions ranged from worried to indignant. Naruto guessed they were Angelus's brave saints. Angelus-sama, are you okay? A young boy asked. He couldn't have been older than 10 or 12. With unruly black hair and two different colored eyes, both of which were really large, he reminded Naruto of a puppy. He could even imagine a tail wagging behind the boy. Smiling, Angelus placed a hand on the boy's head and ruffled his hair. Oh, yes, I am fine. Thank you for your concern. The boy blushed. Looking down at his toes, he mumbled, "You're welcome." Naruto wandered up to the gathering alongside Rias, Revel, and Kaneko. Upon seeing them, Saraorg's expression brightened. Rias, I thought you'd be here. I haven't seen you since the party celebrating the cancellation of your wedding with Riser. Still attached to Naruto's arm, Rias smiled. Yes, well, I don't spend much time in the underworld these days. I'm aware. Saraorg grinned before looking at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, you look like you've gotten stronger. More like I've regained some of my former strength, Naruto said, grinning. Perhaps you and I will find ourselves facing each other in the upcoming tournament. I'd love to test my strength against a worthy opponent. He, so would I. The two grinned as the air around them gained figurative sparks. Naruto could feel his competitive spirit, which had been dormant for a long time now, begin burning. He wanted to fight this person. As the two chuckled in a manner that was quite eerie, Rias turned to Angelus. I hope you've been enjoying the party so far. Fue, came the intelligent response. Devil Ninja. The party lasted until well past midnight. Naruto, Rias, Revel, Kaneko, and the others spent that time mingling. They spoke with nobles on the devil's side, archangels from the angel faction, and leaders of the Grigori. They traded conversation with their peers, and did their best to foster goodwill between the three factions. Saraorg was a huge help in this regard, perhaps because his own opinions and desires matched those of Rias and Sirzex. He seemed to hit it off with Angelus, and because Angelus approved of him, her peerage did too. That said, Naruto did remember seeing the youngest of her brave saints giving Saraorg the stink eye. Naruto, Rias, and Revel met with the other devils, fallen, and angels who would be competing in the tournament. This included Bor, Gomeri, and Lix Tetrax. Bor was a quiet individual who enjoyed studying more than talking. They'd barely gotten his nose out of his book for 5 seconds before he started reading again. His peerage had been much more talkative and apologized on his behalf. Gomeri and Lix Tetrax were more personable, though Lix's grave personality was contradictory to her tiny stature. Israel and Rule seemed like nice people, though Israel appeared, much like Buer, to be a deeper thinker at least until he opened his mouth and said something stupid. When he mentioned how fish was relevant in the Bible, Naruto realized that he was just an airhead. Rule was very kind, speaking with a friendly and open personality, but he also looked quite frail. His posture had been slumped, as if he was weighed down by an unbearable weight, and his sickly pallor made one think he was suffering from a debilitating disease. Naruto didn't know what the angels were thinking in letting him compete in a tournament. However, he hoped the angel would be okay. Kaneko remained by their side while they mingled. She didn't speak much. Naruto learned that her reason for this was because she was neither a noble nor did she have what nobles considered a noteworthy reputation. Unlike Naruto, who had defeated Riser Phoenix, Issei who was the wielder of the boosted gear, Akeno who was Rias's queen, and Kiba who could get by on good looks alone, Kaneko was considered an unnoticeable presence, someone who was just there. Naruto didn't like that. He vowed to speak with Rias about allowing Kaneko more time in the spotlight during the upcoming tournament. He wanted everyone to know how awesome and powerful his sort of but not yet girlfriend was. Thinking of his relationships made Naruto remember how Ophis had practically ignored everyone. Several people had tried to talk her, whether because they knew who she was or they thought she was cute he didn't know, and she'd told each of them to shut up because she was eating. After she'd had her fill, she wandered over to Naruto and demanded that they leave because she was bored. Of course, they couldn't leave, so Naruto had been forced to keep her busy by holding her hand the rest of the time. Revel had not been pleased. Later that night, after the party, Naruto and the others returned home. While Asia and Issei went into their own room with Rainier, who, as Issei's slave, was not allowed to leave his side, he and his party went into their room. Naruto was already in his pajamas. He normally didn't wear pajamas or any form of clothing when he went to bed these days. However, Revel, Ophis, and Kaneko were going to be sleeping with him and Rias, apparently. It had been decided that he should remain fully clothed. This decision was unanimous between Rias and himself. I don't think they're ready for that sort of progression, especially Revel, Rias had said when he asked about it. And to be honest, I'm not really ready for you to take that next step with them either. Naruto had conceded her point. Sitting on the bed, Naruto waited for the others to get dressed. He was decked out in his old pajamas, orange jammy pants and a white shirt. It was too bad he didn't have his old frog cap, but that had been lost when Konoha was destroyed by Nagato. "Hey, you," Kaneko said as she walked into the room from the attached restroom. "You look like you're thinking deep thoughts." "Not particularly," Naruto said. "I was just thinking about how cute you look in those pajamas." Kaneko was wearing pink pajama shorts that showed off a good portion of her tight, little bubble butt. They wrapped around her tush so tightly they might as well have been painted on. There was also a hole in the back, from which her tail sprouted out. Her spaghetti strap shirt dangled off her shoulders, lending her a cute but sensual appearance. That, on top of her cat ears, made for an appealing sight. "I'm glad you like it, Nya," Kaneko said as she crawled onto the bed. "I wore these for you." "Is that so? You look really cute." Kaneko continued to crawl forward until she was directly in front of Naruto, and then she kept crawling forward still, placing her hands on his shoulders and pushing him down with her rook strength. Naruto fell backwards onto the bed. Kaneko laid flat against him, slowly nuzzling her chest. Reaching up, Naruto stroked her cat ears, which elicited a light purring from the Nekomata devil hybrid. "I see you two are enjoying yourselves," Rias said as she and Revel entered the room. Rias was wearing a see-through nightgown. She normally slept naked, and Naruto could tell from the tension in her cheeks that she didn't like being forced to confine herself. On the other hand, Revel seemed at home in her pink, long-sleeved, frilly shirt and pants. "We're having a very good time, Nya," Kaneko's speech slipped, though she didn't seem to care. "I'm glad to see that, but I think it's time we all got to bed." "We've got a big week starting tomorrow," Rias said. Everyone was about to climb onto the bed when Revel paused. "I just realized something." "What is it, Revel?" asked Rias. "There are 4 of us. You, me, Kaneko, and Ophis." "Yes," Rias said, seemingly not getting the point. "Who gets to sleep closest to Naruto-sama?" There was a poignant pause. Naruto felt the hairs on his arms and neck prickle. He didn't know how. but he could somehow sense the tension that had suddenly settled over the room like a thick, cloying fog. The girls were all staring at each other, their expressions morphing into one filled with competitive spirit. "I think we can decide this in a calm and logical manner," Rias said at last. "I agree," Ravel added. "Bring it." Kaneko had already grabbed 2 pillows. A heavy silence passed through the room. Then, like Emi Oshiro firing a broken noble phantasm from his bow, the 3 burst into action. Pillows flew every as the girls began beating each other senseless with them. Naruto watched, wondering if he should step in. It actually looked fun, and judging by the smiles on the girls' faces, they were having a blast. At the same time, they were competing for something that he couldn't compete for. It was a conundrum that he didn't know how to solve. "What are they fighting over?" Ophis asked as she next to him on the bed. "They're fighting over who gets to sleep next to me." He turned to look at her. "When did you get here?" "Just now." "Huh." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "So, are you going to go to sleep?" "I don't sleep." "Oh, then why did you want to sleep with me?" Ophis shrugged. "Everyone else was doing it." "I see." That Ophis, she really knew how to hop on the bandwagon, Naruto determined silently. In the spacious room, pillows would continue to fly for quite some time. Devil Ninja. It had taken nearly an hour for Rias to win the pillow fight. She'd done so by letting Ravel and Kaneko wear each other out, and then attack them while they were exhausted. The two had pouted, but since Rias was the one letting them sleep in the same bed as Naruto, they conceded. It wasn't like it mattered anyway. Naruto had already gone to sleep by the time they finished, and Ophis had stolen the other free spot. The next morning, everyone woke up and went down to the breakfast room at Graphia's behest. Apparently, the Grimoire estate had a room for each meal, one for breakfast, another for lunch, and then one for dinner, and even rooms for snack times. Naruto thought it was excessive, but he didn't say anything. Well, he did, but Rias pinched his cheek before he could finish. Venilana and Zeodicus were already in the breakfast room when they arrived, and they weren't alone. Sitting at the table, calmly sipping tea as he spoke with his parents, Sirzex looked nothing like the Mao that was feared and respected in the underworld for his power. No longer decked out in his ceremonial armor, he wore white pajama pants and an "I love people" shirt. His eyes lit up when he saw them. "Ototo." Sirzex stood up. "Aniki." Naruto ran forward. "Ototo." Sirzex ran as well. "Aniki." Naruto spread his arms. The two were just about to hug when a massive explosion erupted between them, sending them both flying backwards. Rias, who'd blasted them apart with her powers of destruction, glared at them. "I believe we've seen enough of that horrid illusion," Rias said. Naruto and Sirzex sat up at the same time, rubbing their sore backsides. "That was mean, sister," Sirzex said, pouting. "What's mean is your illusion," Rias rebutted. "Do you want to scar everyone for life?" "We were just going to greet each other," Naruto mumbled right before a squeak escaped his lips when Rias turned her glare on him. When she did become so scary. "Sit down, Naruto," she ordered. "Yes, ma'am," Naruto mumbled as he and Sirzex took a seat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kaneko make a whipping motion to Ravel, who giggled into her hand. "And my standing has officially dropped. What a loser," Rainier muttered only to yelp when Kaneko slapped her in the back. "The only people allowed to make fun of Naruto are the ones in a relationship with him," Kaneko said. "Slaves have no room to comment." Rainier grumbled bitterly, but she was smart enough to know when she was outnumbered. She sat next to Issei and quietly picked at her food. Everyone else sat down as well, with Ravel sitting on Naruto's right and Ophis sitting on his left. Rias and Kaneko sat next to Irina, who gazed nervously at Sirzex as if she might have a heart attack by eating next to a Mao. "I'm not gonna bite, you know," Sirzex said with a charming smile. Irina sent him an unsure smile of her own. "All right." Naruto had to give the Grimoire family credit, they hate nothing but the very best food. That morning, their breakfast consisted of thick slices of French toast, scrambled eggs with cheddar cheese, and freshly squeezed orange juice. Aside from every dish looking like something from a five-star restaurant, it tasted phenomenal. Conversation was sparse. Rias spoke with her parents and brother in between eating. Asia and Issei talked in hushed tones, while Rainier occasionally inputted her own sarcastic opinion. Akino was quiet, but Kiba and Gasper had struck up a friendly conversation with Irina. Well, Kiba was talking about sword techniques. Gasper only spoke when asked a question. Turning to Ravel, he saw the girl frowning at her food. It didn't take a genius to know what she was thinking. He could practically see her thoughts. Leaning down, he whispered into her ear, "Your French toast is better than this." Startled, Ravel glanced up at him, and, when she caught sight of his smile, her own lips twisted into a smile as well. "Thank you, Naruto-sama." As breakfast wound to a close, Sears coughed into his hand, gathering everyone's attention. "I wanted to let all of you know how the tournament is going to work. It's basically a series of rating games in which you and another peerage will battle on a stage that will be determined at random. The tournament doesn't start for 2 weeks, which will give you plenty of time to train, and in fact, it's been decided by the leaders that everyone is going to receive 2 days of special training from one of us." "By everyone, do you mean?" Kiba started. "I mean every single member of all the peerages. We're splitting our time between all of you to help you come into your full potential. Along with your peerage, this week we're also giving training to Angelus, Lix Tetrax, Mastma, and Seekvera Agaras. Your trainers have already been selected. They'll be here to pick you up soon." Naruto wondered what kind of trainer he'd get. He supposed it didn't really matter. Whoever he got, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to help him. He didn't need to get stronger. He needed to regain the strength he'd lost. A loud sonic boom slammed into the house. The earth shook as something hit the ground near them. This was followed by, oddly enough, someone ringing the doorbell. Naruto hadn't even realized this mansion had a doorbell. A maid soon strolled into the room and bowed politely to everyone there. "Lord Sears, Tannen has arrived to pick up Issei Hyodo." "Good." Sears smiled and turned to Issei. "You're awfully lucky, Eyes. Unlike everyone else, Tannen is uniquely suited to training you and is unable to properly teach anyone else due to circumstances. You'll be with him for the entire 2 weeks. Why don't you go out and greet the person who'll be training you?" Okay," Issei said, even though he looked confused. Standing up, Issei followed the maid outside. They listened to his footsteps recede, and then they waited the several minutes it took for Issei to reach the front door. The mansion was huge, so it took a long time. "Holy shit, there's a dragon in front of the house." Issei's girlish scream was followed by a booming voice. "So, you're Issei Hyodo, the bearer of the Red Dragon Emperor Gauntlet. I hope you're ready to begin training." "What training?" More screams resounded around the mansion, reaching them even though the breakfast room was 20 rooms away. Issei's squeals became even less manly. However, they were soon overpowered by a loud flapping sound, like the beating of a massive pair of wings. As the sound faded, Naruto glanced at everyone in the room to see that their expressions mirrored his thoughts perfectly. "Aniki. Yes, Ototo, whose Eyes' trainer. Tannen is a former Dragon King. He was reincarnated by Mephistopheles into an ultimate class devil. Since then, he has earned the nicknames Blaze Meteor Dragon and Devil Dragon Saint. Since he's a dragon, he lacks the delicacy to train normal people. However, since Eyes is the bearer of the boosted gear, he is a perfect match. Anyway, your trainers should also be here shortly." As if Sears' words had dialectic powers, a magic circle appeared on the floor. It was not a symbol that Naruto recognized, though Rias did, judging by the shocked eyes she directed at her brother. "You didn't." "I did," Sears confirmed just as someone appeared within the magic circle. He had green hair, slicked back to give him an appearance that reminded Naruto of a Yakuza. His light blue eyes contrasted with his tan skin. Unlike Sears, who often wore ceremonial armor, Ajuka was wearing a lab coat over a collared shirt with a green cravat. "Sears," he said, and his tone was smooth. It was the kind of voice Naruto expected to hear on a male prostitute, not a Yakuza scientist. "I've come as you requested. You said that you have a favor to ask of me." "That's correct." Sears stood up and held out his hand, which the man firmly clasped. "Beelzebub, I'm sure you remember Naruto over there." "Naruto." Beelzebub turned his head, his eyes locking onto Naruto, who became disturbed when his eyes lit up. "Ah, yes, I remember him. So, his name is Naruto, is it? How very interesting. I'd like you to give Naruto a checkup." I also want you to help him with his training for the upcoming tournament. So I see, Beelzebub murmured, nodding to himself. Very well. Come along, Naruto. Let's head over to my lab. Wait. Hold on a second. Naruto stammered as Beelzebub walked over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Could you at least tell me what? But Naruto never got to finish that sentence. The next thing he knew, a magic circle had appeared underneath them, and he and Beelzebub vanished from the breakfast room. The world around him morphed, colors swirled, and everything appeared distorted. It only lasted for a second, but when the second was up, he and Beelzebub were no longer standing the breakfast room. Instead they were inside of what looked like a lab. Where are we? Naruto asked as he looked around. There were numerous devices placed against the walls, monitors and tubes and strange cylinders with odd-looking creatures were all kinds of weird machines around as well. One looked like a high-tech body scanner from an anime that Rias had made him watch. Another device displayed holographic images of what looked like inventions, though Naruto couldn't tell for sure. This is my home, Beelzebub said. It looks more like a lab. That's because it is, Beelzebub said. I prefer to spend my time inventing, so I rarely leave this place. It got to the point where I spent more time in my lab than I did my mansion, so I just made this place my residence instead. Is that so? You're the first person outside of my peerage and Searsex to have seen this place. Good to know, I think. Naruto looked around a second longer, then focused on Beelzebub. So, what are we doing here? The first thing we're going to do is run some tests, Beelzebub began. I'd like to see how the fairy piece inside of you is operating. After that, we'll be able to determine what sort of training you need to exceed your current limits. Naruto didn't know what Searsex was thinking in having him go with this man, but he knew of Beelzebub, the creator of the evil piece system. He also knew that this man might be able to tell why he didn't have his full power. Searsex must have known this as well. That was probably why he had asked Beelzebub to be his trainer. All right, Naruto grinned as she slammed his left fist into his right palm. Just tell me what I'm supposed to do. The grin left as Beelzebub smiled at him. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling about being here. Devil Ninja, apparently, telling Beelzebub to, just tell me what I'm supposed to do, was the wrong idea. The Mao had gained an unusual gleam in his eyes at those words. He had then forced Naruto to strip, attached all kinds of strange nodes to his skin, and then had him do all manner of strange exercises. Of course, it didn't start out weird. In fact, the first thing Beelzebub made Naruto do was downright normal minus the fact that he was almost naked. So, all you want me to do is run on this treadmill? That's right, Beelzebub said. Just run on the treadmill. Okay, Naruto started to run on the treadmill, which moved at a slow pace. Of course, calling it a treadmill was a misnomer. Attached to the original machine were several dozen other contraptions that Naruto knew nothing about. However, these devices beeped and booped and lit up, so they must have been doing something. Standing by, watching as he ran, Beelzebub typed into a sleek black tablet. All right, he said after several minutes. Let's make this go a little faster. Faster. Naruto was already running at a good pace. The monitor on the treadmill said 65 kilometers per hour. While he could easily go much faster than this, the way Beelzebub said it made the hairs on Naruto's arms prickle. I don't think I like the sound of wah. Beelzebub pressed a button on his tablet, and suddenly, the treadmill went from 65 kilometers per hour to 130 kilometers per hour. Naruto squawked as he was nearly thrown off the treadmill. Pumping chakra into his legs, he increased his speed to stay on. Good. Now let's go faster. Faster. Now listen here, you holy shit. Naruto couldn't even begin to guess how fast he was running now. The treadmill's monitor said, XX, for the speed. What did that even mean? His legs pumped fast enough that he couldn't even see them anymore. His breathing came out in nasally gasps. Sweat was bursting from his pores like water from a fountain. He didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. Matters weren't helped when Beelzebub decided to increase the speed again. He couldn't. Naruto was finally unable to keep up with the treadmill's speed and was thrown off, sailing backwards through the air until he slammed headfirst into a wall. Everything went black. Then it went white. When Naruto came to, he was lying on the ground, amidst a pile of rubble. Beelzebub stood over him, once more typing notes into his tablet. You managed to run at 266 kilometers per hour, he said. That's a good pace. Now get up. We need to continue the tests. Naruto moaned. At least, give me a second to recover. The more tests they did, the more sure Naruto was that Beelzebub was trying to kill him. After the treadmill incident, Beelzebub stuck a breathing mask to his face, shoved him into a tank, and then filled the tank with water. This wouldn't have been so bad except that Beelzebub put more water into the tank than it was slated to hold. This resulted in the water pressure rising until it nearly crushed all of Naruto's bones. In order to stay alive, he'd been forced to use his Six Paths mode and create a shield around his body that protected him from the pressure. That's a very interesting power you have, Beelzebub said when the test finished. It's not a part of your devil powers. Is this from your human side? Naruto clicked his tongue, but since he was there to find out what was wrong with him, he explained his powers. The Six Paths Sage mode is an ability gifted to me by a man named Hagoromo Otsutsuki. It increases my strength and durability to the point where I can take even the most powerful attacks head-on, and it makes me fast enough that even the fastest knight would never be able to keep up with me. A physical transformation that augments one's natural strength to levels beyond an ultimate class devil. Beelzebub typed into his tablet. How intriguing. I can see now why Searsex wanted me to test your abilities. Come, let us continue the tests. By the time they finished testing, Naruto felt like his body was going to break. He'd been stretched by pulleys, tortured with electricity, forced to fight against strange monsters in a dungeon with his arms tied and his eyes blinded while not pulling the nodes attached to his body out, and he wasn't giving any time to rest in between. When the tests concluded, Naruto could do little more than pass out. When he woke up, he was lying in bed, a plain white ceiling over his head. He wondered how he'd gotten there. However, when he realized that he had no memory of coming here, he put the thought out of his mind. Beelzebub or one of his peerage must have shoved his sorry ass into this bed after he passed out. You're awake, a voice said somewhere in front of his bed. I'm impressed. It's only been an hour since you passed out. Yeah, well, I've always been quick to recover, Naruto muttered dryly. He lifted his head. Beelzebub was sitting on a stool, in front of a monitor, which was displaying the body of a person. Lines ran through the body, and certain points had been highlighted. The area around the stomach was displaying a familiar seal, the very same seal on his stomach. I wonder if your recovery has to do with your incredible vitality or the creature sealed inside of your stomach, Beelzebub commented idly. It is most unusual, this seal. I've never seen anything like it. My seal is pretty out of this world, Naruto snarked as he sat up. His limbs were stiff, but he worked them out, stretching his arms over his head to remove the kinks. Indeed, considering you traveled through the dimensional gap to get here, I had already learned as much. Figured you would, Naruto grunted as he stood up. You are Aniki's best friend. So you call Searsex that even when he's not around. Of course. Wincing as he placed his leg on the bed, Naruto bent over and stretched his thighs out. Cammy that hurt like a bitch. I'm going to marry Rias at some point. That means Aniki is family. I see. Yes, I suppose that would make the two of you family. So, what's the diagnoses? Have you discovered anything interesting? I've discovered several things that are interesting, Beelzebub admitted. Your body is far stronger than most pureblood devils. In fact, I'd say that physically speaking, you might be a match for Saraord Bale. Saraord was known as one of the strongest devils currently alive, not in power, but physically. His physical strength was beyond what a pureblood devil could naturally produce. Rias had told Naruto that Saraord was literally just a few years from becoming an ultimate class devil. However, what really intrigues me are these. Beelzebub pointed at the network of lines. I've been informed by Searsex of your chakra, and from that I can deduce that this is your chakra network that you told him about. They have a lot of energy flowing through them, more than even an ultimate class devil. I'd say that you might even have more raw power than Searsex himself, but there's a strange anomaly inside of your chakra network. Naruto walked over to Beelzebub after getting dressed. His orange shirt, black jeans, and sneakers felt like heaven after being forced to do all of Beelzebub's test while in the buff. Did you know that more than half of your chakra is missing? Naruto paused. Kurama, I was aware that you were missing your power, but I didn't know it was that much. I think my own power kept us from noticing. Is that so? Naruto took a calming breath. I knew that my strength isn't what it used to be, but I didn't know how much weaker I've become. Well, this is mostly just guesswork, Beelzebub admitted. However, look at your chakra network. See how wide your coils are. I've theorized that this is a sign that you have a lot of chakra. The wider and more durable coils are there to help regulate the immense flow of energy. It looks like your coils should be constantly filled to the brim. However, your coils currently only have enough energy flowing through them that they are about 25% full. I believe this means that more than half of your chakra, maybe as much as 75% of it, is gone. Naruto bit his thumb. He'd been aware that his chakra was weaker. It was the conclusion that he'd arrived at after his battle with Azedahaka, but he hadn't realized it was that much weaker. Still, to have the same amount of power as an ultimate class devil while missing most of your energy is impressive, Beelzebub added. Yeah, Naruto murmured. However, his thoughts were not on the man before him. Where had his chakra gone? Devil Ninja. The days passed swiftly. After returning from Beelzebub's laboratory with this new information, Naruto finally had a clear understanding of why he wasn't getting any stronger. Most of his strength was still gone. Naruto had thought that his chakra situation would be rectified when his coils healed, but it turned out that wasn't the case. He didn't know what had happened. That said, he and Kurama had tried to come up with their own hypothesis. It could be similar to how my chakra was split into yin and yang. If it was split into yin and yang, then I'd only have half of my chakra. I also wouldn't be able to perform most of my jutsu. True, but I'm saying this could be something similar. Maybe someone stole your chakra after we came to this dimension. It would explain why it took becoming a devil to heal your damaged chakra coils. It was true that if most of Naruto's chakra was missing, neither he nor Kurama would be able to heal his coils. Chakra coils required chakra to function, and his had been practically gone, for all intents and purposes. However, that just begged more questions. Who had stolen his chakra and why? Outside of his chakra issues, life progressed normally. The others had all returned from their training minus Issei, who was still with Tannen. Naruto didn't know who they'd trained with. He also didn't know what kind of training they'd undergone, but the results were clear. All of them were stronger than before. It showed in their sparring session. Naruto leapt backwards as 16 bright energy spheres slammed into the ground. They exploded in brilliant gouts of light. Further hampering his vision were the dirt clods that the spheres kicked up. This meant he almost missed the sword that flashed at him like a vibrant silver streak. Naruto bent backwards to avoid the attack, but he still felt the blade cutting through the air. Holding onto the blade was Kiba. The young man wore a mild-mannered grin. Nice dodge. Nice swing. He kicked at Kiba's legs. The young man leapt backwards to avoid it and then ducked. Traveling behind the young man at high velocity was a massive ball of blackish-red energy. It was Rias's power of destruction. I see. Rias hid her attack behind Kiba so I wouldn't see it until it was too late. Channeling wind chakra into his right hand, Naruto slammed his left foot into the ground behind him, and then launched a punch at the attack. A funnel of wind blasted out of his fist. It slammed into Rias's attack, which became warped and distorted before exploding. She must have put a lot of power into her attack since it also cancelled out his. Kiba and Kaneko double-teamed him. They came in from opposite sides, attempting to hem him in. Naruto tried to move backwards, but his left leg wouldn't work properly. When he looked down, he saw that it was grayed out, as if all the color had been sucked out of it. Gasper. Naruto winced as he blocked Kaneko's punch. Smoke rose from his hand. Kaneko's attack hadn't been just a punch. She's used senjutsu to engulf her hand in energy, and while that hadn't increased her strength, the energy had burned him. Yufufu, let us see you dodge this, Akeno said as she flew over him. Lightning appeared in her hands, which she sent at Naruto. For his part, Naruto had to break out of Gasper's blur view, and then he leapt backward to avoid the lightning attacks. He expected them to strike the ground and dissipate. That didn't happen. Instead of hitting the ground, the lightning curved and chased after him. Naruto swore as he held out his hands and created a wind barrier. The attack slammed into him and pushed him back. Gritting his teeth, Naruto dug in his heels and put more chakra into his barrier. Akino's attack was soon overpowered. It dispersed as the wind barrier nullified it. Naruto was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he noticed something. He was surrounded. Rias stood in front of him, a reddish-black blade of energy pointed at his neck. Kaneko was on his left. She was pointing a senjutsu energy ball into his gut. Behind him, Kiba stood, Ascalon lightly touching the other side of his neck, while Akino floated above him with lightning at the ready. He couldn't see Gasper, but he assumed that the half-vampire was ready with forbidden blur view at any time. "I believe this is our win," Rias said. "So it would seem," Naruto admitted. Because of his strength, it had been decided that their spars would consist of him versus everyone else. As a group, the Grimoire peerage had improved a lot. They fought as a unit instead of individuals. Naruto felt this was their greatest strength, and it would be the key to defeating the other peerages in the upcoming tournament. To prepare the group for their upcoming fights, Naruto had fought using a variety of tactics. Sometimes he would use shadow clones to fight as his own one-man squad. Other times he would fight as an individual with overwhelming power. Each time, Rias and the others needed to work together if they wanted to overcome him. They hadn't been good at first. Naruto was a monster on the battlefield. He used tactics that they had never seen, fought with trickery and deceit, and he knew all of their strengths and weaknesses, which meant they couldn't deceive him. However, as the days passed, the group improved, becoming better with every consecutive defeat. These days, provided Naruto wasn't going full power, they could defeat him 4 out of every 10 battles. Considering how none of their opponents were likely to be as strong as him, save perhaps Saraorg, Naruto felt they were ready for whatever came their way. Of course, sparring wasn't the only thing they did. Every morning they would exercise as a group, and every evening they would study tactics. Their teamwork had improved by leaps and bounds. The only problem was Asia. Without Issei there, the poor girl was like a wilted flower. He understood how hard this was for her, as Issei had been her rock since before she became a demon. Naruto and Rias did what they could for her. They made sure Asia was constantly working to improve her abilities, keeping her occupied with training instead of thinking about her boyfriend, who was currently still training with Tannen. Fortunately for them, Rainier was also with Asia. Though she acted rude and crass, the fallen angel spent more time with Asia than anyone else, and Naruto had seen her letting the blonde girl use her lap as a pillow when she thought no one was looking. He guessed even someone like Rainier would find it hard to hate the girl. Revel, who was not part of the session because she wasn't in Rias's peerage, went up to Naruto and handed him a towel and a bottle of water. "Here, Naruto-sama, you look exhausted." "Thanks." Naruto smiled at the girl before taking several large gulps of water. His throat was parched. He was also really hot, so he dumped whatever was left on his head to cool off. A loud squeak drew his attention back to Revel. He blinked. She was staring at him with a combusting face and fire on her head. For a moment, he wondered if something weird had happened to her, but then he realized the cause was because he was now soaking wet and shirtless. "Revel's a perv," Kaneko said, her cat ears twitching. The blush staining Revel's cheeks deepened. I am not. Cacciatore is a pervert. Why you? Shut up right this instant." With Kaneko teasing a flustered Revel, the group made their way up to the mansion. Before they could actually go inside, however, a loud sound that reminded Naruto of the dying squeals of a pig echoed all around them. It was coming from above. The group looked up to see Tannen swooping toward them. Clinging to his back, screaming like a child whose balls had yet to drop, Issei Hyodo had never looked more pathetic. The air blasted in their faces as Tannen landed on the ground. Issei almost fell off, but the massive dragon caught him and set the disoriented boy on the ground. The boy fell onto his back, his eyes rolling inside of his head. Tannen was a giant dragon with what Naruto learned was called a Western appearance. His body wasn't long, but stocky and large. Thick muscles wrapped around his arms and legs, and purple scales gleamed in the afternoon sun. Pinions that spanned several meters stretched out before retracting. His reptilian head tilted to look at them, rhomboidal eyes gleaming as he focused on them one by one. Eyes. Asia ran up to the unconscious Issei, who had drool leaking from his mouth. Rainier looked like she wanted to do the same, but she held back and slowly walked over with a sneer marring her face. I have come to drop Issei off, Tannen boomed as Asia began trying to heal Issei even though it didn't look like he was injured. Thank you, Tannen-san, Rias said with a gracious bow of her head. I appreciate you helping Eyes. You're welcome, Rias Grimori, Tannen said. It was interesting to train the bearer of the boosted gear. I look forward to see how strong he becomes in the future. Apparently finished speaking, Tannen gave a mighty flap of his wings. Naruto and the others covered their faces, dust blasted into their eyes. When they no longer had to worry about the dust, they looked up to find Tannen already soaring off into the distance. Eyes-san, Eyes-san. Asia was still shaking poor Issei, who looked like someone who'd just gone through hell. Opie, the young pervert muttered weakly. Devil ninja. While the Grimori group worked most of the day, that didn't mean they neglected their rest. It was important to relax. Those who kept working would only find themselves regressing, the talents and strengths they cultivated so much becoming dull with exhaustion. That was why, after Issei had been dropped off, she told the group to spend the rest of the day taking it easy. Naruto wandered the halls, wondering what he should do. Kaneko and Ravel were somewhere together, and Rias had decided to spend time with Akeno. Issei was probably still passed out. While Naruto could have gone to see Kiba or Gasper, he didn't really feel like it, and Ophis had disappeared somewhere. He was alone. A sound from behind made his ears twitch. Or not. Looking behind him, Naruto frowned when he saw a head of red hair sticking out from behind a suit of decorative armor. It was the same red as Rias and Searzek's. I wonder. Naruto turned around and began walking again. Behind him, the footsteps began moving again. Naruto stopped and turned around. A little boy was walking behind him, his red hair and greenish-blue eyes eerily similar to Rias's. When the boy realized that Naruto had stopped and was now staring at him, he squeaked and hid behind a dresser. Hiding isn't going to help you now that I've seen you. The boy eeped. Naruto snorted. You're Milika's Grimori, right? Aniki's son. Milikas poked his head out from behind the dresser. Ah, yes, that is correct. And you're Naruto-sama. That's me. Rias-ne-sama and Otu-sama are always talking about you. And you were curious enough that you decided to spy on me. An embarrassed blush spread across Milikas's face. I am sorry. With his lips twisting into a half-smile, Naruto said, don't worry about it. Anyway, why don't you walk up here with me? I'm still getting used to this place, so maybe you could show me around. Milikas's eyes widened. I'd be happy to. That was how Naruto spent the next several hours with Milika's Grimori. He was a very polite boy, always referring to him as Naruto-sama, and speaking in a soft-spoken, respectful tone of voice. To be honest, it kinda bothered Naruto, who was used to strong-willed people like Searzek and Rias, but he assumed the child's attitude was the result of his mother's raising. Milika struck him as an intelligent child, and it showed in his vocabulary, which was far superior to Naruto's own. This also bothered him. Every time the boy opened his mouth, Naruto felt like an idiot. That said, he couldn't hate the boy, who spoke to him so enthusiastically and joyfully that it was contagious. Sadly, their time came to an end when Graphia and Venilana suddenly appeared around the corner. There you are, Milikas. Graphia wore a stern frown as she spoke. I believe I told you not to run off during lessons. How many times does this make now? Milikas wilted under his mother's stare. I'm sorry. Bowing to Naruto, Graphia said, I apologize if my son has bothered you, Naruto-sama. Don't worry about it. Your son hasn't bothered me at all. Naruto placed a hand on Milikas's head and ruffled his hair. In fact, your son was kind enough to show me around. Graphia raised an eyebrow. Is that so? It's so. In that case, I appreciate you taking care of my son, Graphia said before looking at her son. Come along, Milikas. It's time for your lessons. Naruto almost winced when Milikas slowly dragged himself over to his mom. He was right. Graphia was a controlling mom who probably never let her kid have any fun, and that was why Milikas acted like a ninny. Well, it's not really my business to interfere in the relationship between a child and his mother. You would be the scum of the earth if you did. Right. Actually, Venelana started, clapping her hands together, I believe it would be a good idea for Naruto to come with us. Alarm bells went off inside of Naruto's head. For some reason that he couldn't quite fathom, he felt the hair on his neck prickle. I'm not so sure that's a good. Why not? You do not have anything better to do, do you? Venelana asked, smiling. Naruto felt the blood drain from his face. After all, have you not just been wandering aimlessly for the past few hours? In which case, what harm could there be in coming with us? Venelana slid up to him, and, before he knew what was happening, she had grabbed onto his arm and was dragging him down the hall. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt like crying. Devil Ninja. It turned out that what Venelana wanted to do was teach Naruto about Devil Society alongside Milika's. Naruto could already assume the reason. Since he and Rias were dating, and it looked very much like Venelana wanted him to become her son-in-law, she was striving to ensure that he knew everything he needed to not embarrass himself in high society. Too bad Naruto hated learning. One of the most important things to know about Devil Society isn't etiquette, but who isn't important, Venelana was saying. Being powerful can get you through most situations. However, even the powerful cannot get away with not knowing all of the most important figures in our world. Naruto tried to pay attention to what Venelana was teaching him. She was doing this to help him. Well, technically, she was doing this to help herself, but in helping herself, she would help him. That was why he strived to pay attention. Sadly, the subject she was teaching was just so boring. It was like listening to someone lecturing on ancient history. His mind wandered. The most important among our kind are the 72 pillars, Venelana continued. They are the foundations to our society. Sitting beside Naruto, intently listening to every word spoken as if it was the gospel truth, Milika stared at Venelana with an intensity that frightened Naruto. Just where had that shy child gone? He's even taking notes. You could learn a thing or two from him. You know I've never been a good note taker. True. Using your brain has never been your strong point. Ouch. Naruto-san, Venelana said. Are you following along? Yes, Naruto lied, keeping his face straight. Good. Then please name the current 72 pillars. Naruto groaned. Yeah, today was a bad day. Devil Ninja. Hot springs really were the best, Naruto concluded as he soaked in the steaming hot water. It seemed as if all his fatigue was washing away. He was alone at the moment. Everyone else had gone into the hot springs earlier, but he'd been stuck with Venelana. After being unable to name even one of the 72 pillars outside of the Grimoire and Citri families, she'd given him a stern lecture, which had lasted for about 2 hours. He had nearly missed dinner. The sound of the door sliding open made Naruto turn his head. Issei walked into the hot springs and waded into the water, until he was sitting several feet from Naruto. Sensei. Issei greeted. He sounded less melancholy than he had weeks ago, but Naruto thought there was still some depression in his voice. How was your training with Tannen? Asked Naruto. Issei shivered. Don't remind me of that. It was the most awful time ever. That bad? You don't understand. He took me out to the middle of nowhere, made me fight him while he tried to kill, and then had me sleep outside with nothing to do but stare at the sky and try to find food. That doesn't sound bad to me. I couldn't see Asia's Opai at all. Naruto almost snorted. So that's what's bothering him. It was actually good to see Issei thinking about breasts. The boy was, for all intents and purposes, a normal teenager with an unhealthy obsession for boobs. Ever since Akeno had broken up with him, Issei seemed to have not had a single perverted thought. He didn't try to peek down Asia's shirt. He didn't get that lecherous look when Asia pushed her breast into his arm. For a young man with a more than healthy libido, seeing him not get worked up like he used to was worrying. This change was nice. I see. Yeah, it would be hard for me if I had to be apart from Rias for that long, Naruto said, trying to sympathize. He wasn't as open with his desires as Issei was, but he could admit that not being able to see Rias, not being able to sleep with her or have sex with her, would be tough. Why aren't you with Asia right now? Naruto asked. His question was the wrong thing to ask. Issei's expression wilted a bit, and his shoulders slumped. Because I'm not sure what I should do anymore. Even though she broke up with me, I still love Akeno. I've tried to be strong for Asia, but without Akano, I haven't been able to feel complete. I think Asia can sense this. To be honest, I feel like she's been the strong one, not me. She's been doing her best to support me, but all I've done is mope. So that was it. Issei was feeling weak because he couldn't do anything. Naruto understood the feeling. Back when he'd been a genin, back during his time at the academy. Even though he'd had a never say die attitude, he'd always felt weak, incapable. Perhaps that was why he had pushed himself so hard, boasted about his own talent so much. He'd simply been an idiot tooting his own horn. You know, my sensei once told me that when a man is rejected by the woman he loves, there are only 3 things he can do. Naruto held up a hand as he listed those 3 things off. He can forget about her, he can keep trying to win her affection, or he can support her decision and do whatever he can to help her. I'd like to try number 2, but I don't know if it's even possible, Issei admitted. Naruto stood up. He'd been in there for a good amount of time. It was time to get out. Unfortunately, I can't tell you which path is the right one, Naruto said. All I can do is lay them out for you to choose. Naruto left a contemplative Issei behind, got dressed, and wandered back to his bedroom. He couldn't choose Issei's path for him. Sadly, the best thing he could do was parrot the advice that his sensei, Jiraiya, had given him. He hoped it would be enough. Chapter 26. The tournament begins. Fuck. Rias's shout rang out, echoing along the tiled walls of her private bath. Her shout turned into a moan as Naruto leaned forward, pressing his chest against her back, and tweaking her nipples with his finger. Her legs shook as he drove into her from behind. His rhythm was not steady. It increased and decreased with every thrust as he mixed up his pace to keep Rias off her game. The pleasure rocking her body was so intense, she felt like it might tear her apart. Damn it, Naruto, don't do. Sorry, Naruto apologized. I can't help myself. He took her earlobe between his teeth and nibbled on it, and then gave it a light tug. The nipples that he was playing with stiffened beneath his fingers. More music emerged from Rias's mouth as he assaulted her with several different methods. Her body shook as more than just water leaked down her legs. Her thighs clenched and trembled, as did her butt cheeks. Were they not in the shower, they would have been covered in sweat. Of course, it wasn't like she was the only one feeling it. Rias was tight. Every movement he made inside of her made him want to burst. Her walls enclosed around him in all the right ways, and the wetness made it so that despite how tight she was, he could still thrust inside of and pull out of her without feeling like he was being squeezed through a really small tube. Why, you're a tease, Naruto. I try. Faster. Move faster, please. Your wish is my command. Naruto gritted his teeth as he pumped his hips faster. He had to discard Rias's breasts because he couldn't fully focus on them anymore. He placed his hands on her hips, getting a better grip so he could really get going. He pulled out, and then exploded into a fast-paced frenzy. Why yes. Fuck yes. Shit, Rias, are you getting tighter? If I am, it's because of you. Good to know. With Rias facing the wall, her body leaning forward and her arms raised to brace herself, Naruto had the perfect view of her back muscles, slender shoulders, and amazing ass. Water rained down onto her from above. Droplets like small streams left glistening trails along her skin. Her red hair was parted like a curtain that shook every time he pushed into her, sending water droplets everywhere, and, even though he couldn't see them as well, Naruto could just imagine how much her large breasts were swaying with every thrust of his hips. Naruto was glad that he had chakra, or this position would have never been possible. Of course, applying chakra to his feet while plowing into his girlfriend from behind was a difficult task. His body quaked with each movement, and his mind was cloudy. Were he not so used to subconsciously sending chakra to his feet during battle, he would have already lost his concentration. Rias, I don't think I can hold on much longer. Wait. Just a bit longer. I'm almost there. There was no way Naruto was going to come without making Rias orgasm first. However, this position was his favorite. Just seeing Rias like this made him feel like busting his load. He needed to do something to make her orgasm before him. Something. Oh, right. His breathing heavy, Naruto leaned over as he kept up his high-speed pace. The sound of his hips slapping Rias's ass echoed around them. He reached over, pressed his hand against her stomach, and slid down until he reached her clit. "Oh, fuck," Rias cried out. Naruto clenched his teeth as Rias tightened around him, so much so that he could barely move. He held out for a second longer. Then, just as he felt Rias's body relax, he released himself inside of her. Spent, exhausted in ways that he never felt while training, Naruto wrapped his arms around Rias's stomach and pulled her backwards as he fell to the floor. He placed one hand behind him to support his body, though it shook like crazy, and kept the other wrapped around Rias's stomach as she regained control over her breathing. "It's been too long since we've done that," Rias mumbled as she leaned against him. From this angle, Naruto had a perfect view of Rias's breasts. The way her chest heaved with every breath, her breasts bouncing and jiggling with each action, made him become hard like a rock all over again. With everyone else now living with us, we haven't had as much time to be alone like this," Naruto agreed. There was also the fact that Rias had been so busy with her devil duties. She'd been working all day and coming home really late at night exhausted. She had often been so tired that she had stopped bothering to kick Kaneko out when the Neko devil hybrid snuck into their bed. "I should kick all of them out." Laughing, Naruto said, "That wouldn't be a very nice thing to do." "Then I guess I'm not a nice person." Still chuckling, Naruto kissed Rias's shoulder. "You're a very nice person. You're always doing things for others. You help Irina with Irina fit in, you help Kaneko with her homework. You're even polite to Office despite how she sometimes bothers you. I've always admired how kind you are to others." "Is that so?" Rias mumbled. "Then I guess I'll keep being nice to everyone." It was early in the morning. Rias had woken Naruto up early because she mostly just wanted to have sex. Ever since everyone had moved into their home, the time they got to spend with each other was minimal. They still did things together, such as go on dates, train together, study, and everything else that most couples did, but they weren't able to have sex. It didn't help that every time they really got into it, someone would come along and interrupt them. It was definitely frustrating. "Maybe we should book a hotel to whenever we want to be alone," Naruto suggested. "We shouldn't have to," Rias pouted. "It's my house. I should be allowed to do whatever I want without people barging in on us." Since everyone would be waking up soon, Naruto and Rias washed themselves and dried off. They had brought a change of clothes with them, so they also changed in the bathroom. Rias's personal bathroom was massive. It was also opulent. The tiles, sink, toilet, everything was made from polished marble with swirling golden designs that danced along the surface. The shower they had been using for their recreational activities easily spanned 5 square meters. There were numerous places to sit inside. It was also sealed off from the rest of the bathroom and could second as a steam room. Even the bathtub looked more like a small pool or jacuzzi than an actual tub. As Naruto put on his black pants, he looked over at Rias, who was sliding her panties up her long legs. She was bent over, so he had a perfect view of everything. He turned back around and shook his head when he felt himself getting aroused. "Not now. You just got clean." Naruto finished putting on his orange shirt with a black Uzumaki swirl on the front, and then he put his dark orange and black jacket over it. By that point, Rias was already dressed in jean shorts, a black shirt that revealed her navel, and a red leather jacket. "You're wearing the jacket I bought you," Rias said, smiling. Naruto looked down at his jacket. It was predominantly orange, a dark burnt variant of the color, but there were several black swirl designs on it. The Uzumaki crest. Rias had it custom made for him to celebrate their 1-month anniversary some time back. "Yeah, I figured since the first day of tournament is today, I should wear something that represents me. It looks good on you." "Thanks." Naruto grinned. "You look hot in that outfit too." He gave Rias a thumbs up, causing her to giggle. They left the bathroom together, stepping into the bedroom. Their plan was to wake up everybody else who had been sleeping with them. They didn't need to. Everyone was already awake. They were all in varying states of emotional distress, except for Office, who displayed no emotion whatsoever. She was staring at the two of them with a perpetually bored expression. Meanwhile, Kaneko and Ravel were in varying states of embarrassment or anger, or both. "Why you two?" Ravel was sitting on the bed, her back pressed against the head. The covers were pulled all the way up past her nose, so that only her eyes were visible. Her face was blood red and steam was wafting from her forehead like a sizzling fajita fresh from the frying pan. You two were lewd, Kaneko muttered, wearing both a blush and a glare. Naruto needed a moment to respond. You three heard that. We heard you moaning, Ophis confirmed in a bland, I don't care, kind of voice. Her expression was blank as she tilted her head. What were you two doing in there? Were you having that sex thing I've read about in magazines? Awkward didn't quite cover how Naruto felt. He didn't think they would have been able to hear him and Rias through the wall. Rias had assured him that the walls were really thick. That meant they should have been soundproof, at least enough to muffle any noise. They were fucking, Kaneko answered Ophis. Kaneko. Revel gasped. Steam burst from her head like it was overheating. Why you shouldn't say that. Don't be such a prude, Cacciatore. I'm not a prude, and stop calling me that. Look, let's all just get dressed and head down for breakfast, Rias, her face almost as red as her hair, said. Ophis was already dressed in her strange outfit, which was a lot like a Lolita dress with plenty of frills, except it didn't have much of front. There were just 2 purple straps that went over her chest. Her nipples were also covered by a pair of black X-shaped things. Naruto had never been sure what they were. He hadn't asked. Right, Kaneko said, crawling out of bed like a cat. She wasn't wearing a bra, so her small breasts were on display. They didn't have Rias's magnificence, but there was something to be said for their cute shape. Her nipples were a light pink. You shouldn't be so immodest, Revel mumbled as she lowered the covers and stepped onto the carpet. Unlike Kaneko, who had only worn panties to bed, the Phoenix heiress was decked out in a purple nightgown that flattered her figure. Perhaps it was because she wasn't much taller than Kaneko, but her breasts, which would have looked modest on a woman of Rias's height, appeared quite substantial on her. I'm not immodest. You're just a prude. I am not a prude. Revel snapped at Kaneko. She sighed, then, and prepared to take off her nightgown. Then she paused. Her gaze turned to Naruto. Do you mind looking away, please? I mean, it's not that I don't want you to see, but Cacciatore-chan is a prude so she gets embarrassed easily, Kaneko interrupted. Revel's face burst with color. Shut up. I'm not a prude, and I'll prove it to you. With almost angry-looking motions, Revel nearly tore off her dress and threw it to the ground. She only had a pair of cute pink and white panties on. The whites were the frilly parts around the waistband. Perhaps it was because of her movements, but the fabric had become creased into her folds, allowing him to see the outline of her lips. Her breasts, magnificently shaped and capped with light pink nipples, bounced with her actions. They really were large on her. However, they also suited her. Naruto thought their shape and size fit looked stunning on her smaller, thinner figure. That her ass, which her panties conformed to like they had been painted on, was so round and perfect only made her figure look more incredible. A moment of silence followed her stripping process. Revel stood there with her hands on her hips, as though she were proud of what she had done. Yet as the seconds ticked by, her face became more and more red. She looked at Naruto. Her face became redder. Then she looked at Rias and Kaneko. Steam burst from her ears. Then she looked at Ophis, whose blank stare caused her embarrassment to reach its peak. With a squawk that sounded like a frightened parrot, she threw herself back into the bed and pulled the covers over her entire body. There was another moment of silence. Let's go down to breakfast, Rias said. We should give Revel some time to recover. Right, breakfast. Naruto nodded. Kaneko just shook her head. What a disappointment. Devil Ninja. After breakfast, Naruto and the others were directed toward the carriages by Graphia and Azazel. Rias was given a hearty goodbye from her father and mother. They were going to be attending the tournament, but they would arrive separately. Malikas had said goodbye to Naruto. He would apparently be going to the tournament with Rias's parents and Graphia. Sirzex had already left. Malikas has taken quite a shine to you, Rias said as the carriages started up. Naruto leaned back in his seat. Yeah, your mom's been tutoring us. I guess we both bonded over the torture. Rias raised an eyebrow. Torture. I meant lessons. Lessons. The look that Rias gave him said she didn't believe a word he had just said. Right. The coach had 2 seats facing each other. Naruto sat on one side with Revel and Kaneko. He was in the middle. Rias sat on the other with Ophis and Irina. Originally, Ophis had tried to sit on Naruto's lap, but Rias, Kaneko, and Revel had put a stop to that. The infinite dragon god had been pouting ever since. The others had gotten onto another carriage. He hoped they were okay. Considering the tension that still existed between Akeno, Asia, and Issei, the carriage itself was probably intense. He felt sorry for Kiba and Gasper. "What kind of things is Lady Grimori teaching you?" asked Irina. "Mostly politics and stuff," Naruto said, leaning back and crossing his arms. "She's been doing her best to pound everything about the 72 pillars and how the devil hierarchy operates. She said it would be important to know later on down the road." "She's right," Rias said. "Since you and I are dating, you'll need to know about our culture and politics for future events that you might have to attend." She looked at Revel, then back at him. "It's even more imperative since you're also dating Revel. With 2 heiresses on your arm, I don't doubt that you'll become the center of attention once it's made public." While Revel and Irina became beet red, Naruto frowned. "I didn't think about that. Is it okay for me to be dating 2 heiresses?" "It's not unheard of," Rias told him. "But it's still pretty rare. I don't think a polygamous relationship like this has happened in a couple hundred years." "This has happened before?" Irina asked. Rias nodded. "Polygamy isn't unusual in devil society, though most devils prefer monogamous relationships. About 250 years ago, a powerful devil heiress called Felicia Andrialphus gained great fame as a powerful devil who had subjected several other high-class devil families. She had then forged numerous alliances by having the first male of each family marry her." So female devils also form harems," Naruto said. He didn't know why this surprised him. "Of course they do. Devil society isn't patriarchal like human society tends to be. We're an egalitarian society. That's why devil families have both a patriarch and a matriarch, each of whom are in charge of running the day-to-day affairs of the house." Rias paused, and then added, "Of course, there are cases where the male or female will hold more power within the house, but that comes down to a matter of in-house principles instead of societal laws. In the eyes of society, men and women are equal." "That makes," Irina said, nodding. Naruto frowned. "But if that's the case, then why is Graphia a maid? Isn't she also Sirzek's wife?" "That, Graphia just likes being a maid." Rias shrugged as though to say, "That's how it goes." I see." The carriage took them to the train station, where the Grimori peerage plus friends were forced through a sea of Rias Grimori fans. There was a large horde of them. They carried signs, screamed Rias's name, and proclaimed their undying love for her. Naruto supposed they were lucky that the family had prepared for this. Both Venelana and Zeodicus's peerages were there in full force, keeping the crowd at bay and allowing them space to walk. Naruto hadn't personally met with the peerages of Rias's mother and father. He didn't really know them. However, he'd seen them around the mansion occasionally. They had only been glimpses, but Naruto thought he recognized a few of them. "I still can't believe how popular Bucho is," Issei mumbled as they entered the train. The doors slid closed behind them and everyone made themselves comfortable somewhere. Naruto sat with Issei and Kiba while the girls took the circular couch in the center and began chatting. "Rias is something of a special case," Kiba admitted. "Most devils don't get that kind of treatment unless they're famous like one of the 4 Maos or a popular rating game player." "What makes her so special?" asked Issei. "Rias helped care for the cities located within her clan's domain," Naruto answered before Kiba could. "Before coming to the human world, she was well known for traveling to various cities and doing community service acts, or playing with the local children. She also helped all of the reincarnated devils adjust to life in the underworld. So she's popular because she's nice and helpful." "Yes. Sounds like our Bucho." "Definitely." Naruto smiled. "That's my Rias." "Hey, you're Rias," Kiba teased. Instead of getting embarrassed, Naruto puffed out his chest. "Of course. Rias and I are dating. That's why she's my Rias." HMPH. Kiba snorted with laughter. "You're really something else. I'm so jealous that you get to fondle those ginormous juggle bags," Issei said with a sigh, lying his face on the table. "So not fair." "Don't let Asia catch you saying that," Kiba said. I didn't mean that I don't like Asia so pie. I just meant. Naruto tuned the two out and looked out the window as the train sped along the tracks, watching the passing scenery roll by. It looked like they were in a mostly forested area. He could see nothing except trees up close and mountain ranges in the distance. While he let his mind wander, Issei continued to ask Kiba questions. So, where are these raiding games taking place? At the Mao Coliseum, Kiba answered. It's located in the capital. The Coliseum was created about 40 years ago to host the raiding game championships. Since this tournament is such a big deal, they've decided to host it there. Oh, that makes sense, I guess, Issei said. Kiba grinned. Just wait until you see it. The Coliseum is quite impressive. It turned out that Kiba's words of, quite impressive, was something of an understatement. The Coliseum was massive, gargantuan on a scale that Naruto, and probably everyone who hadn't already seen it, couldn't fathom. It was on the opposite side from where the party had been held, which explained why they hadn't been able to see it the first time they'd arrived. Now, standing before it as it loomed over them, Naruto couldn't help but be in awe by the immensity of it. This is where raiding games take place? Naruto asked. Just the championships, Rias answered. The rest of this time, the Coliseum is used for other events that are often hosted annually. I see. Graphia was waiting for them when they arrived. She led them to an entrance near the back, away from the crowds gathering by the front gate. This allowed them to slip inside and take a hallway that led to a large and opulent room where all of the other members who would be taking part in the tournament had gathered. Sirzex and the other alliance leaders will be along shortly to explain how this tournament will work, Graphia informed them. Please wait here. After Graphia wandered out of the room and shut the door, Naruto looked at all of the people already there. Several of them had turned their heads to see who had entered. However, once they realized who it was, most went back to what they'd been doing. The only ones who greeted them were Angelus, Gomori, Lix, Rule, and Saraorg, each of whom tossed them a smile or waved. Naruto waved back before turning to the others. Should we greet the competition? Let's, Rias said, smiling. Since there were only two peerages mixing, Angelus and Saraorg, the Grimoire peerage went up to them. Angelus greeted them with her kind smile. Meanwhile, Saraorg stared at Naruto with a grin. You seem a little stronger than the last time we met, he said. So do you. Naruto returned the grin. I can tell you've been training. Were you that worried about me kicking your ass? Ha, I just want to make sure everyone sees me at my best. While Naruto traded good-natured shots with Saraorg, Rias spoke to Angelus. That's a lovely outfit, she complimented. But are you sure it's appropriate for the tournament? I'd hate to see it get ruined. Angelus was wearing a pure white gown that flattered her feminine figure. It was a simple outfit, with none of the ostentatiousness that a devil would have added were they wearing the same thing. It suited a girl like her. It will be okay, Angelus said. I'm not a close-range fighter, so I don't expect to be in the thick of battle during the tournament. Lady Angelus won't get anywhere near the fight because I'm going to protect her, Kazuma said. I won't let anyone lay a hand on her. Yes, Angelus smiled at Kazuma. I'll be counting on you, Kazuma-kun. Kazuma blushed as Rias giggled, which just caused him to blush more. The other members of the Grimoire peerage tried to chat with the people in Saraorg's peerage and Angelus's aces. Sadly, they weren't quite as successful. They didn't have Naruto's uncaring attitude toward rank, status, and race, nor did they have Rias's poise while dealing with others. About the only two who successfully made conversation with anyone else was Asia and Issei, and it was mostly Asia doing all the talking. It's so wonderful that you were able to be reincarnated as an angel, Asia said to a young woman who looked several years older than the others. You must have been truly blessed during your life. I'm actually a little jealous. I don't know if I would call myself blessed, the woman who introduced herself as Saria Steelix said. Fortunate might be a better word. Is that so? Still, it must be amazing to become an angel. It is a pretty neat experience, Saria admitted. And, how about you? Do you think becoming a devil was a sign of fortune? Oh, yes, Asia nodded. I've met so many wonderful people since I've become a devil, and I have a wonderful boyfriend, and there's also. Saria queried. Asia shook her head. No, never mind that. Please forget I said anything. Well, all right, During the midst of the several conversations taking place between them, someone else walked up to their group. He was a handsome young man. With a gentle-looking face, blonde hair, and an outfit befitting royalty, he held an appearance reminiscent to a fairy tale prince. He reminded Naruto of Kiba, except he felt Kiba pulled off the princely look better. The vile aura radiating from him, which Naruto felt thanks to his ability to sense the darkness in others, helped shatter the illusion that he was anything but cruel. "Excuse me," he said, bowing politely to the group. "I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but could I ask, might you be Asia Argento?" Asia blinked. Yes, that's me." The smile that the man wore widened. "I thought so. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Diodora Astaroth, and I wanted to confess my love for you." There was no telling whether that came from Asia or Issei. Naruto glanced at his friend. The look on Issei's face, which could have best been described as flabbergasted, was amusing, would have been amusing had the situation not been so odd. Attention had enveloped the area. Naruto felt something thick in the air. "What will you do now, eyes?" That's very kind of you," Asia said. "However, I already have someone that I like, so." "I see." For just a moment, Diodora's face darkened. "In that case, all I need to do is make you love me more than him." His smile returned. "I think you'll find that I'm determined to make you mine." Asia didn't seem like she knew how to respond. She remained silent, a look of befuddlement crossing her face. It was perhaps fortunate, then, that Issei finally snapped out of his shock and stepped in front of her. "Sorry, but Asia's my girlfriend. I don't care if you like her. I get that she's adorable and all, but it's rude to try and steal someone else's girl." "Is that so?" Diodora narrowed his eyes. Naruto felt a moment of bloodlust that went unnoticed by everyone save perhaps Rias, Saruorg, and Angelus. Then the smile returned. "I see. So that would make you my rival, wouldn't it? Be prepared, dragon. I will make Asia mine." Diodora turned around and went back to his peerage, which Naruto noticed was made up entirely of nuns. He didn't get a chance to ask Rias about that. Seconds after the confrontation ended, the doors opened and several people walked in. Circex, Michael, and Azazel were easily recognizable. So was Metatron, but there were others that he wasn't as familiar with. A woman whose beauty transcended human comprehension and a handsome man with raven-colored hair and green eyes. "Hello, everyone," Michael said, stepping forward and greeting everyone present with a smile. "We would like to welcome all of you to the first annual Three Factions tournament. Since this is the first time we're doing this, there are a number of rules that we'll need to explain before determining who fights who." At this point, Circex took a step forward and began to speak. "The only real rules that we have should be obvious. There is no killing and we can end the fight at any time should it become clear that one side will be the victor. Those who do not follow these two rules will be disqualified and barred from taking part in future tournaments. There are some other factors about this tournament that you should also be aware of," Azazel added. "All the battles will be fought in a dimension that has been created by us. You can pretty much go crazy in there. Each arena is the exact same size as the Colosseum's interior, mostly because the dimension created is using the Colosseum as an anchor to maintain its reality. Battles will be determined by a random drawing. After that, they will go forward in a typical tournament fashion." He sighed. "Well, that about covers it. Are there any questions?" "I've got one," Naruto said, raising a hand. He felt a grin split his face. "When do we get this party started?" Azazel laughed. "Right now." The blonde female angel stepped forward. There was a box in her hand, and there was a hole on the top portion. "Will each of the leaders please step forward and grab a slip of paper? Once you have it, show your number to Shemhazai." One by one, those who were the king of their respective groups walked toward the blonde woman and drew a card. The card was then shown to the fallen with dark hair, Shemhazai, and then they walked back to their group. "What number did you draw?" Naruto asked Rias as she stopped beside him. 8, Rias said. After the last person drew a number, Shemhazai took several steps forward and spoke in a clear tone. "The battles will be happening as follows: Baal vs Mestama, Buer vs Lix, Grimori vs Rule, Astaroth vs Citri, Gomeri vs Glacia Labilas, and Angelus vs Agaras. Will the first two contestants please follow us? You will be lead to your respective starting points. All right, it looks like we're going first, Mestama crowed. Come on, losers, it's time to show these bitches who's top dog around here. Have fun, Saraorg, Naruto said as the large teen walked off with his peerage. Saraorg said nothing, but he did raise a hand as if to say farewell. Devil Ninja, Saraorg Bale looked at his surroundings with a consternated frown. The strangely made gray walls, numerous unusual shops, and large steel poles that went from the ground to the ceiling were unknown to him. He'd never been to a place like this before. The arena they stood in was large, massive on a scale that he couldn't quite describe. Of course, it wasn't big in comparison to a city, but when compared to the inside of, say, a mansion, it was ridiculous. The ceiling was nearly 50 meters above his head, and the interior extended for miles, with staircases and elevators and fountains. It also looked like there were multiple stores inside of this building, which meant it was a shopping district of some kind. Kuisha, what sort of playing field is this? He asked. His queen, a girl around his age with blonde hair tied into a ponytail, studied the interior with a keen eye. If I am not mistaken, I believe our current playing field is a mall, the kind you would find in the human world. None of us have any experience with human malls, Saraorg muttered, frowning. I believe this was done to even the playing field, Kuisha admitted. Mestama has no experience in a raiding game, but he probably knows more about the human world than we do. They've given him a terrain advantage in order to counter our experience advantage. Yeah, that makes sense. What should we do? Asked Coriana Andrialphus, one of his bishops. I don't particularly like the way Mestama treated Angelus during the party, so I kind of want to pound his entire peerage into the ground myself, Saraorg admitted. Kuisha coughed into her hand. While you may not like him or the way he acts, please remember that if you were to humiliate him during a live spectacle like this, it could result in serious political consequences between devils and the fallen angels. I do not believe the Governor-General would mind, Baruka said whilst sitting atop Altabrow, a devil horse from Cocytus, the lowest part of the underworld. He struck me as the kind of guy who would laugh at someone who's been humiliated rather than get upset on their behalf. That may be the case, but Azazel is not the only fallen angel we have to worry about, Kuisha reprimanded Saraorg's knight. We would have to worry about much more than just the fallen's Governor-General. Metama might have friends in high places. Saraorg thought about the problem for a moment, before grinning. All right, everyone, here's what we're going to do. Devil Ninja. Because the raiding game was taking place in a separate dimension, all battles were watched on several monitors arrayed throughout the arena. These monitors were massive contraptions that hovered over the arena floor. Each one was large enough that it put any theater in the human world to shame. The peerage and saint members were not within the arena proper, where all of the other guests were watching the battle. They were still in the waiting room. However, they could watch the battle play out on a large monitor attached to the southernmost wall. Naruto was sitting on one of several couches, with his girlfriend and queen sitting on his left, holding his hand, their fingers laced. Kaneko was on his other side. She was using his lap as her pillow. Irina, Ravel, and Ophis were nowhere to be found. Since they weren't members of Rias's peerage, they had been asked to leave. While Irina and Ravel had gone off with Graphia, Ophis had just disappeared. He didn't know where she was. Everyone, including Naruto, was watching the battle play out on the monitor. It looked like Saraorg and his team were moving into a full-out attack despite not knowing where Mestama was. Meanwhile, the Fallen was having his peerage plant traps around the mall. His members had split up, moving to various keypoints and intersections. It looked like they were setting spells that would go off when they detected motion near them. It looks like Saraorg is splitting up his forces, Rias commented with a small frown. She had even placed a hand under her chin. Naruto recognized her expression and posture as the, I wonder what he's up to, position, which was the name he had given to it. Do you think that was a bad move? Naruto asked, using his free hand to run his fingers through Kaneko's hair. If this were any other peerage, I would probably say yes, Rias said. The frown on her face grew deeper. But Saraorg and his peerage are hailed as one of the strongest peerages among the younger devils. Saraorg in particular, he's called the strongest youth. That's not a title he came by lightly. Naruto nodded. I agree. Mastama was smart to set traps, but something tells me those traps aren't going to work on Sarorb or his peerage. Devil Ninja. Kuisha walked through the mall with confident strides. Her dress ruffled about her ankles. The slit on her right side caused her leg to occasionally reveal itself, all the while her blonde ponytail swished as she looked left and right. No traps had presented themselves yet, but... The ground underneath her suddenly exploded, plumes of crimson flame erupting and causing chunks of concrete to fly everywhere. Kuisha had no interest in being consumed by the fire. Seconds before the explosion actually happened, she was leaping through the air. While the heat from the flames still washed over her face, no damage had been sustained. She landed on the ground. Kneeling on the tiled floor, she held out her left hand and created a magic circle. It was an elemental circle that represented water. Mass amounts of blue liquid shot from the circle and slammed into a wall several meters away. It drilled straight through the wall seconds later, and Kuisha held out her other hand, from which lightning poured forth. It combined with the water, creating a beam of almost pure white light. The beam slammed into the room on the other side. An explosion of electricity sent light tendrils skittering out of the hole in the wall like spiders. Along with the attack's aftermath, a figure leapt out of the hole. They were young, but appeared older than her by a few years. His dark hair hung from his head and swayed in the breeze left over by the discharges of her attack. She noticed the twitching in his arm. He must have been feeling the aftermath of her attacks. I applaud you on your trap-building skills, Kuisha complimented the man. You are quite talented. It looks like I can't afford to hold back with you. I'm afraid you have me mixed up with Liz, the fallen angel said. I'm not the one who created these traps. That achievement goes to Lorelei, the ace of our little group. She was the one who created the traps. Myself and the others just placed them in locations that she chose. So I see, Kuisha said. She shrugged. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. After all, you've already lost. What? The fallen angel barely had time to comprehend what was happening before the ground underneath him disappeared. He screamed. Before he could disappear into the hole, the ground closed up around him, trapping him from the neck up. What the hell is this? The fallen asked frantically. He moved his head around as though trying to escape, but nothing happened. Discharges of energy caused the ground to rumble. Nothing happened. Why can't I get out of here? My powers aren't working. It's because I won't let you, Kuisha said. The House of Abaddon has the power of Hole, which is the ability to create holes that expand and contract according to the user's will. It can also absorb and reflect attacks. Da damn it! The fallen screamed before disappearing in a burst of red light particles. Fallen Angel Licious has been retired, a voice announced. Kuisha nodded and walked away. Devil Ninja. One by one, all of Mastama's peerage followed Licious. It seemed that just knowing more about the general layout of human malls was not enough to defeat more experienced players. There were a few among Mastama's peerage who stood out, such as the only female member who could turn her light spear into various forms like whips and swords, but by and large, they weren't very impressive. Didn't all of the people participating in this tournament undergo special training? Naruto asked Rias. Yes, they did. Then why are Mastama's peerage so weak? It's because Mastama chose not to let any devils or angels train his group, a voice said behind them. Naruto looked up to see Lix standing behind their couch. She was looking down at him with her no-nonsense eyes. Mastama is an extremely headstrong person, and he hates the fact that he wasn't able to make a name for himself during the war between the three factions. I guess he feels cheated out of his rightful glory, or something like that. Because he's so proud, he doesn't want to interact with angels or devils. And what do you think about the alliance? Asked Rias. I think it's a good idea, Lix said, tilting her head to the left. I don't much care for war, so forming an alliance with the people we were fighting against for mutual benefit makes more sense to me. That said, Lix looked around at all of the people participating in the tournament. Her expression remained unchanged, but a sense of annoyance appeared to come from her. I could do without this tournament. It's a waste of time. You don't think having a tournament to foster understanding and friendship is a worthwhile endeavor? Rias asked. Naruto winced at the tone in her voice. She had been the one who had proposed the tournament idea to Searsex. Lix shrugged. I believe that the party was fine, but this tournament is taking time away from all of the things I could have been doing. Such as finishing my doujin. You create doujin. And just like that, Rias no longer appeared angry. The frown left to be replaced by a smile. Naruto could practically see the stars in her eyes. What kind of doujin do you make? The best kind, Lix said, and finally, Naruto watched as a smile graced her face. I'll show it to you once I'm finished. He turned back to the rating game as Rias and Lix began to talk in earnest. Kaneko purred underneath his gentle ministrations. Devil Ninja. Sarorg found Mestama, though it might have been more accurate to say that Mestama found Sarorg. He had been walking through the mall without a clear destination in mind. Numerous traps had detonated around him, but he weathered them all. Small explosions like that would not be able to break past his durable body. At some point, Mestama must have become desperate and launched an all-out attack in the form of several dozen light spears. Wearing a large grin, Sarorg watched as the spears rained down on him. He didn't move. Each spear came and struck him head-on, then shattered against his skin. The only sign that he had been attacked were the small black scorch marks on his body. I was wondering when you'd finally decide to face me in person, Sarorg said, looking at the area where the attacks had come from. There didn't appear to be anything there at first, but then, like the wavering form of a ghost, Mestama appeared. He must be able to bend light around his body. That was a pretty high-level skill. Bending light around something wasn't as simple as creating a light spear. The fact that he could do such a concentration-intensive technique spoke well of Mestama's abilities. Not that it will help him here. You, Mestama scowled at him, his face distorted with inhuman anger. You destroyed my peerage. Sarorg shrugged. Technically, my own peerage destroyed your peerage, but you should have expected that. You didn't come at us with any real plan. You just set a bunch of traps and a few ambushes in the hopes that it would finish us off. Do you even know of tactics? Shut up. Mestama howled. Several light spears appeared from the ether and shot forward. Sarorg took each one head on without flinching, letting them break off his body like they were simple paper projectiles. If this is the level of power behind his attacks, I won't even need to use Regulus. I'm going to give you a chance to surrender now, Sarorg said. If you don't, I'll defeat you with my next attack. That's not going to happen. I'm going to defeat you. I will. Sarorg sighed as more light spears broke against his skin. They stung a little, which couldn't be helped since they were made of light, a devil's natural enemy. Even so, these attacks were so weak they did little more than sting. Useless. Sarorg slid his feet apart, reared his fist back, and, expelling a deep breath, threw a punch. The air in front of him was rent. Fierce, howling winds exploded, the very atmosphere seeming to distort. Mestama, his desperation showing on his face, created several shields to defend against the attack. They were for naught. The power of Sarorg's punch smashed through every shield put up before plowing into Mestama. The fallen angel was thrown backwards. He crashed into a wall, through the wall, and disappeared in a cloud of dust. Sarorg waited several seconds to see if Mestama would emerge. Mestama has been retired. Victory goes to Sarorg Bale. Devil Ninja. Okay. Naruto spoke into the silence after the battle's conclusion. That was pretty badass. Of course you would think that, Rias said, smiling. Men like you think anything that's all power and no precision is awesome. I don't want to hear that from you, Ms. Powers of Destruction. Rias leaned into him, her head close to his ear, her body pressed against his arm. He could feel her breasts. It was hard not to. They were quite large. If you'd like, I can show you how precise I am later tonight. Naruto's arm was pinned, but that didn't mean he could just let her get away with teasing him. I might just take you up on that. They were so close now. A mere centimeter or two was between them. Naruto was just about ready to lean down and claim her lips in a kiss. You two might want to stop before you start making out on the couch, Kaneko interrupted them. You're making everyone else uncomfortable. Naruto and Rias jerked apart. They looked down at Kaneko, whose head still rested on Naruto's lap. Then they looked at everyone else. The other people present were staring at them. Some, like Angelus and Irina, were blushing up a storm, while others, such as Issei and, well, just Issei, were bleeding from the nose. "Don't you people have something better to look at?" Naruto asked. "Not really," Lix said from behind him. "So me flirting with my girlfriend is interesting to you. More interesting than anything else going on. The rating game is over, in case you forgot." As if emphasizing her point, the doors opened and Saraorg and his peerage walked in. They weren't alone. Along with them were the four Satans, Michael and the blonde woman, and Azazel, Samhazai, and a face that Naruto vaguely recognized but needed a moment to place. The man walking alongside Azazel and Samhazai looked like an older man in his mid to late 40s. His dark hair seemed to complement his tan, leathery skin. He also had a full beard. The outfit that he wore looked almost like a military uniform, a black bodysuit with occasional gold highlights, and it was covered by a cloak. "That's Barakiel, if I'm not mistaken, so, Akino's father." Naruto didn't have much to do with Akino, so he only knew of Barakiel thanks to Issei. He and Akino were apparently on bad terms. Naruto didn't know why this was, and it wasn't really something he could solve without appearing nosy. Aside from that, he believed that if anyone should help Akino get over her daddy issues, it was Issei, even if the two of them were no longer dating. "The first battle has concluded," Michael said. "It was a lot shorter than we had expected it to be, so we plan on having one more match before concluding the first day of the tournament. Will Boar and Lix please follow us to their starting points?" Boar and Lix, along with their respective peerage members, left with the entourage of high-class supernatural beings. "Well," Naruto mumbled to himself, "I wonder how this battle will play out." "Devil Ninja, Lix won." Naruto didn't know how surprised he was by that, but he had been pretty astonished by her sense of tactics and prowess in battle. Boar had been no joke either. He had used a combination of feints and blitzkrieg tactics to try and whittle away at Lix's peerage. It probably would have worked, but Lix had only feigned being pushed back, giving away ground until the very last second when she unleashed a trap that defeated Boar and his entire peerage in a single stroke. Rias had been taking notes on the battle. She had even put on her glasses, which she now kept in a carrying case in her left breast pocket. Naruto figured she was studying up on potential opponents should the time come for her to fight them. That was what he would have done, if he cared enough to do such a thing. That battle had taken up most of the day. Everyone who had attended had been sent back home with the knowledge that the next fight would begin again tomorrow. Since it would have been a waste to head back to the Grimoire estate, the members of Rias's peerage plus their friends were given accommodations within Lilith. Seeing how it was his first time staying in Lilith, Naruto had decided to go exploring. Rias was busy. She had told him that she wanted to compile the data that she had collected during the battles, to see if there was anything useful that she could use. Naruto had respected her wish. That was also why he was traveling through the city with Kaneko. Her tails and ears were no longer visible. Nekosho like her were hated in the underworld, thanks to what her sister had done, so she needed to hide her feline features. Naruto thought it was a shame. He liked her Neko appendages. Still, he knew there would be trouble if she walked around with cat ears and a tail. "There's a sweet shop around here that I wanted to show you," Kaneko told him as she led Naruto by the hand. The streets were pretty crowded. There must have been thousands of people wandering the streets, chatting and shopping and eating at local cafes and restaurants. Everyone was wearing smiles. It wasn't exactly what Naruto had expected from the underworld's denizens, but he knew from experience that hell and its residents were nothing like what humans thought. "So, basically, you want me to buy you sweets and be your personal golfer, right?" Naruto asked. Kaneko smiled and held his arm to her chest. "It's rare that I get you all to myself, so I'd like to make the most of our time together. Besides, Rias Bucho has been hogging you all to herself. It's not fair. She is letting you and the others sleep with us," Naruto pointed out. "But whenever we're awake and out doing things, she's with you," Kaneko countered. "I'd like to spend some time with you without anyone else." Naruto conceded her point. He wouldn't have been surprised to learn that Rias had decided not to come with him because she knew this as well. While most devils were greedy, and his girlfriend was no exception to that rule, she had a soft spot for her peerage and those she considered friends. She'd go out of her way to help them, spend time with them despite her busy schedule, and be there when they needed someone to talk to. In that manner, at least, she was quite selfless. "Do you know where this sweet shop is?" asked Naruto. "It's on Lucifer Street," Kaneko replied. "This way." The sweet shop that Kaneko led him to was known as Sadao's Sweets. Its architecture was different than what he was used to seeing. The roof was circular, like a dome, and the building was made of bricks instead of concrete. Inside of the shop was an enormous selection of sweets. Aisles upon aisles extended all the way to the back. Naruto didn't know if they were human or devil variations, since he couldn't tell the difference between the two. "Welcome to my... well, if it isn't Kaneko," a man said in greeting. He was a thin man with messy black hair and red eyes. "I haven't seen you since you were a young child. How've you been?" "Sadao-san," Kaneko greeted. "I've been doing okay. How are you?" "I'm getting by," Sadao said, looking at Naruto. "So, who is this? Your boyfriend?" "I suppose you could say that," Naruto said. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I know who you are." Sadao shook Naruto's hand. "You guys are all over the news lately. You and those other groups who are in the tournament." Naruto was about to respond when Kaneko tugged at his sleeve. She looked at him, which Naruto correctly interpreted as, "Stop talking and let me buy my sweets." Sadao seemed to know that as well. "Feel free to search my shop for whatever tickles your fancy." "Will do," Naruto said. Sadao's Sweets was made up of numerous aisles that contained all kinds of candy. Being unknowledgeable in the way of sweets, Naruto couldn't even name a tenth of what they perused. He merely followed Kaneko as she grabbed several types of chocolate and some other sugary treats before having Sadao ring them up. "Be sure to come back sometime, Kaneko," Sadao said as they were leaving. "It sounds like that Sadao guy knows you pretty well," Naruto said as they wandered down the street. Kaneko had already taken out one of her sweets, some manju, and was munching on it. "Kuroka-ne-sama used to take me there before she betrayed her master. Whenever her master went to the capital for business, she and I would travel with him, and so I ended up going to the store often." Naruto wondered if a day would ever come when Kaneko realized the truth about her sister. He also wondered if he should really be keeping silent. It was true that he wanted Kaneko to come to her own conclusions without him coloring her perceptions, but it was hard to see her think this way when he knew the truth. "Thank you for taking me to Sadao's," Kaneko said suddenly. Smiling as he placed his hand on the small of her back, Naruto said, "You're welcome. Now, since we still have several hours before we need to get back to the hotel, what do you say we keep traveling around? I'd like to see more of the city." Kaneko nodded, a smile appearing on her face. "Let's." "Devil Ninja." Rias sighed as she took off her glasses, set them on the table, and then leaned back and slowly closed her eyes. Her notebook sat on the table in front of her. They contained all of the information she had compiled on the two rating games. Between the winners, she had to say that Sarord was definitely the most dangerous of the two winners. That said, Lix wasn't someone she could afford to underestimate. "We'll be fighting whoever wins between them." She wasn't sure who she wanted to win. Logic dictated that Lix would be easier to defeat, but if they fought Sarord and won, it would help elevate her peerage's status in society. More than anything else, Rias wanted to prove her worth and those of her peerage. She wanted to make the members of her peerage shine brightly. More than anything else, she wanted people to know how amazing her friends, her family, was. Rubbing her eyes, Rias turned her head and looked out the window. "I wonder how Naruto and Kaneko are doing." Naruto had asked her if she wanted to travel with him to tour around the city. She had refused, stating that she wanted to compile the information she had, which was true, but the real reason was different. She simply wanted to give Kaneko some time alone with him. The sound of a spring's creaking caused her to look at the bed, which Ophis was suddenly and randomly lying stomach down on. How she had gotten there without alerting her, Rias had no idea. The infinite dragon god seemed capable of going wherever she pleased at will. "Ophis, what are you reading?" Rias asked as she stood up and stretched. She blinked when she felt a pair of eyes on her and looked back at Ophis. "Is she staring at my breasts?" "Rias Grimori," Ophis said. "Let me touch your breasts." "Fue, devil ninja." Naruto and Kaneko were walking down the hallway of the hotel they were staying at. The warm lighting complemented the wooden walls and crimson floor, upon which their feet tread with a light thud that echoed across the hall. Kaneko was carrying a bag of sweets in one hand while he held the other. They were within a meter of their apartment room. On. When they both stopped. "Did you hear that?" Naruto asked. "I did," Kaneko said. "Sounds like someone moaning in ecstasy." "And no," came the voice again. "That came from our room, right?" Naruto said. Kaneko nodded. "It did. I thought so." Naruto and Kaneko stopped in front of their door and pressed an ear to it. Heavy breathing along with several moans reached them from the other side. Already experienced with the pitch and timbre of those moans, Naruto knew exactly who was producing them. "That sounds like Rias Bucho." Kaneko did, too, apparently. Part of Naruto was almost scared to know what was going on behind this door, mostly because while he didn't believe Rias would cheat on him, he couldn't figure out what would cause her to moan like this outside of sex. Was she masturbating? Did she have sex toys that he didn't know about? There were some things that a guy just didn't want to know about his girlfriend. Despite that, he opened the door and walked in. Fortunately for Naruto's peace of mind, Rias was not masturbating or using any sex toys. However, the scene before them was even stranger. Rias was lying on the bed, in nothing but a pair of black lace panties, and Ophis was on top of her. Snakes bound Rias's arms to the bed, forcing her arms to be raised above her head, which revealed her armpits. Ophis was sucking on Rias's nipples. She would take one of them into her mouth and swirl her tongue around it, and then pull back and flick Rias's nipple with her tongue. In turn, Rias would squirm and moan. She would squeeze her thighs together, and her panties were becoming drenched as Ophis used some surprisingly masterful techniques to make Rias climax from just playing with her breasts. Light sweat already covered Rias's body. Her thighs and torso were glistening, and her nipples were slick with Ophis's saliva. Oh, I see, so this part right here is sensitive. And not there. There must have been something wrong with him, Naruto concluded. He really wanted to join Ophis in making his girlfriend feel good. At the same time, well, he was a little too shocked to do much more than stare. Kaneko didn't have the same issues. This is lewd. And Naruto. Kone. On. Rias's surprised words were halted when Ophis suddenly stuck her hand down Rias's panties. Don't do that, Ophis. I didn't say you could, on. Should we leave these two alone? Kaneko asked Naruto. No, we can't do that. Naruto sighed as he walked into the room, plucked Ophis by the back of her dress, and pulled her off of Rias's nipple. He then sent wind blades at the snakes binding Rias. The blades cut through them with ease, and his girlfriend slumped onto the bed. Naruto had to admit, if only to himself, that seeing Rias like this, exhausted, flushed, and with drool leaking from her mouth, was extraordinarily arousing. If it weren't for his will, he would have been tempted to pick up where Ophis left off. "What are you doing to my girlfriend?" Naruto asked the dragon god that he was holding like a scolded kitten. Ophis stared at him. "I was researching. That's right, and you interrupted me." Naruto needed a moment to make sense of this. "And, what were you researching?" "Erogenous zones. If ever there was a time for Naruto to feel one of those, what the fuck moments, this would be it. Huh. It seems that large breasts have different erogenous zones than small breasts. I was cataloging those differences for future reference," Ophis stated. Naruto couldn't tell if she was being serious or not. He wasn't sure he wanted to even know if she was serious or not. While Naruto was trying, and failing, not to express his disbelief, Kaneko had sat on the bed next to Rias and was poking the redhead's breasts. Since Rias was awfully voluptuous, her finger literally sank into the boob as though it was a marshmallow. "Hey, Bucho, when we have a threesome with Naruto, are you going to let me suck on your breasts, too?" Rias didn't answer, but that was mostly because she was too exhausted to say anything. Devil Ninja. The next day was the rating game between the Grimoire Peerage and Rule's Brave Saints. Rias and her peerage were directed toward their starting point by Michael, while Rule's group followed Searsex. Naruto could tell when they were transported to that other dimension. The air around them shifted, and the interior changed from a small room to a large, open plain. Blinking several times, Naruto looked at the sky. The swirling vortices that represented this dimension danced around in colorful patterns. It looked like this dimension was mostly an open plain with monolithic pillars of stone jutting from the surface. There must have been hundreds of them. They rose from the earth like silent, unmoving golems, surrounding him and the others, and casting dark shadows along the ground. He judged the tallest one to be about 50 meters in height. "These things are going to make finding our enemies difficult," Kiba said, staring up at the nearest pillar. "But it also means they won't be able to find us as easily," Akeno pointed out. "Aside from that, all of us can fly." "No." Rias shook her head. "Take a look at how this dimension was set up. The tops of those pillars is the ceiling of this place. I suspect they realized we'd be able to fly off if they made an outside battleground and accounted for that in advance." "Okay." Akeno shrugged. "So no flying. Do you have a plan?" Naruto asked Rias. "We don't know our enemy's capabilities, and we don't know the layout," Rias began. "We can't rectify the first without battling Rule and his brave saints, but we can at least fix the second problem. Naruto, send out as many clones as you can and have them scout the area. I want you to draw a map." Naruto grinned as he brought up his hands and formed a hand seal with his fingers. "All right, let's start this game off with a bang. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." A massive amount of Narutos suddenly appeared before them. There must have been hundreds of them. They didn't waste a second before splitting up and running off, leaving the Grimoire peerage as eight once more. "Well, that was an unusual sight," Kiba joked. "I didn't know you could make that many clones," Issei said. "I usually don't." Naruto shrugged. "The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu takes my chakra and splits it evenly between me and my clones. While this makes them indistinguishable from me, it also means that the more clones I make, the less chakra each one has. So the more clones you have, the weaker they are," Kaneko said, nodding. Outside of Rias, she knew the most about his cloning technique, since he and Kaneko trained together more often than the others. "Right. When you create so many, they aren't very good in a fight." Which he had discovered the hard way back in his own world. He used to use them a lot in battle, but they would always get massacred. However, for scouting missions, clones are perfect. There wasn't much for them to do but wait until Naruto's clones dispelled themselves, so everyone did their best to make themselves comfortable. Naruto waited beside Rias. He glanced at the others. Kiba was leaning against one of the pillars, his arms crossed. Kaneko was trying to pull the paper bag Gasper was wearing off of his head. "No, stop it, Kanaku. Why? We're not in a crowd of people anymore. You should be fine without wearing that." "But we're outside, so." "Kya, poor kid." Realizing that he couldn't see Issei, Asia, and Akeno, Naruto stood up and prepared to head out. "If you're looking for Asia, Akeno, and eyes, they went around that pillar," Rias said, pointing to a specific pillar several meters away. "I'd recommend giving them some time alone. I don't know what they're talking about, but it's probably best if we don't interfere." "Isn't that what you told me? That this is their problem?" "Yeah, I did." Naruto sat back down. "I guess I just can't help but feel worried." "I'm worried too," Rias admitted. "But you were right when you said we need to let them solve their own problems. I think we should do our best not to interfere." Naruto agreed with Rias, and so he ignored his inclination to check up on them. He was probably better off not knowing what they were talking about. It might make him want to interfere, which he didn't think they would appreciate. Just then, a familiar tickling sensation entered his mind. Images flashed before his eyes, like a video being replayed. He shifted. "It looks like my clones are starting to dispel," Naruto said. "How long will it take before all of them have dispelled?" asked Rias. "I don't know." Naruto closed his eyes as a few more clones dispelled. "I created about 200 clones, so there should be enough to thoroughly explore this level, but we don't know how big this place is," another clone just dispelled. "This place will be about the same size as the Colosseum," Rias told him. Nodding, Naruto focused on disseminating all of the information he was now getting. It seemed like Rias was right. His clones were dispelling much faster now, and judging from what he was seeing, many of them had reached the end of the dimension. While most of them only gave Naruto a first-person map of the surrounding area, several of them had given Naruto a good surprise. "I've found Rule and his peerage," he said. "Good. That means we can plan our strategy." Rias stood up and called for the others. Kiba, Kaneko, and a frightened Gasper came over to her. Issei, Asia, and Akano did not. Naruto, can you bring them back here for me? She asked. Sure thing. Naruto wandered around the large pillar. He found the trio easily enough. Asia and Issei were standing on one side and Akano stood apart from them. She looked uncomfortable. They all did, but Naruto had the sense that Akano was the most self-conscious person there. While he was loath to stop what appeared to be such an important discussion, Naruto knew that the rating game took precedence right now. Hey, you three, Naruto called out to them. It's time to come up with a plan of action. We need you guys with us. All right, Issei called back before turning back to Akano. Listen, Akano Akano. You don't have to answer right now, but we would really appreciate if you could at least think about it. Akano looked like she wanted to draw into herself and hide. She looked away and grasped her elbow as though she was a schoolgirl talking to a guy who made her uncomfortable. I can't promise anything. We know, Asia said softly. Just, please think about it. I can at least do that, Akano agreed with a rare smile. The trio walked up to Naruto and they all traveled back over to Rias, who was waiting patiently for him to return with the others. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. She then gestured for him and the others to join up with Kiba, Kaneko, and Gasper, which they did. Once they were all there, she explained their strategy. Since we don't know how powerful anyone in Rule's brave saints are, I think we should take them out individually, Rias explained. We'll have Naruto use his clones to separate each member and lead them into an ambush. How many people are we using for these ambushes? Asked Kiba. Are we going all out, or should we have some people in reserve? Because neither the brave saints of the fallen angel peerages could use promotion, there was no need for them to guard their starting point. The goal was not to get your pawns from one side to the other. This had been a new rule they implemented since only devil peerages used chess-based rules in their fights. Since there are 8 of us here, I think moving in groups of 4 would work best, Rias said. I'll lead one group and Akano will lead the other. Asia, and Kiba, you 3 are going to be with me. Akano, you'll take Naruto, Gasper, and Kaneko. Naruto, can you create a few clones? One of them will go with me. I want the others to keep their eyes on our opponents and dispel whenever they change direction. That'll take a lot of clones, Naruto said. Is it unfeasible? Thinking about Rias's question for a moment, Naruto eventually shook his head. No, I can create a couple thousand if need be. The problem is that more clones means less places where they can hide. Why don't you split your chakra 4 ways? Suggested Kaneko. One can go with Bucho, and then you can have 2 that scout ahead. Since your chakra is evenly split, they should have enough to create a clone of their own and dispel. That would work in the short term, but not the long term, Naruto said. When a clone dispels, the chakra is lost. If I created 3 clones, and one of those clones created another clone that immediately dispelled itself, the clone in question would only have half of its chakra, which is a third of my chakra. But you have a lot of that chakra stuff, right? Issei asked. It shouldn't matter if you lose some. No, Naruto is correct, Rias said. We don't know how powerful our enemy is. We should conserve our strength as much as possible. She thought for a moment. Okay, Naruto, give me the general location of our opponents. We'll split into groups of 3 and attack based off that knowledge. I don't think I need to tell any of you this, but be careful. Everyone nodded at her words, and with their teams set, the 2 groups split up. Come on, you 3, Akano said. Let's go. Kiba, Kaneko, and Naruto followed Akano. As they were leaving, Naruto noticed Akano glance at Issei and Asia one last time before Rias's group disappeared from sight. Devil Ninja. Rule had a total of 9 brave saints. Justine, Augustus, Floa, Octavia, Erica, Lawrence, Philippe, Michelle, and Katrina. Rias did not know what their powers were, nor how strong they were. She only knew their names and faces. Since they were reincarnated angels, there was also a chance that, like reincarnated devils, some of them were sacred gear users. They would need to be cautious. We're coming up on the first location you recommended, Rias said as she, Asia, Issei, and Gasper rushed through the pillars. Gasper was currently riding on Issei's shoulder. He didn't have the stamina that everyone else did. Chances are they've already moved from that spot. Naruto's voice crackled with static. Be careful of traps. We will. Rias rounded a corner with the others. They immediately needed to leap away and separate as a massive beam of energy destroyed the area they had been standing on. Rias looked up. There were 4 members of Rule's Peerage standing together. In front of them was a massive magic circle, which was currently crackling with discharged energy. It looks like they're combining their power to form some kind of magic attack. The Brave Saints system was centered around cards, unlike the evil pieces of a Devil's Peerage, which was chess-based. Rias knew only a little bit about the Brave Saints. Technically, it was still an experimental system. However, it wouldn't be illogical to assume that the Brave Saints couldn't create special attacks based on specific card games like blackjack or poker. I should have picked Irina's brain about the Brave Saints system more. She had spoken with Irina a bit because she wanted to understand a little about the Brave Saints system. It was also a way to bond with Irina. However, she hadn't asked for specifics on how the system worked because she didn't want her friend to think she was trying to discover the system's weakness for exploitation. She was beginning to regret her decision. It looks like they're charging that big-ass magic cannon again. Issei warned them. Eyes, move to the back with Asia and charge up your boosted gear. Gasper, see if you can stop their time, or at least stop the cannon from firing. I'll cover you. Rias raced to the front. The cannon was indeed charging up. A bright white light emitted from the center, and sparks flew from it like electrical discharges. Because she didn't know how much power was contained in those attacks, Rias decided not to defend. Sometimes offense was the best defense. She channeled great quantities of her power of destruction into her hands, which were soon engulfed in ethereal crimson flames. Concentrating, Rias forced her powers of destruction into a shape, a pair of twin swords that extended from her hands. The cannon fired off. A massive beam of energy flew at her far faster than she had expected. Rias shouted as she crossed her arms and swung them in an X pattern just as the cannon attack struck. The massive energy attack was sliced apart. Each part swerved violently and struck one of the pillars, decimating it. The 4 simultaneously and equally massive explosions created a shockwave that washed over them, yet Rias didn't look away from the 4 brave saints who were standing high above them. They were frozen. Rias-sama, I can't keep them frozen like this for long. Gasper said. Turning her head, Rias saw that Gasper's eyes had changed and he was holding out his hands toward the group on the cliff. They were shaking. Eyes, can you perform a dragon shot? I'm on it. Issei sprung forward, a compressed orb of demonic energy hovering in front of him. It's time to unleash my load on you suckers. Dragon shot. Rias would have facepalmed at Issei's words, but she didn't have the time. Issei punched the compressed ball of energy not even a second later. The attack that erupted from his fist took the form of a gigantic beam that slammed into the pillar that the brave saints had been standing on. Not only did it carve a massive chunk right into the pillar, but it blasted through it, destroying the enormous stone structure. The gigantic land formation collapsed. Did that get them? Asked Issei. Rias was about to comment, but at that moment, a black distortion appeared in front of Issei. Thanks to his training, Issei reacted immediately. He jumped away from the distortion. It was a good thing. A large black hole soon appeared there, and it began sucking in everything within a 50-meter radius. Wah! Gasper screamed as he was pulled in. He tried to find purchase along the ground, but there was nothing to grab. He was lifted into the air and sucked toward the black hole. Dragon Whip! Issei shouted as he extended his boosted gear. A whip shot out from the gauntlet and wrapped around Gasper. Issei used that whip to pull the half-vampire toward him. While Issei did that, Rias stood protectively in front of Asia. Her arms were spread wide, and there was a large reddish dome surrounding them, which kept them both from being pulled into the black hole. While the drain on her energy was minimal, it took a lot of concentration to keep her and Asia from slipping toward the black hole. Gasper! She shouted over the howling wind. I need you to stop the time of that black hole. I can't. I don't have enough power. Then drink some of Isa's blood. No, I don't want to. I don't like the taste of blood. Now isn't the time, Gasper. But I. Rias is right, Issei shouted. He then bit into his thumb, drawing blood, and stuck it inside of Gasper's mouth. We need your power, so please lend us a hand. Go ahead and suck on my finger. That sounded so wrong, eyes. So wrong. Rias shook her head. Gasper's eyes changed as Issei's blood entered his veins. Forbidden Blur View. The eyes turned into gateways through which the power of Forbidden Blur View could be channeled. It was amazing to watch as the area around them turned partially gray, as though the world was losing its color. Even more remarkable than that was how the black hole was slowly stopping. The air around the black hole stopped howling as darkness spread across the land. Rias nearly jumped when a massive jaw erupted from the ground and chomped down on the black hole, devouring it. Then the world reverted to normal. Rias sighed as she let the barrier drop. Are you okay, Asia? She asked, helping the girl stand. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for protecting me. Of course, anything for my cute servant. Rias led Asia over to Issei and Gasper, who also appeared to be unharmed, though Gasper had tears in his eyes. Why did you do that, Senpai? You know I hate blood. Issei rubbed the back of his head. I know, I'm sorry about that, but we needed your power. Without you, that black hole might have consumed us. Is right. Rias placed a hand on Gasper's head and tenderly rubbed it. We would have been done without you. Thank you, Gasper. Gasper smiled in spite of what happened. You're welcome. What do we do now? Issei asked. It doesn't look like we defeated anyone. There was no announcement. You're right, Rias said. It's unfortunate, but at least we learned something important during this skirmish. What's that? Asked Asia. Rias gave them a grim smile. There are at least 2 sacred gear users among the 4 who attacked us. Devil Ninja, Akeno, you need to be careful. It looks like they've set up ambush points for us, Rias said over their communication device. Naruto and the others were flying through the towering monoliths when they heard the words. Akeno, who was in the lead, placed a hand against her ear, even as she swerved around a massive stone trunk that jutted from the ground. Naruto, Kaneko, and Kiba followed close behind her. An ambush, huh, Akeno murmured. Yes, and while I can't confirm it, the brave saints seem to have some special abilities that are similar to the evil peace system. Gotcha. We'll be careful. Akeno turned to Naruto, Kiba, and Kaneko. You heard Rias-sama. It looks like they've set up ambushes for us. Going in with guns blazing isn't going to do us any good. In that case, let me go on ahead, Naruto suggested. I'm strong enough that I can survive whatever ambush they throw at me. I'll let them spring their trap on me, and while I have them distracted, you guys can come in and take them out from behind. Akeno nodded. That's a sound plan, and I can't think of a better one without knowing what my opponent's capabilities are. We'll go with it. Be careful, Kaneko said. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Coming from you, that doesn't mean much, Kiba joked. Oh, stuff it, I'm plenty careful. See ya. Naruto took off in a burst of speed, leapt off the ground, and landed feet first on one of the pillars. Rather than just remain there, Naruto pumped chakra into his feet and blasted off the pillar. Then he flipped around and landed on the next pillar and did the same thing. He bounced from pillar to pillar, increasing his speed until everything was passing by him in a blur, mere streaks of brown and gray. As he leapt from one pillar to another, Naruto created several clones. He only managed to create 5 before it happened. During one of those moments, just as he was about to leap to another pillar, the area around his feet suddenly froze. Naruto blinked. Get him now while he's still frozen. Several people leapt at him. Most of them were holding light spears, but one of them had what appeared to be a whip, and the other was wielding an element of some sort. Naruto clicked his tongue and shoved more chakra into his feet, shattering the ice. He leapt off the pillar and onto the ground. He was just in time. The pillar collapsed from the numerous attacks committed upon it. Dusting himself off, Naruto looked at the 5 people surrounding him. One was a beautiful blonde woman, her arms crossed underneath her modest chest. The other 2 women were a brunette and redhead respectively. While the redhead's hands were covered in fire, the brunette had a light spear in her hand. The other 2 were men. One of them was a spiky-headed ruffian sort of fellow, while the other had an androgynous appearance that most people would have probably found misleading. It looks like the whole welcoming committee is here, Naruto said in a bright, cheerful voice. Hi, I'm Naruto. We know, the blonde woman said, her voice somewhat dry. You made sure everyone knew your name at the party. So I did, Naruto admitted. What's your name? I'm Erika. And I'm Philippe, said the androgynous male. Michelle, the redhead said. Katrina, the brunette introduced herself as. Naruto looked at the ruffian, who noticed this and clicked his tongue. He didn't say anything. This prompted Naruto to ask, Lawrence. Don't call me that, Lawrence shouted. He hates his name, Erika told Naruto. We're not sure why. All he said was that a name like Lawrence isn't manly enough for someone like him. That's because Lawrence is a sissy's name. I see. So he doesn't like his name. That's too bad, Naruto said. I think Lawrence is a good name. It suits him. Grah. Lawrence looked like he was ready to slam his head against a wall. All of you just shut up. And you, Lawrence pointed his light spear at Naruto. You're going down right here. Right now. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of that. Naruto grinned. You see, I created a shadow clone some time ago and have already switched places with it. What? Lawrence's words turned into a surprised squawk when the Naruto in front of him disappeared. What the heck just happened? Having replaced himself with a clone, Naruto leapt out from behind a pillar, a large blue ball of swirling energy already in his hand. It wasn't the size of his palm. It was the size of a basketball. Udama Rasengan. The 5 brave saints scattered as Naruto slammed his Rasengan into the ground. A massive explosion went up. Naruto used it to propel him back into the air and toward the blonde woman, Erika, who wore a shocked face. You're wide open, Naruto shouted. That's what you think, she said back. Element 0. Naruto's forward momentum was halted when he slammed face first into something. It felt like he'd struck a wall. Erika shouted, and suddenly, the wall exploded and sent Naruto blasting back toward the ground, where Michelle was waiting for him. Blazer. The girl shouted as she threw a punch at him. Her fist was on fire. Since Naruto had no desire to get it, he used the replacement technique on a boulder from the destroyed pillar. Michelle's fist struck the boulder. The explosion that followed was impressive. Massive gusts of searing hot wind flew outward from the center of impact. Numerous molten rock fragments also soared through the air, striking the ground like small meteorites. Naruto wasn't given a moment's rest. Katrina and Lawrence had appeared on either side of him and were coming in fast. Both of them were wielding a light spear. While Naruto was confident in his durability, he didn't want to test it either. He leapt backward, right into the waiting attack of Philippe. Gravity error, Philippe shouted. A large black orb shot forward and slammed into Naruto. True to the attack's name Naruto, it felt a lot like gravity had experienced a sudden massive increase. Sadly for Philippe, however many times more than Earth's normal gravity this was, it wasn't enough to slow Naruto down. Pumping even more chakra into his feet, Naruto threw himself at Philippe, who didn't even have a moment to realize that his attack hadn't worked. Naruto's foot met the angel's face. Philippe was blasted backward, into a pillar, which exploded from the force of his impact. Dang it, how is this guy so strong? Lawrence asked as he and the others regrouped. I'll be happy to answer your question. Naruto bellowed as he struck a pose that wouldn't have looked out of place on a Chunibyo. I am the most amazing, incredible, and strongest ninja in the entire universe. Now bow before the impeccable might of the great Uzumaki Naruto-sama. Silence met his declaration. Dead silence. Naruto watched as everyone stared at him, and then he watched as a tumbleweed blew between him and his opponents. The silence continued. You guys are a tougher crowd than I thought, Naruto mumbled as he noticed several shadows peeking out from behind a pillar. He grinned. But at least my distraction was a success. Now's your chance. The group of angels barely had time to move before a massive bolt of lightning shot between them. As the 5 angels were forced to separate, 2 shadows darted out from behind the pillar, revealing themselves to be Kaneko and Kiba. They quickly tackled an angel and forced them away from their comrades. This fight had just become 1-on-1. Except for Naruto, who had to fight 2-on-1. He was lucky like that. Devil Ninja. Kaneko frowned at her opponent. Katrina had brown hair and a lithe figure, similar to Kaneko herself except she was taller. It made her appear lanky instead of proportionate like her. Unlike the high-level angels who wore white robes, this one wore regular human clothes, jean shorts and a white sleeveless shirt. She also had several wristbands of varying color. "Don't feel too bad about losing to me," Kaneko said, cracking her knuckles. "I don't know how you can say that when you haven't won." Katrina brandished her light spear with 2 hands. From her stance, Kaneko determined that she was well versed in combat. "You will," Kaneko told her. Without waiting for an opening, Kaneko threw herself at Katrina. Her attack, a powerful left jab, was blocked by the light spear in Katrina's hand. Thanks to her durability as a rook, the attack didn't hurt. Even so, steam rose from her hand as her opponent was sent flying backwards. "So this is the strength of a rook," Katrina mumbled. "I can see how that would be troublesome to deal with." "That was only a taste of what I can do," Kaneko said before leaping into the air. She descended toward Katrina, who decided not to defend herself again and threw her spear at Kaneko instead. Sadly, the spear shattered as Kaneko, twisting her body around like an acrobat, landed a heel drop on the weapon. She then descended the rest of the way. Katrina leapt back as Kaneko slammed into the ground. The earth shook as large cracks spread across the surface. Perhaps sensing an opening, Katrina tossed the spear at Kaneko again, but it broke upon her fist when she punched it. Kaneko then launched herself into a sprint and threw another punch that was dodged. Her fist plowed into the pillar that Katrina had been standing behind, causing the entire thing to shake. Grunting, Kaneko yanked her arm out of the hole it had made and slammed a kick into the pillar's surface. Cracks spread before the entire base shattered. Several fragments nearly hit Katrina, but she spread her wings and took to the sky. So did Kaneko. She followed the angel. Her ears popped out of her hair, twitching as the cool air hit them. A tail extended from behind her. With a NYA of concentration, Kaneko created several dozen orbs that surrounded Katrina. She closed her fist. As though the action was some kind of signal, all of the orbs enclosed around Katrina. She tried to cut them apart, but every orb she sliced into exploded, sending her into another one, which also exploded. Kaneko landed back on the ground and watched as explosion after explosion engulfed Katrina. When the attacks finally ceased, her angelic foe was nowhere to be found. "Katrina has been retired." "Booyah," Kaneko said, pumping her fist into the air. "Devil Ninja." Gravity error. Kiba grimaced as his forward rush was halted. His opponent was a young man of Italian descent. With olive-colored skin, brown hair, brown eyes, and highly eccentric fashion choice, he reminded Kiba a lot of a bull rider. His matador outfit looked kind of ridiculous. His powers were not. "I see," Kiba grunted as he dodged a light spear. His body felt heavy. "You have a sacred gear that lets you manipulate gravity." "I do indeed," Philippe said in a thick Italian accent. "Gravity error allows me to manipulate gravity within a limited area. I can make gravity lighter or heavier, and there's no real limit to the area affected beyond how much power I put into my attack." "That's a pretty neat power," Kiba admitted. While Philippe had said that his power had no limited, Kiba knew that his words weren't necessarily true. He didn't think the angel was lying. Angels couldn't lie or they became fallen angels. Still, Philippe probably didn't realize that his sacred gear had some kind of downside. It made sense. Most people who possessed a sacred gear didn't know everything there was to know about their power. Kiba planned on finding out what that weakness was. "I see that a knight's speed allows you to keep ahead of my gravity," Philippe said. "That won't save you in the end." Kiba darted across the battlefield, his enhanced speed letting him to keep from being squashed by the increased gravity field. He moved in close to Philippe and created a sword of darkness. His idea was to attack Philippe while he was busy manipulating gravity. That plan didn't work out as he expected. The moment Kiba got within a few feet of his opponent, the gravity around him suddenly increased and his sword stabbed into the ground. "I forgot to mention that I can also create a gravity field around myself for protection," Philippe said. He launched a kick at Kiba, but it was avoided when Kiba leapt backward. The darkness sword disappeared and reappeared in Kiba's hand. "You're a troublesome opponent, I'll give you that," Kiba said. "But I think you'll find that I can also be pretty troublesome." Undoubtedly. Rather than rely on close-range sword skills, Kiba created several dozen swords that jutted from the ground beneath Philippe's feet. The attack was dodged. Pinions spread from Philippe's back, and with a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky, avoiding the spiky death. Kiba clicked his tongue and threw several swords at Philippe, but none of them reached the angel, who manipulated the gravity to make the swords fall back to the ground. Undeterred, Kiba flew upward, high over the head of Philippe. There he attacked with even more vigor than before. Dozens of swords appeared all around Philippe. They attacked in mass, flying forward with unerring accuracy. Kiba watched carefully to see if he could discover anything about Philippe's power that might be useful to him. Is that? It is. When several small cuts appeared on Philippe's arms, legs, and face after several swords flew down at him from above, Kiba knew what Gravitor Air's weakness was. All right, here we go. With a plan forming in his mind, Kiba landed back on the ground, bent his knees, and kicked off the dirt. He flew high into the air again and attacked Philippe with a relentless pace. His first attack came in from the front. Nothing happened. The blades dropped to the ground. Landing back on the ground, Kiba disappeared as he put on another burst of speed and attacked from behind. Then he attacked from the left. Next the right. The left again. The right. Front. He kept disappearing and reappearing, only to attack Philippe from another angle. Philippe tried to keep up, but he didn't have a knight's speed. All he could even see were after images. Above you, Kiba shouted as he reappeared above Philippe. He could feel the gravity from the Philippe's sacred gear taking effect. It dragged him down, toward Philippe, who only had enough time to look up before Kiba sliced into his back. Philippe's scream disappeared along with him as he evaporated into particles. Philippe has been retired. Kiba landed on the ground. Dusting himself off, he wandered off in search of his comrades. Devil Ninja, Era, Akeno giggled as she and Erika danced through the air, trading strikes like a pair of bitter enemies. Every bolt of lightning she sent at her angelic foe, the attack would splash off of what appeared to be an invisible wall. You're quite talented. I hadn't realized the angels had such a unique sacred gear user on their side. The sacred gear that Erika used was not exactly rare, but it wasn't what she would have considered common either. Element Zero allowed its wielder to create invisible barriers and attacks. The barriers could block just about anything, which meant Akeno's lightning did next to nothing, since it never came close to hitting her opponent. And you, I've heard that you were a hybrid between devil and fallen angel, Erika said. That's next to unheard of. Don't mention that to me, Akeno said, her smiling face morphing into a scowl. I see that you do not like your fallen angel blood, Erika murmured. I do not know why this is, but it means little to me. Lightning sliced the air, but it was blocked by a large, invisible wall. Akeno quickly swerved away from her previous position. Seconds later, an invisible attack slammed into the pillar that had been behind her, toppling the entire thing like a house of cards being kicked by an angry child. Akeno grimaced. It was hard dodging an attack when she didn't even know when, where, or which direction it was coming from. Akeno randomly flew through the air as several more attacks crashed into the ground below her, denting the earth as though a giant, invisible fist was punching the ground. So long as she kept this up, Akeno was sure she'd be fine. Unfortunately, this meant she had no chances to counterattack. Her flight must not have been as random as she thought. Pain exploded in her skull a second later when she smacked into something. That wouldn't have been so bad, but then something akin to a sledgehammer crashed into her stomach. Akeno could do nothing but release a soundless scream as she hit the ground hard. Gritting her teeth and ignoring the blood trailing down her mouth, Akeno rolled along the ground as something slammed into the spot where she'd been lying. She scrambled to her feet and launched a lightning bolt at Erika. It was blocked. Again. That sort of straightforward assault won't work on me, Erika said, and Akeno moved out of the way as several more attacks came at her. This woman was easily the worst opponent a person could have. How was Akeno expected to defeat this woman if she could use attacks and defenses that were invisible? Since it was clear that she couldn't win in a straight-out fight, Akeno rushed behind the nearest pillar. Her cover didn't last long. Something slammed into the pillar with the force of a hurricane, which sent the entire thing crumbling. This just forced Akeno to run to another pillar. Keeping up the game of cat and mouse, Akeno tried to think of a way out of this mess. If Erika could block any attack she sent, then it meant she either needed to overwhelm her defense with a massive offense, or she needed to attack her when Erika wasn't looking. There was also I wonder if she can block attacks coming from more than one direction. Akeno wanted to test that theory. To that end, as she stepped out from behind her pillar, she created several magic circles that surrounded Erika on all sides. The angel stopped whatever she'd been doing and looked at the circles. For perhaps the first time since this fight, Akeno thought she saw apprehension on her opponent's face. For some reason, that look wasn't as delicious as it normally was. I don't know if you can block this, but I hope for your sake that you can, Akeno said right before she unleashed several dozen lightning attacks. The air was split with a thunderous roar. Devil Ninja. Erika has been retired. Naruto backflipped away from his opponents as they each launched their respective attacks. The heat from Michelle's sacred gear washed over Naruto, though her attack was too far away to hurt him. Likewise, Lawrence's light spears kept missing their mark as Naruto continued backflipping until his feet met the pillar behind him. With chakra at the bottom of his feet, Naruto burst forward. The two angels leapt away as he struck the ground. A cloud of dust rose all around him like plumes of smoke from a fire. Like the ninja that he was, Naruto darted out of the cloud seconds before the area became perforated with holes. He shook his head when Michelle set the cloud on fire for good measure. He pondered the best way to defeat these two. Naruto was sure that he could do so easily, but he didn't want to just destroy them like they were a couple of noobs. This goal was to foster friendship. If he defeated them without putting any effort in, their pride would be hurt. Of course, if he made it look like he wasn't trying, then they would probably get upset too. What to do? What to? Ah, found you. Michelle shouted as she flew down from above like an avenging angel. Take this, Blazer. Naruto's wings spread wide as he flapped them, soaring above Michelle as she crashed into the pillar. The area where her fist struck disappeared as her fire-coated fist melted the rock. Her attack had actually created a large hole, which she flew straight through. That was some impressive power. It might have actually hurt Naruto if it hit. You've got to be packing some serious heat to melt through stone like that, Naruto said. Michelle came back through the hole that she had blasted into the pillar. She landed on the ground several meters from Naruto. My sacred gear, Blazer, can produce heat up to 4,000 degrees Celsius. Just so you know, that's the same level of heat required to melt diamonds. That is pretty hot, Naruto said, grinning as he sensed movement behind him. Sashi was trying to distract him with idle chit-chat. That wouldn't work. He was the master of distraction. Then I guess it's a good thing I'm not an easy target. Naruto spun around and thrust out his hand. There was a Rasengan already formed in his palm. When it met the light spear that Lawrence had thrown at him, it exploded. Naruto used the kinetic energy that their clashing attacks caused to launch himself at Michelle, who needed a moment to realize that their plan had failed. Blazer. She launched her attack at him. It was a powerful blast of fire so hot that Naruto could feel it burn his face despite how far away it was. Not wanting to get hit, Naruto used Shunshin, the basic teleportation jutsu, to move far away from the attack. He reappeared barely a meter from Michelle. It was a short distance, a distance that he closed in a split second. Michelle barely had time to realize that he'd already entered her guard and no time to defend herself. Sorry, cutie, but I'm gonna have you sleep for a bit. Naruto shouted as he thrust his palm into her jaw. It was done at a precise angle. The attack rattled Michelle's brain and caused her to immediately lose consciousness. Since he didn't want her getting hurt anymore, he caught her and lowered her to the floor. Not that it was necessary. She disappeared a second later. Michelle has been retired. You're going to pay for that. Lawrence shouted as he charged at Naruto. It wasn't a sound move. Since he was the only person left, he wasn't much a threat. Naruto put on a burst of incredible speed, rushed at Lawrence, and took him out with a swift blow to the temple. The man flew through the air. Then he struck the ground hard and rolled across it like a ragdoll. He only came to a stop after hitting one of the pillars, and then he disappeared. Lawrence has been retired. With the feeling of victory overflowing from him, Naruto cracked his neck several times and grinned. I guess I should meet up with the others, he said to himself. As he began walking off, another thought occurred to him. I wonder how Rias and her team are doing. Devil Ninja. Rias had finally figured out how to defeat the group that she and her team were fighting. Thanks to Naruto and the others defeating their opponents, Rias had realized why she and her team couldn't defeat their opponents. "I've figured out how to counter that huge cannon attack they launched at us before," Rias told the others. The Angel team had retreated to a safe point far from them after launching their attack. Rias assumed that the cannon attack was their trump card. "If you've figured out how we can counter that huge attack, I'm all ears," Issei said. He, Gasper, and Asia were crowding around her in a circle. "That huge attack is similar to the special abilities that our evil peace system has," Rias informed them. "Instead of chess moves, their special abilities are based off card games like blackjack. The Brave Saints system is based off of card hands. There's the king, queen, jack, ace, and the card numbers 2 through 10. Much like a regular hand of cards, the Brave Saints can acquire special attributes based on what hands they produce. Like having a royal flush in poker?" Kiba asked. Rias nodded. "Yes, though I imagine they'll need their king to unleash that kind of power. More than likely, the power they used on us was based on blackjack. I'm almost 100% positive that the 4 who fought against us would have made 21 if you combined the number amount each of their Brave Saint cards are worth." "So, how are we supposed to counter that attack?" asked Issei. "Simple." Rias gave him a victorious smile. "You separate them. It's clear that in order to use their power, they have to be close together. If they're spread out, they can't activate their power. Why else would they bother putting themselves so close together when they know that a single shot from your gauntlet can wipe them out?" "Huh, that makes sense, I guess. Do you have a plan?" asked Asia. "I do." Rias's plan called for Issei and Gasper to act as a distraction. They would bring the attention of their opponents onto them while Asia would use her new ability to heal from a distance, which was the skill she had learned during her training, to keep them alive. While this was happening, Rias would use her powers of destruction to take out as many of their opponents as she could. She technically only needed to take out one of their foes. That would be enough to keep them from using their special cannon attack. However, if possible, she wanted to decimate all of them in a single attack. They found the 4 Brave Saints lying in wait for them several kilometers from their previous position. Like before, they were standing on a ledge. Since the ledge was halfway between the top and bottom, this allowed them a great view of the surrounding area, though much of that view was blocked by more pillars. Gasper and Issei darted out from their hiding spots. Since they were on opposite sides of a pillar, this meant the Brave Saints' attention was split 2 ways. "Hey, you 4, Issei shouted. "I hope you're ready, because Gasper and me are going to double-team you." Gasper paused upon hearing Issei's words. He blushed several seconds later, his face bright red. Eyes senpai, I don't think I'm ready for that kind of commitment, but I guess it's okay if it's you." "Huh." Issei just looked confused. The Brave Saints seemed to decide that Issei was the bigger threat, probably because of his Dragon Shot ability. Its destructive power was second to none among Rias's current team. While Issei did his best to boost his Sacred Gear's power, he was also forced to dodge massive blasts from the cannon attack. Even Rias, who stood about a dozen meters away from the primary battle, could feel the resulting shockwave from each successive attack reverberate through the earth. She could only imagine how that felt up close. Time was of the essence here. Rias knew that, and so rather than worry about her comrades, she decided to trust in their abilities. While Issei, Gasper, and Asia did their jobs, Rias charged up her magic. As a high-class devil, Rias was blessed with a large well of magic to draw from. Her demonic powers might not have been close to her brother's level, but she also wasn't a fully matured devil. Even so, Rias was quite proud of the power she wielded. When fully unleashed, she probably had enough to destroy an entire city block. Concentrate, concentrate, concentrate. She focused her magic into her hands, drawing out her reserves of power. The idea was to compress all of her magic into a sphere of energy, which she planned to unleash on their opponents. It would be more than enough to retire them. It was too bad she wouldn't get the chance to use all that power. Barely a second into her charging, Rias's instinct screamed at her to move. She did. Leaping to the side, Rias almost screamed in surprise when something exploded right next to her. Heat seared her skin and scorched her eyes. It was not the kind of heat that came from fire. She recognized the pain. It was light magic, angelic magic. Looking up, Rias saw who had attacked her. It was Rule. With long hair the color of glimmering silver, blue eyes that were more clear than the sky, and a fragile appearance reminiscent of a glass doll, the angel before her appeared more ethereal than anybody she had ever met. She didn't want to underestimate him because of his appearance. Even so, it was hard when the aura he gave off was so sporadic. His powers flickered in and out as though they were unstable. Rias didn't think that was natural. I hadn't expected you to come out yourself, Rias said. Rule smiled. My brave saints had convinced me not to fight, but after 5 of them were retired, I decided that it would be rude of me to remain idle while they were risking themselves for my sake. I can accept that, Rias nodded. A good leader is one who is always there for his or her people. On that we can agree. Since she had never faced an angel in combat before, Rias did not know what to was why she decided to test the waters by sending several small attacks at Rule. She launched a total of 12 spheres. The dark crimson energy was deflected by a shield that sprang up in front of Rule. She narrowed her eyes as her own powers bounced off the shield and detonated against numerous pillars. That is an automatic defense, she declared. It is indeed, Rule admitted. I do not have any control over this power. In fact, I'm not very good at using my powers at all. Then I was right, Rias muttered to herself. Your powers are unstable. Rule wore a kind smile. Yes, though not for the reasons you might think, and it's not like I can't use my powers. I just need to be careful. As though he wanted to emphasize his point, Rule raised his hand above his head. Light particles gathered in the air, coalescing together, taking shape. Rias gawked as a spear appeared in Rule's hand. It wasn't shock that he could create a spear. It was shock at the spear's size. She remembered the spears that Kokobile had created. Those were large, but this was massive. It was easily 10 times the size of a person. I apologize in advance, Rule said, but I have no real control over my own power, so this might hurt a bit. And then he brought the spear down. Rias launched herself to the side, using her wings to gain extra speed. The heat from the massive spear as it was swung down burned her, the light blinded her, and when it struck the ground, it created a massive shockwave that slammed into her with all the force of a raging horde of bulls. Rias gritted her teeth as she tried to keep herself from being thrown around, but it was so difficult. Fierce, hurricane-like winds slammed into her, pushed her. Dust flew everywhere. It stung her eyes and rubbed her skin raw. She did her best to cover her face with her forearm, but that just meant her arms were taking the brunt of the damage instead. She could feel the skin as it was peeled away by several thousand grains of sand moving at speeds faster than most sports cars. It was unimaginably painful. The attack finally died down. Rias lowered her arms. She gasped upon seeing the extent of damage done by Rule's attack. A gigantic trench had been carved out of the ground. While Rias couldn't judge just by looking at it, the trench had to be at least a kilometer long, and it was wide enough that several dozen people could stand lengthwise across it. If that wasn't enough, then the pillars that had been standing in the attack's path were gone. Annihilated. What incredible power, she muttered. This power is more of a curse than a blessing, Rule said. He was still floating in the air, though it looked like he'd been thrown backwards by his own attack. With his hair in complete disarray and his eyes drooping, the angel looked worn, as though his last attack had damaged him more than her. I could imagine why, Rias muttered. It looks like you can't control it very well. No, I cannot, Rule agreed. That is why most of my power has been sealed. What you just saw was the minimum amount of power I have at my disposal. The rest is locked away. Rias was sure her eyes were bulging. That was the minimum amount of power that he had. What kind of monstrous strength did this angel possess? Now then, Rule began, creating another massive light spear. Shall we try this again? He brought the spear down once more, but this time, Rias didn't know what to do. She could flee, of course, but it wasn't like running would help. That attack had hurt her despite getting out of the way in time. Of course, there was no way she could block it, so fleeing was really her only option, but before she could come to a decision, another massively powerful aura entered the battlefield. It was familiar. She recognized this power. Appearing seemingly out of nowhere, a giant clawed hand reached out and grabbed onto the spear, stopping it in its tracks. Rule was so shocked that he nearly dropped his weapon. The clawed hand squeezed down on the spear, shattering it into millions of tiny fragments that rained onto the ground. Some of those fragments would have hit Rias, but another hand flew forward and covered her. The remnants of Rule's power slammed into the hand. They didn't ground through. Rather, it was the many light shards that broke, shattering against the clawed appendage as though they were flimsy glass fragments striking a cement wall. "Damn, that was some power," a voice said behind her. The hands retracted. "I had no idea there was an angel among the people participating who had that kind of power." Rias turned her head. A person was walking toward them, Naruto, his orange jacket blowing in the wind, his blonde hair swaying as he moved. Sky-blue eyes were grinning up at the angel who floated several dozen meters above them. "Naruto," Rias muttered. Grinning with a vibrancy that couldn't be faked, Naruto greeted her. "Hey, Rias, I felt this guy's power skyrocketing and thought you might want a hand." "I could definitely do with some help," Rias admitted. "I had no idea Rule would have that kind of power." "I don't think any of us did," Naruto said. "Go help your team. I'll keep Rule busy." "Okay, thank you, Naruto." Rias flapped her wings and headed off in the direction that Asia, Gasper, and Issei were at. Since no announcement had been made about anyone retiring, it meant they were still fighting. She could only hope they would still be there when she reached them. Devil Ninja. Looking up at the angel floating in the sky, Naruto had a strange sense of déjà vu. It wasn't the kind he got from having seen this situation before. Perhaps it was due to the expression on his opponent's face, or maybe it had something to do with the lonely aura surrounding the other boy, but as Naruto looked at Rule, he felt almost like he was staring into a mirror and seeing his past self. "Since you've already attacked twice, I think that means it's my turn to take this battle to you," Naruto said, grinning as he knelt down. His muscles bunched together. With a boost of chakra, Naruto launched himself skyward. Naruto quickly created two clones. One launched him further into the air. The other created a Rasengan. As he soared above Rule, the Rasengan Naruto clone tried to slam his jutsu into the angel's sternum. It didn't work. Rule had been able to see the attack coming and reacted more quickly than the clone. The attack was dodged. This didn't mean much, though, as the other clone used the Rasengan Naruto as a stepping stool. He leapt off of that Naruto's back and flew up to the real Naruto. With a Rasengan already formed in one hand, he allowed his clone to grab the other, spin him around, and throw him at Rule. Wind swirled around his Rasengan. Cutting blades formed the shape of a shuriken, and a loud shrieking emitted from the attack. As he flew toward his adversary, the Naruto clone stretched out his hand as though attempting to thrust his Fuden Rasengan into Rule's chest. It was dodged. That was okay. Spinning around, Naruto threw the Rasengan at Rule. Thanks to his devil magic, he could control it without using Sage Mode. Once more, the Rasengan was avoided when Rule swerved out of the way. The Rasengan flew into the air, only to be caught by the other clone, who had used his wings to fly after it. After catching the Rasengan, Clone Naruto threw it at Rule's exposed back. The angel's ability to detect danger must have been extraordinary indeed. Rule spun around and thrust out his hand. A massive spear of light emerged from his palm, piercing the Fuden Rasengan. Naruto didn't know what Rule thought that would accomplish, but he doubted the angel would have tried to destroy his attack like that if he'd known what was going to happen. Because the Fuden Rasengan was nothing but a ball of swirling energy combined with wind chakra, it was extremely volatile. Even the lightest touch would cause it to explode. The light spear was another volatile attack. When the two forces collided, it created an explosion so massive that Naruto worried about the dimension this raiding game was taking place in breaking. Howling winds pushed everyone back. Naruto and Rule were sent soaring backwards like pieces of toilet paper trapped in a fierce wind. The world around him spun. Everything blurred past his eyes in streaks of brown and gray. He felt more than saw his body as it plowed into and then went straight through one of the large pillars, and it wasn't just one. His back soon slammed into another pillar, went through that one, and then slammed into another pillar and another. His momentum eventually slowed enough for him to flip his body around. The next pillar that he hit, it was with his feet, and he used chakra not only to cushion the blow, but also to keep himself from falling off. He surveyed the area in front of him. It looked like he'd been sent flying for at least a couple dozen meters. Numerous monolithic towers of stone were now nothing but rubble. They must have collapsed after he had struck them. Launching himself forward, Naruto quickly searched out his foe. Rule was buried in a crater about 10 meters wide and 6 deep. Unlike Naruto, whose body was sturdy enough to withstand such punishment, Rule seemed to be having trouble getting up. This was a good chance to end the rating game. Jumping into the crater, Naruto walked over to his opponent, pulled out a kunai, and placed it against the struggling Rule's jugular. That wasn't the best move you could have made, Naruto told him as Rule froze. It would have been better if you'd dodged that last attack. The explosion would have still been quite a sight, but it wouldn't have been that destructive. Combining two such volatile and powerful attacks is the only reason you're in this position right now. Rule looked at the kunai against his neck, and then he peered up at Naruto. I guess this is the part where you tell me to surrender. You can keep fighting if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it. Justine, Augusta, Floa, and Octavia have been retired, a voice announced. It seems I have no choice, Rule said, sighing. I didn't really want to battle anyway. I'm more than willing to give you this victory. Devil Ninja. When Rias arrived at the place where Asia, Issei, and Gasper had been distracting Rule's brave saints, it was to discover that Issei and Gasper had already split the group up. Each of them was battling against two of the brave saints at a time. Her pawn was fighting against a woman with long blonde hair and a large bust. Come on, I just want to touch them. Let me fondle those titanic tatas of yours. Let me touch your tumbling titties. No, the girl screamed as she covered her chest and ran in the opposite direction. Get away from me, you pervert. How can I get away when those massive mammaries are sucking me in? Issei asked, his hands outstretched and his fingers making creepy grasping motions. Rias almost sighed at her idiot pawn. While his pervy act did an excellent job of throwing the women he fought off balance, it wasn't always the best strategy to take. Though it seemed to be working well against this female. Unfortunately, the girl, Justine, Rias thought her name wasn't his only opponent. Get away from Justine, perverted trash. The male, who was flying overhead, shouted. He threw several light spears at Issei, but most of them were dodged by her pawn quickly leaping backwards from one foot to the other. I resent being called trash, Issei said. I am merely carrying on the legacy of a great man. What kind of man tries to grope a woman's BBBB? What's the matter? Can't say breasts, Issei taunted. Well, I can. Breast. Boobs. Oh pie. You're shameless. The man shouted. Rias thought his name was Octavia. Damn right I am. Coming up behind Issei was Justine. Equipped on her hand were a pair of gauntlets. Rias at first thought they were a dragon sacred gear like twice critical, but she soon learned otherwise when a pair of swords jutted from her knuckles. I finally have you, she shouted, thrusting both hands out to skewer Issei. It was too bad she shouted that. If she hadn't, Issei might not have realized he was in danger and therefore not reacted as he did. Rias almost winced when Issei suddenly went down on his hands. What made her wince wasn't the action. It was how he kicked his legs up and mule-kicked the poor woman in the chest. He must have already boosted himself quite a bit, because the woman went flying. Justine, Octavia shouted, taking his eyes off of Issei. That would prove to be his downfall. Dragon shot. Just like before, Issei created a tiny ball of energy in front of him, and then punched it. A massive beam of crimson energy was discharged. It slammed into Octavia, who was engulfed in a fiery explosion and disappeared. Octavia, Justine shouted. Dress break. Kya. Her shout turned into a squeal as, quite suddenly, all of her clothes flew off. She went down to her knees and tried to cover herself as much as possible. In that time, Issei went up to her and pressed Ascalon, embedded into the boosted gear, to her neck. Please surrender, he said seriously. Despite the poor girl being butt naked, there was, surprisingly, no lust in his eyes. It may sound sexist of me, but I'd rather not hurt a girl if I can help it. Justine glared at him, but with a holy sword pointed at her neck, she really didn't have much a choice. I surrender. As she spoke those words, Justine suddenly disappeared in a glimmer of light particles. Ascalon receded back into his gauntlet, and Issei, releasing a massive sigh, sank to the ground. Man, I'm so tired. Shit, This is worse than that time when Akano. He stopped, a grimace appearing on his face. Seconds later, a voice announced, Justine and Octavia have been retired. Since Issei didn't need her help, Rias flew over to Gasper, who was struggling with his opponents. The two, Floa and Augusta, were firing light spears at the screaming Gasper. Her bishop was trying his best to stop their time, but he couldn't concentrate. Unlike her other peerage members, Gasper did not have any experience with battle, even if he was abnormally powerful. Get back here, Augusta screamed. No, Gasper screamed. Rias sighed. She had hoped Gasper would be ready for a raiding game, but it looked like he was still not at the stage where he could fight against opponents. Shooting forward on her devil wings, Rias charged the powers of destruction into her hand. She had to give the two angels credit. They reacted to her presence the moment she started channeling energy. It wasn't enough. Rias sent several disc-shaped projectiles at the two. They dodged, of course, swerving out of the way, but her intention hadn't been to hit them. It had been to lure them into a surprise attack. While the pair of angels did what they could to avoid the projectiles that she continually sent at them, Rias manipulated the powers of destruction that hit the ground, making them combine into a single entity. Then she drove the two angels into position above the giant circular-shaped sleet of energy. She snapped her fingers. It erupted from the ground like a crimson tower, engulfing the two in its radiant light, burning them before they had a chance to scream. The towering mass of Rias's power rose into the sky. It dispersed, but not before slamming into the ceiling of this dimension. Floa and Augusta have been retired, a voice announced. Rias flew down and landed next to Gasper, offering him a hand. Are you okay, Gasper? Rias Bucho, Gasper sniffled. Rias Bucho. Not quite sighing as Gasper buried his face in her chest, Rias wrapped her arms around his head and held him. Her bishop really was quite the fraidy cat. While she didn't mind him like this, she did hope he would eventually grow mentally stronger. She wanted him to overcome the scars that had made him like this. While she was hugging Gasper, Asia and Issei walked up to them. It looks like we won somehow, Asia said. Yeah, Issei muttered. Big whoop. I just want to go home and sleep now. We'll be able to get some rest soon, Rias said. Good work, you two. I'm sorry I wasn't much help. What are you talking about? Asked Issei. You were fighting that Rule dude, right? It's thanks to that battle that we were able to separate those four and take them on. Rias blinked. Really? Yes, Asia said, nodding several times. They had pinned San and Gasper down. We couldn't get past their strange cannon fire. Then there was this massive explosion that knocked everyone off balance. That was when everyone saw you fighting against Rule. Those four were so distracted that it allowed us to separate them. I still don't feel like I did much, Rias confessed. Even if they were correct, they had done more during this battle than she had, and Naruto had taken on the lion's share of the fight. It made her feel slightly useless. At least you did something, Asia said, trying to cheer her up. No doubt. All I did was heal Gasper and San, and I didn't get to heal them much since they didn't need it. You shouldn't say things like that, Issei countered. I would have been a goner if you hadn't healed my shoulder when it became dislodged. I couldn't have won with only one arm. Aiz is correct on that, Rias said. Besides, the healer is the most important person in a raiding game. We need you to stay safe. If you're not around to heal our wounds, then our chances of victory drops significantly. I guess. It didn't look like Asia was convinced, and unfortunately, Rias wouldn't get a chance to convince her. Mere seconds later, the same announcer voice spoke up. It said, Rule has surrendered. Winner by surrender is Rias Grimori. Wait, we won? Issei asked. Seems like it, Kiba muttered. But how? Who made Rule surrender? That would be me, Naruto said as he landed on the ground next to them. His clothing looked a little singed, but there didn't seem to be so much as a scratch on him. I took on Rule so Rias could back you two up. After you guys defeated the remaining 4 members of Rule's brave saints, he surrendered. Oh, Issei needed a moment to think about that. I can't believe we won. Try not to think too hard about it, Naruto said. Rias smiled. Well, regardless of anything else, we won, and since we survived without a single loss, it can be considered a great victory on our part. Thank you, all of you. I couldn't ask for a better peerage. Hey, Rias, since we did so well, can I get a reward? Asked Naruto. Giving him a suspicious look, Rias asked, what kind of reward? The kind that involves you, me, and a bed. Perv. Are you saying you don't want to? I didn't say that. If Naruto wants a reward, then I'll give it to him, Kaneko, speaking in a very odd accent, said as she ran up to them. Rias barely had a moment to realize what was going to happen. She used that moment wisely. She stepped out of the way. What the? Burgally. Rias watched as Kaneko, who looked like she was suffering from an overdose of catnip, tackled Naruto to the ground and liberally shoved her tongue down his throat. Asia gasped and covered her eyes, though she peeked out between her fingers. Issei had no such compunctions. He stared at the scene with blood dripping down his nose. Gasper looked like he wanted to look away, but much like a train wreck, his eyes remained glued to the pair as Kaneko played tonsil hockey in Naruto's mouth. Era. A giggling Akeno flew in through the air and landed on the ground. She hid her smiling mouth with her hand. Kiba was also with her. It looks like those two are having fun. She's raping his mouth, Rias stated, her tone deadpan. She's totally raping his mouth, Issei murmured in a lustful voice. Ouch. At least, it was lustful until Asia grabbed him by the cheek and pulled. It's not right to watch these two while they're kissing, eyes. If you want someone to rape your mouth, then I can do that too. Dat na someshing a hun shuf bifaying, Issei said, tried to say. Rias couldn't actually tell what he was trying to say. His cheek was stretched so obscenely it looked like his skin was made of rubber. Shouldn't you stop them? Kiba asked. Rias looked at Naruto and Kaneko for a bit longer. This was happening on live TV, so she probably should stop them. Let's allow Kaneko to get it out of her system first, Rias said. I don't want her trying to have sex with Naruto in public. Kiba had no words for that. Still on the floor, Kaneko continued making out with Naruto, who was too surprised to do anything. I hope you all enjoyed the chapter. I tried giving some of the side characters a chance to shine, and also introduce a few new aspects to the story. The next chapter won't be coming for a while, but I plan on kicking things up a notch. I hope you're all looking forward to it. This might seem like blatant self-advertising, but since it's been so long, I wanted to let everyone know that I have 2 new books. One of them came out on October 7th, and the other is up for pre-order. If anyone is interested in supporting my writing career, I'd love it if you could grab a copy of my books and give them a read. All of my books can be bought on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and Books A Million. A Fox's Vacation available on paperback and Kindle. Hot springs, nude scenes, and fan service galore. Spring break has finally come. Kevin and Lillian are traveling to California with their friends and family, where they plan to enjoy a week at the beach and attend the San Diego Comic-Con. Of course, with this mixed bag of yokai and humans involved, disaster waits around every corner. Between getting caught in the middle of a war involving Kappa and Kitsune, a mysterious assassin who's trying to kill Lillian, and the spandex-clad sons and daughters of humanity, Kevin is going to have his hands full. He really should have seen this coming. Whoever said that hindsight is 50-50 deserves to be punched in the face. Succubus pre-order on paperback, hardcover, and ebook. Christian is the Catholic Church's best executioner. Dedicated, devout, deadly. Ever since the Church saved him from the decimated ruins of his hometown, his commitment to their cause has been unshakable. Then he's sent to execute Lilith, who lives in Seal Beach, California. He's baffled. Lilith is afraid of men. The Church believes she's a succubus, but he just can't see it. Yet the way men, both human and monster alike, act as if they've been possessed whenever she's near is disturbing. With lustful men attacking Lilith and monsters attacking him for being near Lilith, Christian must uncover what's really going on, and soon, or innocent blood will run through the streets, as will his own. Love. It can kill a man. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.